Seo clings to one thought as he lies sick in bed: he is an earthling from a civilized society, and repeating it is the only thing keeping him sane. A neighbor girl drops off boiled potatoes and asks him to get well soon and make more soap, showing how little help still ties him to the village. After she leaves, Seo is hit again by the weight of it all. 50 years have passed since he fell into this cursed world. His mind jumps back to the company workshop trip on Earth, when he and 6 co-workers were riding together before disaster struck. A landslide swallowed them, and when they woke up, they were no longer on Earth. The new world looked like a martial arts novel made real, with giant monsters and sword-wielding figures flying through the sky. At first it seemed they might all adapt, but fate started picking favorites almost immediately. Within 3 days, Section Chief John, Deputy Manager Kong, and Chief O were taken in as disciples by Cultivation Sec seniors. On the 4th day, a mysterious man claimed Deputy Manager O as his kin and took her away. That same evening, an old man riding a giant mechanical puppet noticed Manager Kim's talent and claimed her too. In just a few days, everyone was chosen by someone powerful except Seo and Director Kim. Even then, Director Kim still turned out to be blessed in his own way, because he had absurd talent for martial arts. After 6 miserable months of menial labor, Director Kim learned a cheap third-rate technique, mastered it almost instantly, and left Seo behind. Years later, rumors turned Director Kim into a legend, top 10, then top 3, then the #1 martial artist who founded the Wulian Alliance and disappeared after bringing order. Seo can only sum it up bitterly: 6 of the 7 found extraordinary destinies, and he alone was left with nothing. He remembers the humiliating details too clearly. The others awakened rare bodies, roots, and powers while he never got a single sign of hidden potential. Back then, Seo and Director Kim stayed behind hoping their own miracle would come next, but nothing ever happened to Seo. Seo kept living on that tiny hope for years, convinced that someday he might awaken a talent, a spiritual root, or some special ability. 10 years passed, then 20, then 30, then 40, then 50, and still nothing came. Now all that is left is an old man with a cold, barely able to speak, still forcing himself to remember he came from Earth. His grief finally turns raw as he asks why everyone else received special bloodlines and powers while he was given nothing at all. He thinks back over the life he built anyway, learning the language, learning to read, doing labor, and somehow settling down in this world. Using what he remembered from Earth, he made soap and even opened a small shop, and for a while it looked like effort might finally pay off. Then thieves copied his soap-making method, opened rival stalls, and choked off the small business he had built. After that, Seo had to scrape by with herbs, liquor, woodcutting, and whatever odd jobs he could find just to stay alive. Just when life seemed to steady, bandits hit the village and stripped away the money he had managed to save. Remembering it all breaks him, because he did work hard in this world, and the world still crushed every bit of it. With winter pressing in and his body failing, Seo's last wish is painfully small. If only he had been given just a little more chance. At the end of that stubborn 50-year life, Seo finally dies alone in the cold. But death lasts only a moment before Seo jerks awake with a choking breath. He can still remember the exact instant his body went cold, so the first thing he knows is impossible: he already died. Then his own voice startles him, because it is young again. When he looks down, the proof is right there. The wrinkled hands are gone, replaced by his younger body and the blue shirt and sweatpants he wore on Earth. Seo looks around in confusion and sees the same co-workers from the company car with him again, exactly as they were at the beginning. In that instant, Seo realizes the truth: he has returned to the beginning. And the next revelation hits even harder. He was never truly talentless after all, because his hidden ability is regression itself. The office group wakes up scattered in a strange forest, and Director Kim stares around in shock because they were supposed to be driving to a workshop. As the memories rush back, Seo realizes this is the first day he returned to the past and the first day they arrived in this bizarre world. Seo is so lost in thoughts about how to survive with barely useful future knowledge that he does not hear Section Chief John calling him at first. Seeing John again after 50 years almost makes Seo feel nostalgic, even though he remembers disliking the nepotistic section chief. That brief goodwill dies instantly when John suddenly slaps Seo and blames him for getting everyone stranded. John keeps raging at Seo until Chief O steps in and reminds him that a landslide was not something the driver could control. As John keeps accusing him, Seo fully remembers the real cause. John dumped work on him all night, stole his turn to drive so he could flirt in the back seat, and forced an exhausted Seo to stay behind the wheel for hours. This time Seo does not accept the blame and calmly says he drove as carefully as he could, but the landslide was too massive to avoid. Seo decides he will keep enduring the truly dangerous people in life, but he will not keep bowing to someone like John. When John lunges at him again, Seo steps in first and drives his forehead straight into John's face. Seo follows through without hesitation, pounding John again and again until the bully finally breaks and admits he was wrong. When Seo finally stops, the whole group is staring at him in fear. Director Kim shakily scolds Seo for going too far, and Seo immediately bows, apologizes to everyone, and also apologizes as the driver. Behind that apology, Seo quietly decides Director Kim matters most because in his past life Kim later became an extraordinary martial artist, and Seo wants to stay useful to him this time. Seo even helps John up and apologizes to him too, but one cold look is enough to make John swallow his anger. Director Kim suggests walking until they find a village before night falls, but Seo knows that kind of normal thinking will get them killed here. Seo recognizes the forest as Ascension Path, a place tied to cultivators and demons, and he knows there are no villages anywhere nearby. So instead of chasing a village, Seo asks about phone signal and argues that they should prepare to stay alive through the night. When John objects, Seo points at a tall tree and challenges him to climb up and look for a road or village first. Since no one else can do it, Seo climbs the tree himself with surprising ease, born from a much harsher past life. From the top, Seo sees only endless forest and no trace of human life at all. After climbing down, Seo reports the truth, and John can only mutter suspiciously because he cannot prove otherwise. With the light fading and no signal, Seo argues they should stop wandering, make a fire, and prepare to stay the night, and Director Kim adds that they should also look for the missing SUV nearby. Seo suggests splitting into 2 teams, with his team looking for shelter while Director Kim's team searches for the car. Leading the shelter team, Seo explains that a small cave is their best option and casually guides the 2 women straight to one he already remembers. To them it looks like luck, but Seo knows this cave is the same refuge he found after hours of wandering in his previous life. Seo immediately starts gathering leaves and branches and works with practiced hands, leaving the others impressed by how capable he suddenly seems. The mood lightens a little as Seo, Deputy Manager O, and Manager Kim gather firewood together, and the 2 women joke that this feels like an old training camp. As the sun drops lower, Seo leads his team back to the clearing to meet the others. The car search team returns empty-handed, and their tense faces make it clear the SUV has simply vanished. Deputy Manager Kong voices what everyone is thinking. It makes no sense that the passengers are here while the SUV is nowhere to be found. Seo cuts off the spiraling fear and leads the whole group to the cave so they can survive the night first and search again tomorrow. At the cave, the others are surprised to find that Seo has already built a solid windbreak and a rough makeshift door. Director Kim hands over his lighter, and soon everyone is gathered around a fire inside the cave while the smoke slips out through Seo's setup. Their gloomy silence breaks when Manager Kim's stomach growls, reminding everyone that they have missed dinner too. Seo pulls out berries he gathered earlier and offers them around, calmly proving they are safe by eating one himself. Once the others taste them and realize they are good, the cave finally warms into easy conversation, with Seo unexpectedly becoming the one holding the group together. Seo laughs along with them, but underneath it he knows this cheerful campfire may be the last peaceful night some of them ever get. Before dawn, Seo wakes first, and the fear from 50 years ago comes back sharp because he remembers exactly what arrives on the next morning. Seo slips outside alone and starts gathering herbs for pain and bleeding, preparing for what he expects will happen. Then the owner of this territory finally appears, a gigantic white fox with 3 tails and blue fire burning in its eyes. Seo is shaking with old terror, but his future knowledge gives him one chance, so he stammers out a greeting and performs the required triple bow to the forest's master. The fox speaks in surprise, saying Seo carries a scent unlike any human it has met in thousands of years. That terrifying presence wakes the others, and they stumble out of the cave only to scream in panic at the monster in front of them. Annoyed by their rudeness, the fox says it would normally tear off a limb from each of them, but Seo's respect has earned them a brief pardon. Seo urgently orders everyone to kneel and show respect to the owner of the forest, and the stunned group awkwardly obeys. The fox stares at Seo with hungry fascination, drools openly, and demands a single limb as the price for letting them remain in its territory a little longer. At the cave entrance, the giant fox calmly names its price for staying in the forest. One of them has to offer a limb. Remembering how everyone died in his past life, Seo decides to follow the forest's rules and offers his own left arm instead. The fox praises his wisdom and bites down, ripping Seo's arm off in a brutal, supposedly painless tribute. Half delirious, Seo forces down the painkiller roots he prepared in advance and clings to consciousness until the herbs start working. After swallowing the whole arm, the fox mocks the bad taste of modern human blood but accepts Seo's tribute and grants the group 7 nights of safety. Once the fox vanishes into the forest, Seo seals the wound with hemostatic herbs while Director Kim and Deputy Manager Kong rush in to catch him. Back inside the cave, Seo tells a careful mix of truth and lies, claiming the fox taught him that this world is filled with immortals, cultivators, and martial artists. Director Kim and Chief O joke shakily about the martial world, but their forced humor only shows how badly they are trying not to break in front of Seo's pain. When Chief O gets stuck on the talk about cultivators, Section Chief John jumps in to explain xianxia novels and gives the group their first rough frame for this world. Seo explains the real problem next. The fox's tribute only bought a week, and after that someone else will have to pay again. All eyes drift to Seo's missing arm, and the whole cave goes deathly pale at the cost of staying alive. Seo asks for more pain relief herbs, chews them down, and finally passes out from shock and exhaustion. While pretending to sleep, Seo hears the group argue in low voices over the tribute and the fear of who might lose a limb next. John coldly pushes the real question out loud. If they still cannot leave after a week, whose limb will the fox take next? After confirming Seo looks asleep, John calls the others to the cave entrance so he can pitch something uglier in private. From inside the cave, Seo hears the others recoil as John argues that since Seo is already disabled, they should keep using his body as the fox's future tribute. Seo briefly considers killing John on the spot, but he reins himself in because John, Chief O, and Kong are the talented people the coming immortals are meant to take. He calms down further when he remembers he needs Director Kim on his side later, so playing the wounded victim is more useful than showing his real temper. When the group returns with guilty faces, Seo can tell John has talked them into some dirty agreement. John deliberately wakes Seo, puts on a fake warm smile, and says he is counting on him from now on. Seo hides his disgust, answers that they all need to survive together, and keeps the peace for now. John immediately asks about edible fruit, and Seo realizes that was the real reason he was dragged back into the conversation. Seo agrees to teach him, but inside he is already enjoying the chance to repay years of workplace humiliation. As the day goes on, Seo drills John on herbs and edible plants, dropping the honorific and scolding him the same way John used to scold him at work. Deputy Manager O gets confused because none of these herbs sound Korean, and Seo smoothly lies that they are just unfamiliar specialized species. Seo keeps pressing John harder and harder until John's face turns red, but John swallows the humiliation because he wants every bit of survival knowledge he can get. The next day, a huge two-headed red snake appears at the cave and sends everyone except Seo into terrified silence. The snake says it will honor the fox's 7-day permission, but it offers a side deal. Let it taste a handful of blood now, and it will leave them alone even after that. Seo decides the deal is safe enough and immediately turns to John, volunteering him to be the one who bleeds. Cornered by Seo's reminder that he still needs his lessons, John cuts his own hand with a stone knife and offers the blood. The snake happily drinks, then recoils in disgust and complains that John's blood tastes filthy and poisoned. After the snake leaves, Seo treats John's cut, and John finally complains that Seo is taking revenge for old office bullying. Seo answers with icy logic that he cannot spare even a handful of blood after losing an arm, and John has no comeback. By the third day, the air turns wild with wind and static, and Seo knows the moment he has been waiting for is finally here. Seo drags John out to gather herbs and spots a giant yellow bamboo root the size of his forearm, a spirit-fed fake wild ginseng that makes John light up with greed. Seo lets John dig the valuable-looking root up and bag it, already thinking he will hand it to Director Kim later instead. Back at the cave, Seo has John start a fire, then sits quietly under the unstable sky and waits for the real event to begin. Then black, gold, and white lights collide overhead, and the 3 chosen people react first as if their bodies are being torn open from inside. 3 cultivators descend in glowing orbs and immediately treat the ordinary survivors like background noise once they identify John, Kong, and Chief O as the only ones worth taking. The arriving cultivators notice Seo's torn shoulder and infer that he willingly offered himself to the fox, briefly respecting his resolve even though he is not one of the talented people they came for. With one stomp and a ripple of blue light, Lee Chang-ho restores Seo's missing arm as easily as if the injury were nothing. Seo bows deeply in stunned gratitude, and Chang-ho brushes it off like healing a mortal is trivial to a cultivator. The cultivators shove Seo aside and drag John, Kong, and Chief O forward, each eyeing the mortal they want to test. Jin Byuk-ho summons a golden sword and lightning, and John crumples under the reaction as Jin exults over a heavenly golden thunder body. The white-boned ghost devil plucks a black peepa string, and Kang's scream confirms she possesses a terrifying ghostly immortal root. Lee Chang-ho checks Chief O's pulse by hand and is stunned to discover an impossible unique holy body. Once they confirm the 3 talents, the cultivators turn suddenly gentle and ask if the chosen employees would like to walk the path of cultivation. Their recruiting pitch quickly shows its real shape as coercion, with each master pushing, entrancing, or physically overpowering the disciple they want. In the end, John, Kong, and Chief O are claimed by 3 different cultivators and made ready to leave at once. Director Kim snaps out of his shock and runs after them, begging the cultivators to at least help the rest of the group survive the forest. Lee Chang-ho casually says they already smashed the monsters of Ascension Path, and will kill the fox too, making the forest safe for 10 years. It still changes nothing for the people left behind, and the 3 taken co-workers are already too controlled to answer Director Kim's plea. Seo watches the lights vanish with bitter familiarity, grateful only that at least his arm was restored this time. Director Kim keeps shouting until his voice gives out, then collapses as the reality finally sinks in. 4 of them are left behind in the forest. A moment later, Director Kim notices Seo's restored arm, and despite everything else, breaks into relieved congratulations. The survivors sit in a strange numb calm, unable to fully mourn the lost coworkers or fully celebrate the fact that they might live. Then a pure white light tears across the sky, followed by dozens more like a meteor shower, all chasing after the route the cultivators just took. While Director Kim wonders what is happening out there, Seo quietly goes back to practical survival and starts roasting fruit for the day. The next day arrives under cold rain and thunder, and the mood turns worse when everyone sees Deputy Manager O burning with fever. Manager Kim worries they cannot even go out for food in this weather, and Seo pointedly says maybe another miracle will show up today too. By lunchtime, Deputy Manager O's coughing gets so bad that blood runs from her nose, and the others panic over what herbs might still help. Before they can do much, a handsome man in blue robes with small horns walks into the cave and identifies himself as the Sea Dragon King, Seo Huil. Seo Huil explains that Deputy Manager O is unconsciously wielding the power of the storm itself, and her human body is paying the price. Seo asks why masters keep appearing so precisely for their group, and Seo Huil laughs at the question instead of taking offense. He explains that Ascension Path is a once-in-a-thousand-years hotspot before the Ascension Gate opens, so powerful cultivators and demons are swarming the area and naturally finding talents suited to them. When Director Kim asks how sects even work if these people are about to ascend, Seo Huil casually reveals that high cultivators can shrink and carry entire sects and storage treasures. He goes even further and says one of his Sea Dragon tribe castles, with 1,800 sleeping clan members inside, is sitting in his own storage device right now. Then Seo Huil strokes Deputy Manager O's forehead, and her fever and ragged breathing calm almost instantly under his touch. Satisfied by what he senses, Seo Huil picks Deputy Manager O up, and declares that he will give her his blood and make her part of the Sea Dragon tribe. When the mortals push too far with their questions and protests, Seo Huil's eyes slit vertically and his pressure slams Seo and Director Kim to the ground. He warns them that only his good nature made him answer at all, because a harsher cultivator would have blown them apart like insects for speaking so freely. Then he leaves the cave in a flash of thunder, and a blue dragon appears in the stormy sky carrying Deputy Manager O away. After that, Manager Kim finally starts to crack, staring into the rain and admitting that none of this makes sense anymore. Director Kim also sinks into helpless frustration, cursing the incomprehensible cultivators and the fact that they still have no idea where to go. Seo quietly pats both of them, but when Manager Kim grabs his arm and begs him not to disappear too, he can only answer with a bitter smile because he knows she will be taken tonight. After Deputy Manager O vanishes, the downpour finally eases, and Seo decides they cannot sit in despair any longer if they want to live. Director Kim and Manager Kim insist on following Seo, half from fear and half from not wanting to be left behind after so many people were taken. Seo dryly calls the earlier abductions recruitment, but Director Kim snaps back that taking people without consent is still kidnapping. The three stay close while Seo gathers herbs and fruit, carefully managing the cold and hunger that the storm left behind. Seo gives them warming herbs to chew, and the two of them openly thank him for keeping them alive this far. When they praise him as their lifesaver, Seo smiles back, but inside he tells himself he is only buying goodwill with the little he can offer. Seo keeps feeding them useful herbs and fruit, making sure they eat their fill while he quietly stocks up on yellow bamboo roots and precious plants from his past life knowledge. As evening closes in, Seo abruptly strips off his dry shirt and sets it on fire, sacrificing his clothes because they still need a fire before night. He tosses fresh fruit into the makeshift fire, ignoring their panic because warmth and cooked food matter more than preserving one's shirt. A little later, Seo pulls the roasted fruit from the fire with a branch and shares it, treating the simple meal like a quiet last gift for Manager Kim. The three sit in the cave eating roasted fruit and deliberately joke around, trying to push back the sadness of losing so many coworkers in just a few days. As the sky darkens toward purple, Manager Kim suddenly turns toward the distant Ascension Gate, and Seo realizes the moment from his past life has arrived. Manager Kim suddenly awakens a terrifying long-range awareness, clutching her head as she feels everything around her for kilometers and can barely handle the pain. She screams that something is coming, and a tiny dot racing in from the Ascension Gate rapidly grows into a direct threat. The intruder arrives above the cave on a giant puppet beast, and the hunched old rider instantly starts mocking the mystery before deciding Manager Kim caused that enormous presence. Director Kim tries to protect Manager Kim, but the old man flicks him aside so casually that Seo has to dive in just to catch him. The old cultivator inspects Manager Kim up close and declares her too interesting to ignore, promising to awaken her spiritual roots and take her as his own. Manager Kim looks back at Seo and Director Kim in panic, and the old man immediately decides those human attachments need to be cut away. A crushing pressure slams into Seo and Director Kim, dropping them to the ground and making it feel like their hearts might burst. To save them, Manager Kim throws herself at the old man's feet and begs through tears, finally forcing him to stop. The old man spares their lives but coldly promises a worse separation, saying he will throw Seo and Director Kim through a random spatial rift so they can never meet again. A dark crack opens behind Seo and Director Kim, and even in the panic Seo still scrambles to gather the herbs he left at the cave entrance. The rift drags both men away while Manager Kim cries out their names, and they vanish before she can do anything. Seo wakes up alone in a grimy alley, and the smell and distant noise tell him at once that this is some mortal city, just not the one he remembers. When he spots Director Kim unconscious beside him and realizes the landing spot is different from his past life, Seo understands the old man's random rift changed everything. Before investigating, Seo hides the herbs under a burlap sack in the alley corner so they will not lose the one asset that can keep them alive. When Seo steps onto the main street, the packed market and familiar language calm one fear at least. He landed in Yenwei again, not some completely unknown nation. He stops a passerby and gets called crazy for asking where he is. But the answer is even bigger than he expected. This is Seokyung, the capital. Seo wakes Director Kim and explains the bare facts. But Director Kim can only stare around in shock and wish this nightmare would turn out to be a dream. Director Kim wonders if being left untaken means they were lucky or simply abandoned, and Seo has no comforting answer for that. They head out into Seokyung together, but their modern clothes instantly make them stand out among the city crowd. Seo claims his Chinese training will get them by, hiding the truth that he only knows this world's language because he already lived here once before. Seo decides the fastest fix is to turn his herbs into money, because in any world people still need medicine. The first pharmacy buys his oversized herbs for good money by mortal standards, but Seo can tell they are still cheating him because he looks suspicious. Seo spends that first payout on the shabbiest local clothes he can find, because blending in matters more than looking respectable. Even after changing, Seo sees that Seokyung is far more expensive than the border city he remembers, so he immediately starts the same herb selling cycle again. Seo cleverly upgrades their image step by step, selling herbs, buying slightly better clothes, and repeating until the merchants finally stop treating him like a drifter. Once Seo is dressed in silk, he finally brings out the yellow bamboo root, and the tone flips instantly from suspicion to reverence. The owner values the root as an ancient elixir and pays 15 pieces of horse-shaped silver, proving Seo's survival haul was worth a small fortune. Seo uses that windfall fast, buying Director Kim a proper silk outfit, bribing an official for papers, and securing them legal footing in the capital. By the end of it, Seo has bought a small house on Sukyung's outskirts and tells Director Kim this shabby place is their new start. With the immediate crisis handled, Director Kim drops the old office title and starts calling Seo by name, marking the first real shift in their relationship. Director Kim suggests making a living through herb trade, but Seo is already thinking much bigger than simple survival. Seo remembers a hidden truth from his past life. Director Kim is a martial genius who once rose all the way to the top of Yenhua's martial world. So instead of aiming for ordinary business, Seo pushes the idea that in a city ruled by martial sects, they need real self-defense and should buy their way into martial arts. The promise of learning martial arts lights Director Kim right up, and Seo coolly answers the practical question with one word he trusts more than anything else here: money. For the next 3 months, Seo turns their little house into a classroom, teaching Director Kim the local language and writing while also keeping them afloat with another herb sale. At the same time, Seo quietly gives him the Chanji Heart method as a basic breathing exercise, laying the foundation for real internal martial training. 3 months later, Director Kim says he can already feel energy stirring in his lower abdomen, which should have taken an ordinary person much longer. Seo confirms just how absurd Director Kim's talent really is, because the same beginner method took him far longer to grasp himself. Once Director Kim can read and speak enough, Seo says it is time to stop preparing and finally choose a sect. Seo lays out Sukyung's 7 major sects, dividing them into righteous and unorthodox powers so Director Kim can understand the city's martial map. Director Kim barely hesitates before picking the demon-slaying sect, drawn exactly as before to the straightforward appeal of swordsmanship and blade work. Seo is quietly pleased, because this is the same path that once led Director Kim to become the greatest swordsman in Yenhua. The two head to the demon-slaying sect's eastern compound, where the sound of hard training already tells Director Kim this dream is becoming real. The gate guards take one look at middle-aged Director Kim and doubt he can learn martial arts at all, but Seo politely insists on speaking to someone higher. Seo and Director Kim are brought before Hall Master Hyobek, the man who will decide whether money can open this door. Seo slides over a silk case packed with silver, making it clear he is not here to beg for charity but to buy Director Kim a real chance. Hyobek accepts the silver but offers a stingy deal anyway. Only one outer disciple slot, no special status, and just a few inner techniques as a favor. Director Kim almost protests, but Seo quietly stops him and accepts at once, because this sect is exactly where he wants Director Kim to begin. After Hyobek dismisses them, Director Kim is baffled that Seo spent so much just for him, especially when Seo himself is younger and seems the obvious candidate to train. Seo refuses to budge, saying he will handle business and support them from behind while Director Kim focuses on becoming strong enough for both of them. Moved by that trust, Director Kim finally accepts the role Seo chose for him and promises to work hard, even if this old body can only reach the basics. Director Kim enters the demon-slaying sect as an outer disciple and, thanks to Seo's silver, also gains access to several inner techniques far beyond what a normal newcomer would touch. 7 months later, the demon-slaying sect is suddenly in an uproar, signaling that Director Kim's quiet beginning did not stay quiet for long. Back under house arrest, Seo watches Director Kim swing his blade and realizes the impossible has happened again. In just 7 months, Director Kim has fully mastered the demon-slaying sect's absolute dragon saber technique and stepped into first rate. Seo can only stare, because first-rate warriors are elder-level monsters in the martial world, and Director Kim got there in half a year. The whole sect is in chaos over it, and Seo gets dragged into the suspicion even though he does not know martial arts at all. Seo nervously asks if the sect might cripple them, but Director Kim answers with a calm smile instead of fear. Director Kim says he can already feel the next barrier ahead, and Seo is left thinking he is dealing with a complete monster. That next step would be Peak Master, a realm most martial artists treat as the ceiling of human skill. Director Kim is not just repeating what he learned either, because he copied Hall Master Hyobek's sword art from a single look and started reshaping it into his own style. Watching that talent up close, Seo starts wondering whether the strange gifts they show in this world were part of them all along. 7 more days pass, and Director Kim calmly breaks through the wall into Peak Master. Seo immediately hands over the last 900-year yellow bamboo root, finally using the treasure he saved for this exact moment. Director Kim chews the root, sits down to cultivate, and his chi rises fast enough to show a true grand breakthrough. 3 flowers gather above Director Kim's head, and even Seo recognizes the sign that his power has jumped again. When Director Kim opens his eyes, he says even Hall Master Hyobek does not feel so frightening anymore. He even walks up to the supervising elder and casually asks when this house arrest will end. The supervising elder answers coldly that Director Kim will stay confined until the spy suspicion is cleared. 3 days later, the demon-slaying Hall makes its decision, and the people sent to enforce it arrive in force. The demon-slaying Hall's verdict is savage. Director Kim will be cast out as a spy and have the meridians in his limbs cut. Seo tries one last protest, but they order him tied up instead. Director Kim draws first, and one elder loses his wrist before anyone really understands the fight has started. The other 2 elders rush him in panic, and he cripples both just as easily. The law enforcer trying to see Seo goes down too, dropped by a single fast strike from Director Kim. The sect disciples finally understand they are facing a Peak Master, and the whole group breaks in terror. With the house arrest shattered, Director Kim asks Seo if the dragon fighting stronghold would accept them instead. Seo says that unorthodox faction is rough but not truly evil, so the place sounds survivable. Director Kim decides Seo should go ahead while he stays behind to deal with the remaining elders and the sect leader himself. So the 2 men split up outside the house, each running in a different direction as their old life in the sect ends on the spot. Seo hurries all the way to the southern part of Seokyeong and reaches the dragon fighting stronghold by evening. Director Kim is already there waiting, which tells Seo just how absurd his speed has become. Seeing that blood on the blade, Seo quietly realizes this world is changing both of them whether they want it to or not. Even so, Seo forces a smile and tells him the only thing that matters right now: he made it out alive. 10 years pass, and the man betrayed by the demon-slaying sect becomes an official elder of the dragon-fighting stronghold instead. From there, Director Kim gathers stronger arts, pushes past Peak Master, and rises to one of the 3 greatest swordsmen in the world. Seo knows the public still is not seeing his full strength, because Director Kim hides nearly half of what he can really do. By then, Seo has stopped calling him Director and started calling him Hyungnim, because they have become true brothers in everything but blood. Director Kim even creates a custom sword style and internal art for Seo, trying to drag his less gifted brother upward with him. The problem is brutal and simple. Even with the best teacher alive, Seo's martial talent is still painfully dull. So while Director Kim conquers martial arts, Seo shifts his effort into medicine and becomes far more useful there. Years later, the 2 joke about marriage, but the harsh reputation of the dragon-fighting stronghold scares women away from Seo before he even gets a chance. Director Kim says the stronghold feels too cramped now, and this time he is not boasting. His answer is bigger than Seo expected. He wants to found a Wulin alliance that can unite the fractured martial world. Seo says yes immediately, because whatever happens next, he is following the man who became his brother. So they leave the dragon-fighting stronghold together and start building something much larger than a sect. For 2 years, Director Kim roams Yanhua, beating major factions and smashing their signboards until the whole martial world has to recognize him. By the 3rd year, he has crushed them all, claimed the title of strongest in the world, and founded the Wulin Alliance on that raw authority. Naturally, Director Kim becomes the first alliance leader, and Seo serves as his chief strategist. 7 years after the alliance is born, Seo stands guard in a dark secret room while Director Kim enters another terrifying breakthrough. 5 circles of energy gather above Director Kim's head, announcing that he has reached the realm called 5 energies converging to the origin. Then his whole body twists and reshapes in front of Seo, as if martial arts themselves are rewriting his flesh. When the light fades, Director Kim has become young again, his wrinkles gone, and even his bald head restored with thick hair. Seo blurts out his amazement, because the old brother he knew now looks younger than he does. Director Kim laughs it off, but both men know the martial world will be shaken when this change becomes public. That same success makes Director Kim start thinking about the next step, which is handing the Wulin Alliance to a successor. A year later, he really steps down, but Seo gets trapped in the alliance longer because the next leader still needs him too badly. Another decade grinds by before Seo finally trains a replacement and retires as the alliance reaches its 3rd leader. By then, Director Kim has been wandering Yanhua for years, vanishing for months at a time and not even showing up for Seo's retirement ceremony. A year into retirement, Seo is living quietly in a Seokyeong manor and reading medical texts when someone finally trudges in unannounced. It is Director Kim, but he comes back looking like a beggar, pale and wrecked in a way Seo has never seen before. Seo rushes to him in shock, because this is not the face of a man who merely had a hard trip. Lying there, Director Kim admits that for the first time he has run into a wall his martial genius could not simply cut through. The reason is simple and crushing. After 30 years, he finally fought cultivators head-on. Seo remembers those monsters too, and he already knows they quietly meddle in politics, royalty, and even the martial world itself. As chief strategist, Seo had even cooperated with them indirectly, because fighting them meant fighting the whole country. Director Kim says he finally forced one real duel, and Seo asks the obvious question first: did you win? Director Kim says yes, but the word comes out twisted, because his so-called victory was barely scratching a chi building cultivator's fingertip. It gets worse when the cultivator tells him chi building is only the second lowest realm in the entire cultivation world. Seo can barely process it, because the strongest martial artist he has ever known only managed a nick against someone that low. Director Kim refuses to stop there though, and leaves with his eyes burning, swearing he will keep challenging cultivators until he forges martial arts that can face them. That meeting shakes Seo so badly that he throws himself into researching cultivators from every angle he can reach. The deeper he digs, the uglier the truth becomes. Even low cultivators rival peak martial artists, and higher ones can command weather and disasters like gods. What used to feel divine now looks even worse, because those dragon-like beings from long ago were only humans who had climbed that path further. For the first time, even Seo's regression starts to feel small, because without a spiritual root he cannot imagine ever standing on equal ground with them. Still, fear keeps him training, and over another 10 years he drags himself up to second rate with an aging body that never wanted this path. Then one day Director Kim returns again, this time looking less like a beggar and more like a hermit who has lived in the mountains too long. Seo greets him with relief and asks whether all the cultivation information he sent actually helped. Director Kim says the information helped some, and Seo lights up long enough to ask the question he has wanted answered for years. Has he finally made a martial art that can beat cultivators? Director Kim says he completed the martial art he envisioned, but his face is dark enough to make the answer feel wrong immediately. Then he reveals why he came, not to celebrate, but to say goodbye. Director Kim says he is going to join a cultivation sect as a disciple, starting over from the bottom if he has to. Over the last 10 years he kept hunting cultivators, refining anti-cultivator martial arts, and eventually crossed blades with a core formation expert. In that battle Director Kim achieved something absurd by martial standards and cut off the cultivator's left hand. But the core formation cultivator simply slapped on a talisman and regrew the hand, turning Director Kim's greatest breakthrough into proof of martial arts limit. After that, the cultivator toyed with him and finally told him something even harder to accept: martial arts cannot go any higher than this. Seo is left trembling, because the path his brother gave everything to has just been declared a dead end. Out of that shock, Seo blurts out a desperate objection: without a spiritual root, becoming a cultivator should be impossible. Director Kim answers with the biggest revelation of all: 5 energies converging to the origin is the mortal path to awakening a 5 elements spiritual root. What cultivators are born with, mortals can only force awake through a lifetime of martial mastery, and Director Kim finally understands what kind of genius he truly was. He calls himself a genius of martial arts and only martial arts, then turns to leave for the higher realm he can no longer reach as a mere warrior. In the next instant he vanishes with a movement technique, leaving only a single book behind. Seo picks it up and sees the title: Record of Transcending Cultivation and Exhausting Martial Arts. The manual is far beyond Seo's own level, but he can still feel every ounce of Director Kim's struggle and resignation written into it. In the preface, Director Kim leaves him one final request: pass this art to future generations so they have some chance to survive against cultivators. Seo rereads the book again and again, not because he understands it, but because it is the last thing his brother left in his hands. From then on he trains even harder, trying to grasp even a fragment of that final legacy before his aging body gives out. He does improve to a more solid second-rate level, but age finally wins where talent never could, and his body begins collapsing for good. Nearly 50 years after arriving in this world, Seo ends up in bed with the same kind of fatal illness that killed him before, and the irony is impossible to miss. As death closes in, he tells himself this life was fuller than the last and not one he truly regrets. The one ache that remains is much sharper. When someone precious tried to leap beyond the heavens, Seo could only watch him hit the wall alone. For all the wealth, rank, and years he gained, the thing he could not witness was what truly lay beyond the heavens, and that becomes his final regret. On a cold winter day, Seo closes out his second return life having done everything he could, and dies still wondering how far a person might have gone if they had pushed just a little further. Seo opens his eyes in the same forest, and realizes the impossible has happened again. He has regressed a second time. That miracle feels bitter this time, because Seo immediately understands that another regression means the 50 years he just lived have been erased. While Seo is still reeling, Section Chief John charges and cursing at him just like before, but Seo slips past every swing without even focusing on the fight. As John keeps missing, Seo finally names the fear that was buried under his last life. Regression does not save his life, it wipes it out. That fear hardens into a vow when Seo decides his new long-term goal is to get rid of regression itself, or stop it from ever activating again. Seo traces the source of every strange power back to this world and decides the cleanest way to end regression may be finding a way back to Earth. To do that, he sets the next step clearly: become a cultivator, reach the Ascension Gate, and investigate whether it connects to their arrival here. He recalls a vital clue from his last life: a mortal who reaches 5 energies converging to the origin through martial arts can awaken a spiritual root. Seo accepts the brutal irony with a grim smile. To destroy regression someday, he will have to lean on it for as many lifetimes as it takes. Now fully back in control, Seo shuts John's blame-shifting down and tells him to stop whining about fault and think about how they survive from here. Seo immediately takes charge of survival, borrows Director Kim's lighter, and tells the others to find the fire if they want shelter after dark. At the familiar cave, Seo rebuilds the same base as last time, stacking branches, preparing a fire, and turning hard-won memory into efficient survival. He also gathers fruit and medicinal herbs, quietly preparing for the fox that he knows will bite off his arm tomorrow. After eating, Seo picks up a branch like a sword and starts practicing severing mountain swordsmanship to recover the body he lost to time. He feels how far his skills have slipped, but he also knows this body can recover fast if he trains instead of wasting another life on politics. Seo switches to the Chanji Heart method and starts awakening his untrained Dantian, treating even this first night as the beginning of a cultivation path. That meditation sparks a bigger idea when Seo remembers the final martial art Director Kim created in his last life and wonders what could happen if a genius learned it from the very start. When Director Kim arrives at the cave first, Seo casually returns the lighter and tries to lure him into breathing exercises as the first step of that new plan. Director Kim refuses for now, too distracted by their situation, and Seo lets it go because he knows there will be more chances. The next day repeats the old nightmare when a huge fox bites off Seo's arm, but this time he endures the shock with steadier nerves and the medical knowledge to treat himself. Using pressure points and chewed herbs, Seo stops the bleeding himself and secures the group's right to stay in the fox's territory for 7 nights. John predictably turns selfish again, learns everything he can from Seo, and even suggests offering Seo to the fox next time. Seo pays him back exactly as before, forcing John to work and then making him bleed for the snake on the following day. On the 3rd day, the same kidnappers descend again and carry off Chief O, Deputy Manager Kong, and John just as they did before. On the 4th day, Sea Dragon King Seo Huil arrives for Deputy Manager O, and Seo seizes the chance to question a real higher being directly. Seo learns a stunning shortcut when Seo Huil explains that his blood can transform Deputy Manager O into one of the Sea Dragon clan and awaken a spiritual root in her. Greedy for any opening, Seo asks if the rest of them might deserve the same chance, and that tiny push instantly crosses a line. With a crushing burst of pressure, Seo Huil drives Seo to the ground and warns him never to speak so casually before beings who can kill mortals like insects. Seo Huil makes the hierarchy brutally clear. Deputy Manager O is useful to his clan, the others are not worth the burden of carrying through the Ascension Gate. Then Seo Huil leaves in a roar of thunder, and Seo, Director Kim, and Manager Kim can only stare up as a blue dragon tears through the storm clouds. That evening, Seo quietly roasts special mushrooms and shares a final meal with Manager Kim, already knowing another departure is coming. When Manager Kim's power finally awakens, the same hunched old cultivator arrives on a cloud and decides to take her as his disciple. Seo immediately asks how a mortal without a spiritual root could become a cultivator, and the old man's answer reveals another path he never knew about. The old cultivator explains that rare spiritual medicines or artifacts can open a mortal's spiritual channel, so martial arts are not the only road to cultivation. He even confirms that extreme martial arts can awaken a root too, but calls it slow and unreliable, making spiritual medicine sound far more practical. Manager Kim still does not understand what any of this means, and the old cultivator quickly loses patience with the ordinary humans around her. After a brief altercation, the old cultivator rips open a dark spatial rift behind Seo and Director Kim and casually throws them into it. As the rift closes, the last thing Seo sees is Manager Kim reaching toward them, and then everything goes dark again. Seo wakes in another dark cave and realizes the random teleport has dropped him and Director Kim somewhere completely different again. When he reaches the exit and sees an ordinary dense forest instead of ascension path, Seo knows they are outside that deadly zone at last. With no idea where they are, Seo immediately settles down to breathe and gather himself before making the next move. Then Seo finally uses the yellow bamboo root he saved from ascension path, swallowing the 800-year treasure now that he has the right techniques to control it. He channels that violent energy through the dragon vein chi method from his last life and forces open the blocked pathways of this weaker body. Once the circulation settles, Seo sharpens a branch with chi and proves his recovered edge by slicing an old tree in half with a wooden sword. Director Kim is stunned by what he just saw, so Seo feeds him a convenient lie about finding a mystical martial inheritance inside the cave. After everything they have survived, Director Kim actually accepts the story, and Seo uses the opening to explain their situation and promise to teach him martial arts. Seo starts Director Kim's training at once, teaching him the Chanji Heart method, local vocabulary, and the basics they will need to survive among martial artists. Guided by the stars, Seo leads them out of the wilderness and reaches civilization again in a Yanhua city called Yonggil. Back in Yanhua yet again, Seo is unnerved that even random teleportation keeps dropping them in the same country, and the pattern makes him think about fate. That thought turns darker when he remembers he died at the exact same moment in his previous life, despite living completely differently, and starts to wonder if even lifespan is fixed by fate. He pushes that question aside for now, sells the herbs, buys identification, clothes, and a house, and rapidly rebuilds a base in the new city. Once they settle in, Seo reassesses his short-term plan and admits the truth. With his limited talent, he may never reach 5 energies converging to the origin on his own in this life. So his strategy shifts again when he watches Director Kim practicing in the yard and realizes the fastest path is to raise this heaven-sent genius to the peak as quickly as possible. Seo settles on the new short-term goal that will drive everything next: make Director Kim reach the peak first, then learn from the strongest teacher he can create himself. 4 months pass, and Kim Young-hoon finally steps into the pinnacle realm far earlier than Seo expected. After chewing the yellow bamboo root Seo saved for him, Kim circulates his chi and the 3 flowers gather at the summit bloom above his head. Kim laughs that the whole world looks different now, and Seo can only marvel at how outrageous his talent is. Seo reflects that Kim did not just reach the peak early, he also rebuilt the Severing Mountain swordsmanship into his own Severing Veins saber method. Seeing that talent in front of him, Seo finally brings out the manual he reorganized for this moment, the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts. To avoid suspicion, Seo pretends he bought the strange book from a bookstore and could not understand a word of it. The moment Kim starts reading, his eyes widen and his hands tremble because he realizes the manual is something monstrous. Kim explains that this manual can only be understood by someone who has gone beyond ordinary peak, and anyone who truly masters it could become the strongest under heaven. When Seo asks if 3 flowers gather at the summit is just another name for the pinnacle realm, Kim immediately corrects him. Kim says the peak has early, middle, and late stages, and 3 flowers is a state only late-stage peak masters can reach. That answer rattles Seo because even in his past life as a strategist, everything above first rate had been hidden from him. Seo runs through the martial ranks in his head, from rough beginners to his current mid-second rate level, and feels just how far the peak still is. He also recalls that no true peak master ever explained that realm openly, not even Kim in his previous life. So Seo asks again what the pinnacle realm is really like, hoping this time he might get a real answer. Kim refuses, saying the world a peak master sees is completely different, and telling Seo too early could drive him into delusion, or madness. Instead of explaining, Kim proposes a new plan now that he has reached the peak: travel around and challenge Sex to test himself. Seo agrees without hesitation, and the two of them set out together. A month later in Yonggil City, Kim has already torn down the signboards of 96 smaller schools, and Seo follows as the city stares. With the lesser schools already swept aside, the city's only major faction, Xiao River Sect, grows tense before Kim even arrives. At the gate, sect leader Mun Yik personally greets Kim with formal respect and names him the master who brought down 96 signboards. Kim answers modestly that he only kept fighting because no one had managed to beat him, draw with him, or even truly stop him. Mun Yik leads them into the arena and reveals the challenge format. Xiao River Sect will send 3 top masters in a row, and if Kim beats all 3, their signboard is his. Kim only laughs harder, saying that after learning the record, everyone else feels like toddlers swinging at an adult. The first challenger is Mun Yik himself, and even Seo gets curious because the sect leader is famous as Yonggil City's strongest peak master. At the gong, Kim draws his saber and rushes first while Mun's flexible sword spreads into a wall around him. Then Kim splits into 7 shadows, each one stabbing at a weak point in Mun's sword net. Mun chases the illusions, only to realize too late that Kim's real body had already leaped high above him. Kim's blade lands at Mun's throat in just 2 seconds, and the sect leader loses the first bout instantly. Without even leaving the ring, Kim agrees to continue the consecutive matches. The second challenger is Grand Elder Ikchionbei, a bald old swordsman who enters with no wasted words. Ikchionbei charges first, but even the Grand Elder lasts barely over 10 seconds before dropping to his knees in front of Kim. Kim looks almost disappointed by how easy it was, while the officiating elder's face twists sourly as he asks for the final round. The last challenger finally catches Kim's interest, Supreme Elder Pal Jiktae, an old man in plain clothes whose presence feels completely different. Kim immediately recognizes Pal as a master of 3 flowers gather at the summit, the first one he has met in this city. Pal answers with coded talk about the third and the colors red and blue, proving that peak masters speak in a language nobody below them can follow. Seo and the lower-ranked spectators are left baffled, while the defeated top elders watch in open shock because they understand just enough to know what they are seeing. Before the clash even starts, Pal suddenly breaks into a sweat and demands to know what kind of martial art Kim has mastered. When Kim names the record, Pal calls it a monstrous art that does not even feel made for fighting humans. Kim gives Pal the first move, and Pal admits with bitter honesty that this one manual could overturn 300 years of Xiao River Sect history. Pal's flexible sword lashes in from every direction again, but this time Kim jumps for the sky and Pal instantly turns the trap upward to catch him there. Kim twists in midair, knocks the blade aside, and crashes back in with a lightning-fast counter that blows apart the arena floor. From there the duel turns into a blur of explosions, saber thrusts, and impossible footwork that most of the audience cannot even see. Seo can barely keep up, but he realizes that every change in Pal's sword is being answered by multiple cuts from Kim in the same instant. At the end of the exchange, Kim finally cuts straight through Pal's flexible sword and stops his saber at the old master's neck. Pal accepts defeat with dignity, yields the signboard, and orders Chia River Sect to close its doors for 3 years. Kim answers with full respect, saying Chia River Sect was the strongest art he found in the city and that he learned from this duel too. After leaving the ring, Seo asks if Kim finally understands the limits of his own strength. Kim's mood turns unexpectedly dark as he says today's victory was not really his own skill, but the manual carrying him. The deeper Kim uses the record, the more he feels he is still a novice standing beneath the unknown creator who made it. That realization pushes Kim to a new decision. He will travel to other cities and challenge more peak masters instead of settling here. Seo answers that he will follow him and declares his own goal clearly at last. In this life, he will become a peak master too. Kim laughs off the sudden brotherly title, but Seo insists that men from the same hometown should call each other brothers as they walk toward the next stage of their path. Over the next 5 years, Kim Young-hoon tears through Yenhwa's martial world so fast that Seo can only think it is happening even quicker than last life. He claims the title of one of the world's 3 great swordsmen, then beats the other 2 and becomes Yenhwa's #1 warrior. Even when the 4 stars and 3 demons of Seokyeong gang up on him 7 against 1, Young-hoon still crushes them and leaves no doubt he stands above the whole martial world. Back in quieter training, Young-hoon admits that reaching the top feels strangely empty because nobody left can truly test him. Seo has climbed to late second rate under Young-hoon's guidance, but while he keeps training hard, he also realizes that his genius companion is already staring past the martial world itself. When Young-hoon says even the next realm, 5 energies converging, feels close, Seo gets nervous because that kind of boredom could push him toward the Wulin Alliance again. To steer him away, Seo quickly suggests a new goal: leave Yenhwa and tour the martial worlds of neighboring countries instead. That idea works, and the 2 spend 6 months learning foreign languages before setting out for Xingzi and Biokra. 2 more years pass, and after defeating 12 Three Flowers Masters in Biokra, Young-hoon finally breaks into the 5 energies realm. The breakthrough even rejuvenates him until he looks younger than Seo, and he goes on to become the strongest fighter in all 3 countries. But even after reaching that height, Young-hoon's face stays blank, and he asks Seo again what he should do next. Seo tries another answer and tells him to build a faction, gather talent, and create future opponents worth measuring himself against. Young-hoon doubts disciples can ever catch him, but Seo pushes the practical side too. A major faction can gather money, power, and hidden masters from everywhere. Seo is really aiming at something else entirely, because in his past life he learned that powerful cultivators only step in when a worldly organization grows too disruptive to ignore. Young-hoon agrees, and under his fame they found the Palace of Martial Extremity, named after the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts. The new faction explodes in size, draws in countless martial artists, and even gains 7 Three Flowers experts under Young-hoon's banner. For the next 3 years, Seo works as vice leader to stabilize the palace until it becomes the most influential faction in Yenhwa. Once the palace grows big enough to shake the whole martial world, the visitors Seo was waiting for finally appear. The cultivators reveal their demand plainly. The palace must swear loyalty to their hidden clan and serve it for generations. As they explain how cultivators secretly guide royal families, merchants, politicians, and martial factions, Young-hoon's dead eyes suddenly light up for the first time in years. When Young-hoon asks what happens if he refuses, the envoys threaten to turn the entire country and martial world against his faction. Young-hoon just smirks at the threat, and one enraged cultivator immediately raises a hand to strike him down. The hall explodes as the cultivator's spell fires and Young-hoon's saber flashes at the same instant, with Seo ducking into the dust behind him. The cultivators try to cast again, but Young-hoon slices through the forming technique before it can finish. Then he bursts into their blind spot and kicks all 3 cultivators out of the hall in one brutal rush. Even after using spells to slow their fall, the cultivators are left battered and humiliated, their robes torn where his kicks landed. Young-hoon roars that he will never bow to them, and his finger flicks blast the ground beside them like thunder to drive the message home. Seething with rage, the cultivators finally retreat with a strange escape spell instead of risking another clash. When Seo asks about the aftermath, he realizes too late that this fight did not worry Young-hoon at all. It thrilled him. Young-hoon declares that the record was never meant to crush ordinary mortals. It was meant to fight cultivators, and he has finally found its true purpose. The revelation flips a switch in him, and he immediately decides the palace no longer has room for weak members if a war with cultivators is coming. He purges the faction in one sweep, sending home everyone second-rate and below, and even first-rate members who still cannot use sword energy. When the purge ends, only 310 people remain, 5 3 Flowers Elders, 303 Top Disciples, Young-hoon, and Seo, who is still only late second rate. From then on, Young-hoon personally teaches the record to the elders and drills the disciples in formations and combined tactics meant to hold off cultivators. Seo gets no special treatment. Young-hoon tells him to reach first rate fast by completely carving Severing Mountain swordsmanship into his body. For Seo, the next stretch becomes pure hell as he trains every day until sword practice feels like it is grinding into his bones. The retaliation starts quickly. The government brands the palace buildings illegal and orders the whole faction dissolved. Young-hoon does not even blink at the order. He simply says to ignore it, and keeps training everyone as if the state has no authority over him. A month later, Seo and Young-hoon find their faces on wanted posters as the government brands them traitors and offers a bounty for their capture. Young-hoon answers that problem the same way too. He takes the 5 elders and 300 disciples and leads them out into the wilderness. Bounty hunters rush after them for the reward, but the outer disciples cut them down before any of them can even reach Young-hoon. After around 100 bounty hunters die, the martial world unites and declares the palace a public enemy under a new name, the Palace of Demons. As 10 brutal years of war pass, Young-hoon's feared title rises from extreme demon to extreme heavenly demon, and his roaming force grows into the fanatical palace of heavenly demons. Those 10 years of real combat forge many disciples into peak masters, and the ones who fall short still rise to the very top of first rate under the palace's brutal methods. Their long undefeated run also attracts demonic sects, unorthodox factions, and even some righteous admirers, until the palace swells into a huge almost religious power centered on worship of Young-hoon. For Seo, though, one thing has not changed at all. Even after 10 more years, his talent still lags terribly behind everyone around him. Young-hoon bluntly points out that Seo is still only barely first-rate and cannot even use sword energy, which is why the vice leader of the palace does not have a nickname at all. Seo fires back that he is not a frontline monster like the others because he has spent those years handling disguise, infiltration, traps, and intelligence work for the palace. He knows his weakness is real, so he has tried to make himself indispensable another way by serving as the palace's eyes and planner. Then one evening, Young-hoon summons the elders because Seo's latest intelligence points to a dangerous new alliance forming against them. Young-hoon tells them the government and martial world are moving together again, and this time the hidden cultivator clan seems ready to step in personally. At Young-hoon's signal, Seo spreads out his espionage documents and lays out the full picture for the room. He explains that the enemy will try to herd the palace into the cultivator's hands, so waiting defensively would mean walking right into a trap. So Seo proposes the opposite move, strike first, and hunt the scattered cultivators one by one before they can regroup. When an elder asks if he really knows where they are, Seo answers that he can identify more than 90% of the scheming cultivators across the country. The elders praise him as reliable in everything except martial arts, which sounds like a compliment and an insult at the same time. Young-hoon accepts the plan and adds one more condition. If they are going to fight cultivators directly, then even Seo must be trained until he is no longer the palace's weakest member. The elders pile on with amused teasing, laughing that the vice leader has already been getting scolded and worked over all day. A few days later, the Palace of Heavenly Demons finally moves, setting out across Yenwa to hunt down the scattered cultivators before they can strike first. The Palace of Heavenly Demons suddenly moved, burned down a small estate in Hoguk City, and vanished again. To most people it looked like another wild stunt by the extreme Heavenly Demon, but the people who knew about cultivators were shaken to the core. Seo quietly sums it up. Yenwa looks calm on the surface, but the country is already sliding into chaos. Kim Young-hoon barely cares about the political panic because killing weak cultivators no longer teaches him anything new. Seo smirks, opens a map of Yenwa, and promises to guide the palace to the next hidden cultivators. Over the next 6 months, the Palace of Heavenly Demons rampages across Yenwa and keeps slaughtering cultivators one after another. Most of those targets are only around ordinary peak master level, so the elders and Kim Young-hoon hardly even need to step in. Even so, Seo knows these are only the lowest cultivators assigned to mortal world chores, and that stronger ones should appear soon. 3 months later, Seo's warning comes true when a sly young man in blue robes blocks the palace on a mountain path. The palace immediately feels the pressure rolling off him and realizes this one is much stronger than the others. Kim Young-hoon shouts that the palace is only fighting back because cultivators, the martial world, and the government are trying to wipe them out. Instead of taking the message seriously, the young cultivator bursts into mocking laughter. Then a blue-robed boy and a beautiful woman in blue armor step out beside him, making it clear the palace is facing 3 strong cultivators at once. Amused by the mortal's ignorance, the leader decides to explain one basic fact about the cultivation world. He spreads his palm, conjures the words refining chi, and starts explaining that the chi refining stage has 14 levels. Then he reveals the ugly truth. All the cultivators the palace has been killing were just pathetic first-level chi refining nobodies. Seo is stunned, because even in his past life he never learned that those peak master-level enemies were the absolute bottom of the ladder. The young cultivator proudly claims that he and his 2 companions are already third-level chi refining, a completely different class. Kim Young-hoon cuts him off with a smirk and mocks him as a lowly 3-star bottom feeder looking down on even weaker trash. Humiliated, the blue-robed cultivator snaps and declares he will show them what a real third-level chi refining cultivator can do. Kim Young-hoon clicks his tongue, turns away, and orders the heavenly demon force to surround the 3 cultivators in formation. The 3 cultivators launch shining spells without chanting, fast enough that even Seo is startled. Even against that jump in speed and power, the palace answers with a surround formation built from the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts. After a brutal hour, the palace barely manages to kill all 3 third-level cultivators through combined techniques. Seo warns that stronger cultivators will keep coming, because these dangerous opponents were still only weak 3 stars. Kim Young-hoon answers with absolute confidence, insisting that once the elders learn the martial record, even stronger monsters will not matter. He goes even further and declares that the record itself feels like a martial art created specifically to kill cultivators. Seo cannot share that confidence so easily, because in his previous life Kim Young-hoon treated that same record as a desperate lifeline, not a sure path to victory. The cultivators blocking the palace really do get stronger, starting with more 3-star enemies and then a single 4-star who forces an elder at 3 flowers to finish the fight. After that, a 6-star cultivator battles a 3 flowers elder almost evenly, and the palace only wins by dragging the fight into close combat. The elder admits the truth afterward. Without the martial record, even a cultivator 1 level lower might have beaten him. 2 months later, it takes 5 3 flowers elders working together just to kill a single 7-star cultivator. That narrow win leaves the elders grim, and they finally ask Kim Young-hoon if they can really beat anything stronger than this. Kim Young-hoon refuses to bend and tells them to push the martial record to its limit, because it was built to expose cultivators' weak points. Then the pressure oddly eases, and after the 7-star kill no cultivator above 4th level shows up for quite a while. During that lull, the palace establishes itself in Chongbuk City, rebuilds its headquarters, and openly reforms the sect. Low-level chi refining cultivators still attack from time to time, but the palace's peak masters at 3 flowers keep catching and killing them. Years pass in that uneasy calm, like a storm building just out of sight. While the palace waits, Seo keeps training and finally pushes the Severing Mountain swordsmanship far enough to touch sword energy. He tests it on a boulder and cleanly slices the person-sized rock in half, proving he has reached the mid-level of 1st grade. The victory feels bittersweet, because it took Seo 10 years to get here and he knows his aging body may have only about 20 years left. Still, Seo chooses not to dwell on doubt and decides he will keep swinging his sword as long as that is what he can do. That calm shatters when one of the palace pavilions suddenly explodes. Seo looks up and instantly knows this is different, because a cultivator is hovering over the palace on a leaf-shaped flying instrument. The newcomer calls for the head of the palace, ordering the extreme heavenly demon to come out and face punishment. When he identifies himself as a chi-building investigator, Seo feels danger crawl across his whole body. Kim Young-hoon comes to Seo's side and quietly orders him to evacuate everyone out of the palace first. Seo asks if he is in danger, but Kim Young-hoon laughs it off and says someone at 5 energies can at least contend with a chi-building cultivator. Then Kim Young-hoon releases a terrifying force and reveals just how fiercely he still believes he will never lose. With that, he kicks off into the air and charges straight at the chi-building investigator above the palace. Seo follows orders, gets people out, and watches from outside as flashes and explosions tear across the sky over the headquarters. At first Kim Young-hoon presses the flying cultivator in midair with the martial arts of the record. Then the investigator pulls out a giant fan and strange magical artifacts, and the fight swings hard enough that Kim Young-hoon starts getting pushed back. But the moment the pale-faced investigator tries to retreat, Kim Young-hoon disappears from view. A heartbeat later, the investigator's head drops, and the impossible fight is over. Seo rushes in with the elders calling for Kim Young-hoon, and they find him panting for the first time after a fight. Instead of answering normally, Kim Young-hoon thrusts out his saber and demands that everyone look at the blade. The edge is gone, and that shocks them more than anything because ordinary sabers had always been enough for him before now. Kim Young-hoon laughs through the danger and admits that the chi-building monster was so tough he was just a little short on cutting power. He explains that the cultivator layered defensive magic over defensive chi arts, enough to wreck the blade before he could finish the kill cleanly. Even so, his conclusion is blazing with hope. Martial artists really can kill monsters like this if they master the record completely. That hope catches fire through the palace as Kim Young-hoon raises his sword and vows to drive the cultivators out of Yenhua and make the martial world theirs again. And 2 months later, that fragile hope is tested at once when 50 chi-building cultivators come for them. Seo opens on a nightmare in the rain, staring up at blue-robed cultivators hovering over the shattered palace of heavenly demons. Amid the corpses of his people, Kim Young-hoon forces himself up with a broken saber and recognizes the old man as a monster at the very top of chi-building. The old man coolly boasts that he is chi-building great perfection, almost at core formation, and says Kim Young-hoon fought impossibly well against him and 49 more cultivators. Pinned under rubble, Seo judges his injuries survivable, then looks out at Kim Young-hoon and burns with shame because he still cannot help at all. Instead of finishing him, the old man offers Kim Young-hoon a place in his cultivation clan because reaching 5 energies gave him a spiritual root cultivators can use. The surrounding cultivators look offended at first, but after a telepathic exchange they all start smiling in the same fake, mocking way, and Seo instantly realizes it is a trap. Kim Young-hoon answers with a grim laugh, says the battle completed the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts, and sets his broken saber for one last strike. In that instant, Seo recognizes the same despair he saw in another life and finally understands what that martial record was really made to do. Kim Young-hoon vanishes, swings at the old man, and somehow cuts something invisible, forcing the elder to lose control of the moment just long enough for an escape route to open. Seo understands the truth. This record was never made to defeat stronger cultivators, but to carve out one desperate path of survival against them. The old man and most of the cultivators race after Kim Young-hoon, leaving only a few to glance down at the wreckage below. A few straggling cultivators glance down, dismiss Seo as worthless first-rate scraps, and leave him for the mortal authorities, which cuts deep because he knows he truly could do nothing. Once the sky is clear of them, Seo tears himself out of the collapsed hall with sheer stubbornness, and collapses into the rain. Alone in the wreckage, Seo breaks down and cries in fury at surviving only because he was too weak to matter. After recovering enough to move, Seo searches the battlefield for survivors, but every elder and peak expert of the palace is already dead. Then he notices a strange sword mark where Kim Young-hoon leapt away and realizes it was carved as a message only someone close to him would read. The message tells Seo to wait in 15 days at the deserted Swak temple outside Chongbuk City, so he clings to that single thread. Seo steadies himself, pulls the remaining trapped survivors from the rubble, buries the dead, and gathers the shattered remnants of the palace. The survivors panic that Kim Young-hoon may be dead and that the martial world and the government will hunt them all down as criminals. Knowing panic will get them all killed, Seo steps up as the last superior, takes control of the room, and declares that the Palace of Heavenly Demons has to change into something new to survive. Seo reveals his plan to survive by becoming an information faction, using espionage, disguise, and false reports to manipulate the martial world's news before anyone can corner them. His confidence calms the room, so before the night ends he reorganizes the remnants, grabs the palace's remaining deeds and funds, and leads everyone out of Chongbuk City. 15 days later Seo reaches the abandoned Swak temple, but the place is empty and Kim Young-hoon is nowhere to be seen. He waits through one full day and then another, refusing to leave even as hope starts to wear thin. After 3 days and nights, Seo searches the temple by force and finally finds another hidden sword message carved into a main beam. He cuts the beam down to read Kim Young-hoon's letter and learns that the cultivators were still hunting him, so they could not meet. The letter says Kim Young-hoon finally understood the record's true purpose that day, not to slay cultivators, but to escape them after tasting absolute despair. Even so, Kim Young-hoon vows to keep running, keep refining the record, and test whether martial arts can reach any farther than that limit. The letter ends with Kim Young-hoon promising that if he survives, he will come find Seo someday, and Seo quietly vows to keep waiting in the shadows. Seo returns and spends the next decade turning Gwaingak into the hidden master of Yenhua's information market. Other intelligence groups resist, but the remnants of the palace are still full of first-rate masters, so Gwaingak crushes its rivals in the dark and erases its link to the old faction. 10 years after the fall, Gwaingak stands rich, protected, and even favored by cultivators, while Seo is the only thing in his world that still feels painfully lacking. With only about 10 years of life left by his own estimate, Seo trains alone and fumes that after all this time he is still stuck just short of late first rate. Then a familiar voice cuts through the yard, and Seo turns to see Kim Young-hoon sitting there as if the last 10 years were nothing. Kim Young-hoon skips the reunion and immediately orders Seo to draw his sword again, treating him like a disciple whose practice has gone sloppy. Seo obeys, and Kim Young-hoon starts correcting every flaw in his Severing Mountain swordsmanship with unnerving precision. This harsh guidance repeats day after day, and after 7 nights the sword finally starts feeling like part of Seo's own body. Seo breaks through into sword and body unity, crossing into late first rate at last as sword energy settles over his blade with new stability. Seo praises him, but Kim Young-hoon bluntly says the push only worked because Seo was already standing right at the edge of the wall. Kim Young-hoon warns that the Pinnacle Realm is a completely different world, and with Seo's poor talent he will need absurd effort just to touch its threshold. Then Kim Young-hoon pulls out a much thicker manual called The Record of Gazing Cultivation and Exceeding Martial Arts, his evolved version of the old record. He explains that after years of running he could evade early chi building cultivators and even kill one in the late stage, but core formation cultivators were still natural disasters beyond martial arts. The furthest he ever got was cutting off one core formation cultivator's wrist, only to watch it regrow almost instantly while he barely survived. Crushed by that truth, Kim Young-hoon says he was eventually subdued, accepted into a cultivation clan, and came back only because entering it means severing ties with the secular world forever. When Seo asks why leave him a record that still cannot beat cultivators, Kim Young-hoon answers that mortals at least need the minimum power to be recognized as people in front of cruel immortals. Kim Young-hoon calls the record not even a lifeline, just a brief scrap of resistance that can buy a mortal one moment of dignity before a cultivator's brutality. Then Kim Young-hoon suddenly vanishes from sight like a phantom, and Seo realizes that disappearance itself is one of the techniques born from the record. An unseen Kim Young-hoon explains that the record only reveals its real value to someone at 3 flowers gather at the summit, and he says he left Seo one more gift to help him keep climbing. After that, Kim Young-hoon never appears before Seo again. On the wall of the yard, Seo finds Kim Young-hoon's final present, a revised Severing Mountain swordsmanship expanded from 12 forms to 24. Because the new forms grow naturally from the old ones and Seo now has sword and body unity, he can absorb the revised sword style far faster than before. With his life quietly draining away, Seo memorizes the new record, copies it out, and secretly spreads it to the major factions so future peak masters might stand a little firmer against cultivators. Even as his body weakens and stops obeying him, Seo keeps swinging because he refuses to enter another life powerless again. Years rush by, and on the very day he dies, Seo is still practicing swordsmanship to the end of his 3rd return. Seo opens his eyes to yet another regression, and this time the sinking thought hits him hard. Maybe this loop really has no end. Someone lunges for him like before, and Seo moves first, slipping aside and locking the attacker down with pressure point strikes too fast for the others to follow. Before the man can yell, Seo shuts him up and calmly tells the stunned group their coworker has suddenly been paralyzed. Still acting helpful, Seo digs up a dirt-caked herb and pressures the immobilized coworker to eat it by warning that paralysis could become permanent. The coworker finally gulps down the herb and dirt, and moments later Seo quietly releases the pressure point just as the sedative drops the man asleep. With everyone rattled, Seo starts steering the story on purpose by pointing out that the forest trees are nothing like anything he knows from Korea. He climbs the tallest tree with shocking ease, sells his little lie about being good at this since childhood, and confirms there are no roads or villages anywhere in sight. Since the SUV is gone and night is coming, Seo takes charge, splits the stranded group into teams, and leads a smaller party toward the cave he already knows. At the cave, Seo settles Deputy Manager Oh and Manager Kim into shelter work while he builds a fire and starts turning wild fruits and mushrooms into dinner. When the others finally spot the fire and return, they find a ready-made camp waiting for them and start looking at Seo very differently. The mushrooms are a hit, the scared office mood softens for one brief evening, and one by one the exhausted employees fall asleep around Seo's fire. Once everyone is down, Seo eats yellow bamboo roots in front of the crackling fire, and restarts his old training by driving the dragon vein chi method through his dantian. He carves a branch into a wooden sword with internal energy, but as soon as he grips it, the familiar frustration returns. Even after a century with the blade, the pinnacle realm still feels impossibly far away. Seo crushes that wave of despair the only way he knows how, telling himself that if he is doomed to be a waste either way, he will at least be a hard-working one. He steps into the freezing night and begins the full 24 forms of Severing Mountain swordsmanship, chasing a single falling leaf as if it could pull him into enlightenment. The more he follows that leaf, the deeper he sinks into the sword until the rest of the world disappears and the feeling of breakthrough seems almost within reach. By dawn he finally cuts a fresh green leaf cleanly in midair, and for one thrilling instant Seo knows he is only a step away from the answer he has chased for lifetimes. Then his left arm starts trembling on its own, because his regressor's body remembers the fox bite that is about to come, and that tiny fear snaps his concentration in the worst possible moment. He forces himself back into the forms, but the enlightenment is gone, and Seo is left staring at the empty space where the path to the peak had almost opened. Furious at his own hesitation, Seo bites his lip bloody and swears that from this day on he will never abandon the way again, even if it kills him that same evening. He follows that vow immediately by offering his arm to the fox when it comes, even cutting it off himself so there will be no room left for future hesitation. The fox leaves after accepting the offering, but Seo still cannot recapture that vanished insight, not through hunger, sleeplessness, or 3 straight days of swinging his sword alone in the forest. Even while Cultivators sees his coworkers on the 3rd day, Seo keeps training, and when he finally stops on the 4th day, Deputy Manager O is already gone too. On the 4th day he gives up the chase for enlightenment long enough to cook one last mushroom feast for the broken survivors, Manager Kim and Kim Young-hoon. During that last quiet meal, the 3 barely get to talk before Manager Kim suddenly awakens her power. An old man riding a giant puppet appears, clashes briefly with Manager Kim, and then hurls Seo and Kim Young-hoon into a spatial rift while she reaches after them. When Seo wakes again, he is stranded in the branches of an unfamiliar tree, and this time he quickly judges from the terrain that they have been thrown to southwestern Yenhua. He climbs down, frees Kim Young-hoon from another tree, and starts guiding the shaken younger man through a world Seo already knows far too well. On the road to the nearest city, Seo explains their situation and even begins teaching Kim Young-hoon the local language and writing so he can survive here. After selling medicinal herbs in Hobiak City, the two buy a manor and turn it into a training base where Seo teaches Kim Young-hoon letters, language, and the severing vein saber technique. Kim Young-hoon's talent explodes exactly as Seo remembers, and in only 3 months he reaches peak master while the 3 flowers bloom above his head after eating a yellow bamboo root. Kim Young-hoon grins that he might even beat Seo now, And the joke lands bitterly because Seo has spent lifetimes crawling toward heights this man reaches almost casually. Watching that bright younger version of Kim Young-hoon, Seo makes a painful decision. This time he will leave before he has to watch him break again. So Seo tells him directly that from today onward they will go their separate ways. Kim Young-hoon pushes back in panic, saying he cannot live without Seo and cannot bear losing another fellow countryman so soon after losing everyone else. Seo hides the real reason, claims he wants to travel alone to raise his realm, and finally softens the blow by promising they can meet at this house once every 2 years. After the parting, Seo leaves Hobiak City alone and sets his next goal on Seokyeong, where he plans to sharpen himself through real martial duels instead of borrowed guidance. He wisely avoids the great powers for now and chooses a more manageable first test, the Hall of 8 Respects, a respectable medium sect on Sukyeong's outskirts. The gatekeepers try to dismiss him, so Seo flicks out his sword and slices a guard's clothes apart without touching skin, proving a first-rate master is at their gate. That one move changes everything, and a sweating guard hurries him inside to meet the sect master on the sparring ground. The master of the Hall of 8 Respects receives him with proper courtesy and a 9-section whip, and the two men quickly recognize each other as serious martial artists. Their first exchanges are all control and timing, and the master immediately realizes Seo's sword form and body have already fused into late first-rate unity. The master's praise as a heaven-sent genius only twists the knife for Seo, because he knows his strength was bought with endless regressions, not talent. Instead of rejecting that label, Seo decides to wear it, and warns the master that he is about to use sword energy for real. Seo unleashes the opening forms of Severing Mountain swordsmanship, and the duel turns into a clean, escalating contest of sword energy against whip technique. Move after move, Seo keeps threading through the master's defense with the refined mountain forms, forcing the older fighter back by inches. When Seo drives the dragon vein force into his blade and follows with the crushing 11th and 12th moves, the fight finally tips beyond recovery. The master's whip is cut and thrown clear of the arena, and he concedes the match with dignity. Seo bows, leaves the Hall of 8 Respects without trouble, and locks in his new plan, build his name through honorable duels until he can finally force his way into the pinnacle realm. After turning more mid-sized sects in Seokyeong, Seo builds modest fame and deliberately turns toward the city's unorthodox factions next. At Hojing, the old leader welcomes the famous challenger with a laugh, but his warm tone already feels a little off. The leader claims his right arm is injured and pushes the duel onto his first elder, Take Ji Keep. The moment the match is called, Take Ji Keep breaks etiquette and charges before the start is even finished, showing Seo exactly what kind of sect this is. Seo answers with Severing Mountain swordsmanship, ducking under the saber and slashing low to seize the rhythm back. Ji Keep springs over the counter and drops a crushing saber blow, but Seo redirects it instead of meeting that force head-on. Seo flows from defense into offense, building a rotating wall of sword moves and driving Ji Keep backward. Just as Seo finds the opening to finish it, a hidden needle shoots straight at his eye and forces him to break off. Ji Keep cheerfully calls the needle part of his martial arts, and instead of getting angry, Seo feels his world get wider. Seo realizes this is the kind of practical, shameless combat he never learned beside upright heroes like Kim Young-hoon. When Ji Keep attacks again with saber slashes and more hidden needles mixed together, Seo decides to crush the whole trick at once. Seo unleashes layered Severing Mountain moves, slices through the needles and saber line, and wins with a slash that only cuts Ji Keep's clothes. Seo bows after the win, but before he can leave, the Hojing leader suddenly declares the next round of a 3-match continuous duel. Seo calls out the fraud, but the leader and the surrounding elders all lie together and pretend the terms were clear from the start. The leader calmly explains the real plan. Seo will be wounded here, rot from the injury, and die without ever leaving alive. When Seo calls them insane, the leader reminds him that barging into an illegal unorthodox sect for a duel is basically walking into a bandit den. Seo admits he knew the risk, but he came because some unorthodox sects still keep a martial artist's pride, and he needles Hojing by saying they clearly do not. The leader drops the pretense, 10 elders close in around Seo, and the second continuous battle starts as a 10-against-1 trap. Instead of panicking, Seo grins and accepts the impossible match because this brutal gauntlet is exactly what he came for. Word spreads through Seokyeong that the fool who challenged Hojing must already be dead, and the city spends 3 days turning him into a rumor and a corpse in people's minds. Then on the third evening, Seo walks out of Hojing covered in blood and very much alive. He shocks everyone even more by going straight to an inn, swallowing noodles and dumplings, and then heading out to challenge another sect immediately. People later learn what happened inside. Hojing rotated dozens of fighters through endless day and night matches, and Seo beat every one of them for 3 straight days. When previously defeated men rejoined the line, Seo stopped sparing them and crippled anyone who tried to come back for a second round. Even when all the unorthodox masters finally combined forces at once, Seo still broke through them and escaped the sect alive. That madness earned Seo a new name across Seokyeong, the Infinite Fighting Spirit. After 33 more sects and another bowl of noodles, Seo quietly admits the unorthodox duels wear him down far more than the righteous ones. Remembering Hojing, Seo shudders at how shameless they were. even sending Take Ji back and once he had recovered and Seo had started to tire. So Seo started fighting dirty too, secretly coating his blade with poison and dropping Hojang fighters with the lightest graze. Hojang answered with poison of their own, but Seo's medical knowledge let him prepare antidotes and brush their cheap toxins aside. The furious leader locked him into 3 days of non-stop combat, and the sect eventually dropped all restraint and attacked with spears, arrows, and battle formations. Seo only survives by rushing the leader, taking him hostage, and still having to fight on because the elders are shameless enough to ignore their own chief's life. By the end, Seo is surviving on poison, hostages, stimulants, and sheer refusal to die, so wired that he can challenge another sect right after escaping. That pattern becomes his life in Seokyung. Unorthodox sects try to murder him after a fair opening, and Seo answers with poison, hidden weapons, all-out fights, or desperate escape. After those blood-soaked bouts, Seo deliberately sleeps inside righteous sects because they are the only places the unorthodox can't easily reach him at night. The public calls him a lunatic, but Seo accepts it because he believes a man without talent can only break through by going mad enough to keep stepping over death. He keeps chasing that answer across all of Yanhua for 2 years, ransacking sect after sect in search of the wall he still cannot even see. At last Seo returns to the first mountain house where he promised to meet Kim Young-hoon and take stock of everything he gained and everything he still lacks. His reputation is now so big that even Sukyung's 4 stars 3 demons tried to recruit him, but Seo refused because any organization would steal time from his training. Those 2 years gave Seo enormous real combat experience, yet he still cannot find even the outline of the pinnacle realm, and that failure weighs on him as he steps inside. Kim Young-hoon greets him with playful martial world banter, and Seo answers in the same joking mood after years apart. Seo sees that Kim Young-hoon has become one of the 3 great warriors in just 2 years, growing even faster than in the previous life Seo remembers. They head into the indoor arena, and Seo knows ordinary tricks are useless here, so he attacks with full seriousness from the first move. Seo opens with advanced severing mountain forms and a burst of sword energy, but Kim Young-hoon casually scatters it all without even unsheathing his saber. Seo answers with a new decisive move he believes Kim cannot dodge, only to watch Kim neutralize it just as smoothly. So Seo pours everything into Chi Mountain, Hard Heaven, forcing a faint sword silk form out of sheer power even though he has not reached the pinnacle realm. Kim Young-hoon reads the weak point in that monstrous strike and pops it apart with one precise motion, leaving Seo stunned and frustrated. Instead of mocking him, Kim tells Seo the flaw plainly. His power is too scattered and needs to be compressed into one intent. Then Kim takes the initiative with Severing Vein Saber, and Seo barely blocks Mountain Wind by splitting his sword energy into a dense wall of layered thorns. The defense works, but it nearly melts Seo's brain from concentration, reminding him how monstrous these post-12th Severing Mountain techniques really are. Seo presses on with Mountain Tiger anyway, but Kim instantly spots the opening in his lower body and knocks him flat with the sheathed saber. Seo accepts the loss, and Kim spends the next 10 nights drilling his weaknesses and sharpening him through repeated guidance duels. After that stretch of teaching, they part again, and Seo returns to his endless cycle of duels across the country. 3 more years pass, making it 5 years since Seo's return, when Kim Young-hoon suddenly finds him after a duel in Cheongju instead of waiting for their planned meeting day. Seo's nickname has shifted from Fighting Spirit to Fighting Man, but the bigger shock is Kim Young-hoon himself, now rejuvenated into the body of a man in his 20s. That youthful body tells Seo the truth immediately. Kim Young-hoon has already reached 5 energies converging to the origin. Kim cheerfully explains that after reaching 5 energies, he challenged major sects across Yanhua and found no one who could truly match him anymore. With that absolute strength behind him, Kim says he plans to lead a sect or organization now and offer Seo a place at his side. Seo refuses immediately because even a good post would steal the time he needs, and for someone without talent, every minute matters. Kim leaves disappointed, warning they may meet less often once he starts leading others, but Seo still chooses the lonelier road and keeps chasing real combat over comfort or guidance. 15 years after Kim Young-hoon unified Yanhua and became the first willing alliance leader, Seo hides from the rain in a cave and realizes his old friend probably vanished to fight cultivators in secret. Seo tries to guess Kim Young-hoon's fate, but what really unsettles him is how 15 years of non-stop duels have turned even that bond into something distant and scarred. His nickname has risen from Infinite Fighting Man to Infinite Fighting Monster, but the one thing that never changed is the cruel part. He is still stuck as a late first-rate martial artist. At last Seo snaps and screams at the sky, demanding to know why 20 years of fighting, killing, and training still have not earned him even one true moment of enlightenment. When the echo dies, Seo finally admits the regret he cannot escape. On the first day after returning, fear made him lower his sword, and he has believed ever since that he lost his one chance at the pinnacle realm. He draws his blade and runs through all 24 forms of Severing Mountain swordsmanship again, obsessively correcting every flaw he spent 15 years grinding away. But when the final stroke ends, the answer is the same as always. His swordsmanship has no obvious weakness left, and still the door to the peak refuses to appear. After the storm passes, Seo heads to Bangnip's sect as planned and crushes its sect leader and elders in 3 separate spars, beating each late first-rate opponent within 5 moves. Years of duels taught the whole martial world how to counter his sword, so Seo kept hunting down anyone who solved him and built countermeasures to their countermeasures until his style became nearly flawless. That perfection still means nothing against true peak masters, because they tear apart his moves so quickly that even poison, hidden weapons, and prepared tricks never get a chance to matter. Seo has tried everything he can imagine, from bizarre internal training to fighting beasts, but all the effort only deepened his internal energy and tricks without showing him what the pinnacle realm actually is. Drained and bitter, Seo goes to an inn for a drink, only for a man in a bamboo hat to sit at his table and speak to him like someone who knows that suffocating dead end exactly. As the stranger talks about raging at a path that does not exist, Seo realizes who he is and addresses him with stunned respect. The missing first leader of the Wooling Alliance, Kim Young-hoon. Kim Young-hoon removes the hat, smiling faintly despite a haggard face, and the 2 old companions finally greet each other after 15 long years. Over drinks, Kim Young-hoon explains that he has spent these years fighting cultivators and can handle chi-building opponents, but core formation cultivators are still walking disasters. Then Seo catches the crucial difference from past lives. This time Kim Young-hoon did not merely lose to a core formation cultivator, he escaped after severing the man's hand. That single change makes Seo's heart race, because it means record of gazing cultivation and exceeding martial arts is already pushing Kim Young-hoon beyond the limits he had in previous lives. Seo cannot help it and tells him with real excitement that he will defeat core formation cultivators someday, even if Kim Young-hoon answers with cautious doubt. Watching Kim Young-hoon only sharpens Seo's self-loathing, because to him this is the gap between talent blessed by heaven and a talent the heavens cast aside. Kim Young-hoon reveals why he really came. He is about to seek out core formation cultivators on purpose, and before he throws himself into that danger, he wants to leave a will with Seo. He says he will keep challenging those monsters, sharpen his talent through near-death battles, and prove that martial arts can rise high enough to confront cultivators. Then he places an untitled book in Seo's hands and says that if he survives, he will return every 5 years with new insights for future generations. The book contains what he learned escaping a core formation cultivator, and additions to record of gazing cultivation and exceeding martial arts, and Seo solemnly agrees to guard it. Before leaving, Kim Young-hoon gives Seo one brutal piece of training advice: stop chasing a direct breakthrough and instead try to maintain sword energy all day long. Kim Young-hoon vanishes from sight like a mirage rather than with flashy movement, and Seo immediately recognizes that he has already reached the same mysterious realm Seo saw in a past life. Looking up at the brightening sky, Seo steadies himself and decides that if Kim Young-hoon can keep pushing forward, then he will endure too. 6 months later, Seo is deep in that impossible assignment, forcing sword energy through his blade until concentration and unity with the sword become a single exhausting struggle. He realizes the real madness of the task is not internal energy but the fact that keeping sword energy active all day means living in constant unity with the sword even while eating, speaking, and doing ordinary things. Seo knows even peak masters do not train like this, but he embraces the insanity anyway, because a slow learner like him can only hope to catch a genius by becoming even more extreme. He pushes until his brain feels scorched and his energy channels twist in protest, fully aware that this training might kill him before any enemy does. Even so, Seo keeps the sword energy running from midday to evening and walks straight into another duel, clinging to the old resolve that one glimpse of enlightenment would make death worthwhile. 5 years pass, and when Kim Young-hoon returns again, his first reaction is alarm at how pale Seo looks after driving himself this hard. Seo admits he accepted that cost in exchange for the pinnacle realm, and Kim Young-hoon is stunned to hear that even after 5 more years of non-stop training and combat, Seo still has not broken through. All Seo has gained is terrifying control over sword energy, enough to treat chopsticks, branches, paper, and cloth like swords, yet peak masters still crush him in under 3 seconds. Kim Young-hoon studies the sword in Seo's hand and admits the result makes no sense to him, because he expected this level of unity with the sword to be enough for someone with Seo's experience to reach the next stage. Seo can only laugh bitterly at that, because to him this failure proves the same truth again. His talent really was abandoned by the heavens. Kim Young-hoon still praises the sheer madness of what Seo achieved, and Seo reveals the ugly cost. He can now hold sword energy for half a day cleanly, but pushing farther brings headaches, surging channels, and hourly nosebleeds. He refuses to force it all the way to death without even a hint of insight, so he stops just before the point where the training would become meaningless suicide. Kim Young-hoon says he hopes that fully effortless all-day sword energy will finally reveal a path, then hands Seo a second untitled book packed with hard-won insight from surviving another core formation encounter. When Seo marvels that mere escape could produce so much knowledge, Kim Young-hoon answers that a core formation cultivator is basically a natural disaster, so every second survived matters. Before leaving this time, Kim Young-hoon gives Seo a new impossible task: stop limiting awareness to battle and start remembering the entire surrounding scenery at every moment. Seo realizes he is basically being told to live like a human surveillance camera, but he accepts it anyway because Kim Young-hoon has already reached a realm no martial artist should have reached. So from that day on, Seo begins memorizing every object, path, and feature around him as he moves through the world, stacking one impossible discipline on top of another. 30 years after his return and 5 more years into that training, sword energy maintenance has become second nature when he is awake, and his constant spatial awareness finally settles into habit instead of pain. The gains are still painfully small, but they are real. Seo now thinks he could beat same-level first-rate fighters 40% of the time on pure awareness and sword energy mastery, and he managed to last 4 full seconds against a peak master. That tiny improvement is enough to keep him going, and by the time he meets Kim Young-hoon again, Seo is clinging to the belief that slow growth is still growth. This time the first thing Seo notices is shocking. Kim Young-hoon now carries actual scars on his face, something Seo never once saw on him in earlier lives. The scars came from a core formation battle, yet Kim Young-hoon's mood is brighter than ever because he proudly says he cut off that cultivator's hands twice in a row and still got away. To Seo, that wild success feels larger than one man's victory, because every life and every scrap of preserved insight is slowly carving a path where martial artists might someday rival cultivators at all. He accepts the third book carefully, already thinking ahead that if these lessons reach Kim Young-hoon even earlier in another life, the ceiling of martial arts might rise again. Then Kim Young-hoon's expression softens with pity, because for all Seo's obsession and progress, he still has not reached the pinnacle realm. Kim Young-hoon explains that peak masters gain a completely different kind of vision, and everything he has been making Seo do was only a brutal attempt to imitate that vision through the physical senses. He admits the result still baffles him, because Seo has mimicked the peak that far and yet his true vision has not opened at all. When Kim Young-hoon bluntly says Seo seems almost inherently unsuited for martial arts, the words land hard enough that both men fall quiet and drink in uneasy silence. But Kim Young-hoon does not leave him there, and instead pushes the imitation even further. Remember space, sound, temperature, touch, and taste at all times while keeping sword energy active and fighting real battles. Seo finally asks the obvious question, and Kim Young-hoon answers by revealing that only someone standing at the very top of first rate can even be told fragments about the pinnacle realm without being ruined by them. From Kim Young-hoon's perspective, Seo's hand and sword are already half melted into one another, which should have been enough for any first-rate martial artist to break through long ago. The explanation leaves Seo staring at his own hand and realizing he had started to feel that strange fusion himself, even though the realm Kim Young-hoon now sees from is still unimaginably far away. Even so, Seo thanks him sincerely and vows to keep training without rest, and Kim Young-hoon answers with a soft nod before vanishing like a phantom once again. After finishing his meal, Seo steps back into the world and immediately starts the next layer of madness by forcing himself to remember every stray sound around him. He knows the pressure will feel like his brain is splitting again, but he has already decided the order of his next ascent: sounds first, then temperature, humidity, touch, and finally taste. With every sense forced open and every battle still ahead of him, Seo drives himself onward with the same stubborn promise that has carried him this far. He will reach the pinnacle realm no matter what it costs. Seo pushes his training even deeper, forcing himself to read every space he passes through while keeping sword energy active and consciously tracking every sound around him. The training leaves him so lightheaded he doubts he can even stay alive in real fights anymore. After 30 years of wandering Yanhua and challenging almost every sect he could find, Seo is down to hunting bandits and water bandits because there are barely any worthy duels left. Even knowing this path may kill him, Seo tightens his grip on the sword and refuses to turn back. 15 more years pass, and 6 books of insight from Kim Young-hoon now sit in front of Seo like the record of an entire life spent chasing the impossible. By now Seo can process all 5 senses continuously, and against late first-rate masters he has become almost unbeatable. He can even hold a peak master for 10 to 20 exchanges now, but that only makes the truth crueler, because he still has not reached the pinnacle realm himself. When Seo meets Kim Young-hoon again, Kim casually reveals that core formation cultivators are now setting traps for him, and that he only barely escaped after wounding one on the cheek. Seo praises the new insight he gained, but Kim only smiles hollowly and says that even at the extreme of 5 energies converging, martial arts still cannot truly defeat cultivators. Watching that empty smile, Seo realizes the heaven-gifted genius and the man abandoned by talent look strangely alike in defeat. Kim admits he still cannot understand why Seo has not become a peak master, and then he abruptly suggests they spar. In a forest clearing, Seo draws his sword and shows a blade aura he has kept alive for 7 straight days and nights. Kim says Seo's understanding of sword energy is already enough to touch sword silk once he reaches the pinnacle realm, and that only makes Seo more bitter because he has maybe 5 years left to live. Seo opens with the 16th move, Mountain Tiger, sending 12 sword energies straight at Kim Young-hoon's heart. Kim does not even draw his saber, and casually erases the whole attack with a flick of one finger. Seo immediately shifts into the 12th move, 9 Lights Emerging Peak, and Kim dodges the evolved barrage while calmly praising how much Seo has reduced his openings. Seo follows with mountain and valley transformation, planting delayed sword energies into the ground and blowing the terrain apart beneath Kim's feet. Kim sweeps one finger sideways, scatters the entire trap, and answers with the 8th Severing Vein Saber move, Mountain Scream. Seo uses Echoing Valley to empty his own intent, catch Kim's incoming force, and barely hurl it away before it crushes him. Even that desperate counter is incomplete, and Seo knows he is still far from matching Kim. He attacks again with the 19th move, Mountain Echoes. Valley responds, an inescapable wave of sword energy that converges from every direction. Kim smiles, swats away the converging attack one burst at a time, and lifts a finger for his 9th move, Dragon's Mound. Knowing he cannot deflect that attack cleanly, Seo gambles everything on the 20th move, 9 Mountains 8 Seas. The clash explodes, Seo's sword shatters, and he is blasted back into a tree spitting blood in obvious defeat. When Seo demands to know what he is missing, Kim can only say the result makes no sense because Seo should have become a peak master long ago. Kim finally guesses that Seo may need a catalyst, some extreme desperation or driving force sharp enough to break his limit. That answer snaps something in Seo, and he explodes that he has spent more than 50 years with a sword in hand, even sleeping with sword energy flowing, so what more could heaven possibly want from him? Seo breaks down sobbing under the sky, humiliated but unable to bear a lifetime spent chasing a realm he still cannot even glimpse. Kim answers with silent sympathy, carves fresh formulas into a tree with his finger, and leaves Seo 2 new martial arts as a last consolation. The gifts are Mountain Lord martial arts and Transcending Peak Step, 2 techniques that fit Severing Mountain swordsmanship perfectly, and make Seo even deadlier without solving the real problem. Seo realizes he has fully surpassed first-rate martial artists, yet he is still trapped somewhere below the pinnacle realm with no idea how long that prison will last. Another 5 years grind past, his life force runs low, and Seo grows so tired of the sword that every swing feels meaningless. Because Kim Young-hoon has not appeared in almost 5 years, Seo starts to think his old friend was finally caught and killed by the core formation cultivators chasing him. He bitterly decides that both his own talent and Kim's talent must have hit their limits, and in the next life he may as well abandon this road and beg cultivators for a spiritual shortcut. The moment Seo mutters that mortals cannot escape heaven's fate, Kim Young-hoon suddenly appears beside him coughing blood. Seo is horrified to see that Kim has lost both arms and one eye. But Kim is laughing through the blood because he finally wounded a core formation cultivator badly enough to blow off an arm. When Seo tries to help him, an invisible force suddenly catches his nape, proving Kim has touched a realm beyond anything Seo has seen before. Above his head, Kim compresses Gangchi into 5 tiny floating spheres, proudly showing Seo the power that let him stand against the core formation cultivator head-on. To prove it, Kim fires one of the spheres behind Seo and casually erases Seo's house in a single devastating explosion. Seo forces himself past the shock and recognizes that the blast contained countless saber energies, enough destructive power to make Kim's claim believable. Fading fast, Kim recites the essence of his realization and begs Seo to remember it and pass his martial arts down to future generations. Before Seo can get Kim to a doctor, a blue-robed cultivator appears above the ruined home and orders the mortal to leave the hunted man behind. Seo does not argue for even a second. He throws Kim onto his back and runs for the mountains. Amused, the cultivator sends black masses dropping from the sky, and they rise as Jiangshi to hunt Seo down. While carrying a dying friend and joking just to keep him awake, Seo flees the tireless corpses through the mountains for days. A Jiangshi lunges close enough to kill him, and Seo drops it with a precise hidden weapon to the ankle because poison is useless on the dead. After 3 days and nights of running, Seo finally gets trapped at a dead-end cliff with Kim's corpse and a wall of Jiangshi in front of him. The cultivator descends overhead and points out the obvious truth that Kim Young-hoon is already dead, so there was no reason for Seo to keep running. Seo answers that dead or not, Kim was his martial arts master, and he will not hand his master's body over to an outsider. Seo declares that anyone who wants his master's head will have to take Seo's first, and that insolence finally annoys the cultivator. Instead of killing Seo outright, the cultivator chooses something crueler and stuffs a spell into Kim Young-hoon's corpse. The nearby Jiangshi rip off their own arms and throw them onto Kim's body, turning Seo's mutilated master into a fresh Jiangshi. The cultivator orders the reanimated Kim to kill his own disciple, and Seo is forced to block his master's corpse with his sword. Seo realizes the corpse cannot use Kim's martial arts, but every strike still feels like desecration, and his rage turns bright red. Knowing the body can never be left intact for the cultivator to use again, Seo apologizes to his master and prepares to destroy it completely. He opens with the 21st move, Heavenly Lake, a technique built just for him that steals the power running through an enemy's meridians and locks it inside his sheathed sword. Old memories of asking Kim about the name Heavenly Lake flash through Seo's mind, tying this final battle back to all the years they spent learning together. With stolen power sealed in the blade, Seo begins the secret art Severing Mountain, pouring move after move into Kim's corpse to make sure nothing usable remains. As the secret art keeps tearing through his master's corpse, Seo abandons any thought of surviving and decides to burn out everything he has to finish this properly. At the edge of death, Seo forces his senses and mind past their limit until his brain feels ready to burst. Then something finally breaks open, and the whole world strips down to red lines of danger and blue lines showing the perfect path forward. Following that blue path on instinct, Seo cuts cleanly through Kim Young-hoon's Jiangshi body and feels, for the first time, that he has touched the realm he spent a lifetime chasing. In that instant, Seo understands that genius and failure were never the real divide, because both he and Kim spent their lives resisting the fate heaven gave them. Seo keeps the momentum and tears through the rest of Severing Mountain swordsmanship, shredding the Jiangshi body, while every stolen wave of force gathers back into his blade for one final release. With the full essence of Severing Mountain poured into one blow, Seo obliterates Kim Young-hoon's body completely so no cultivator can ever defile it again. In the same moment he finally ascends to the new realm he begged heaven for, Seo's long-forth life reaches its end. Seo opens his eyes after another regression and instantly remembers the last thing he achieved before dying. He finally broke through to the pinnacle. Too thrilled to hide it, Seo looks up and shouts that he finally reached the peak. John Myung-hoon appears like always and swings at him, but Seo calmly closes his eyes instead of reacting like before. With his eyes still shut, Seo sees a red attack path in his mind and slips past every slap with tiny perfect movements. Seo realizes this is not prediction anymore but true pinnacle sight, the red and blue world Pal Jiktae once mentioned. The moment Seo keeps using that sight, his nose starts bleeding and his brain feels like it is burning. Before the overload gets worse, Seo shuts the vision off, seals John Myung-hoon's acupoints, and drops him with sleep-inducing herbs. After calming the confused workers, Seo leads them to a cave, lights a fire, feeds them, and waits until everyone is asleep so he can think. Sitting outside the cave, Seo pieces it together. The pinnacle realm is his brain forcing enemy intent and perfect counters into visible red and blue paths. To test it, he watches falling leaves, sees countless blue paths through them, and cuts them cleanly with nothing but a blunt tree branch. Seo pushes further, imagining those leaves as swarming first-rate masters, and the branch dance turns into a thrilling proof that he can beat them all now. When the motion stops, Seo stands among shredded leaves with a bleeding nose and a pounding head, but he can finally say it out loud: he is a peak master. He suspects the short time limit comes from lacking internal energy, so he starts digging up old yellow bamboo roots nearby. Seo leaves only 2 roots for Kim Young-hoon and eats the rest on the spot, deciding he no longer needs to sell them now that he has reached this level. The roots flood his meridians with power, and in one rush Seo gains more internal energy than he had after 50 years in his last life. With that new power, Seo turns the pinnacle sight back on and trains for much longer before the burning pain finally catches up to him again. He works out the new rule: more internal energy buys time, but only brutal repetition will train his brain to endure the pinnacle vision. Now that peak feels real, Seo dares to set a bigger goal for this life: not 5 energies, but 3 flowers gather at the summit. He remembers Pal Jiktae's talk about a third color beyond red and blue, and that mystery makes the next step feel difficult but finally reachable. Looking at the sleeping Kim Young-hoon in the cave, Seo feels hopeful because this time he can actually learn from him at a much higher level. As the sun rises, Seo quietly seals his resolve that this life both of them will go farther than ever before. The next morning the giant 3-tailed fox returns for tribute as usual, and Seo calmly offers his arm again. Curious, Seo triggers his pinnacle sight on the fox and is hit by a terrifying answer: not attack lines, but red power swallowing the whole space around it. Even as the fox bites off his offered arm, Seo can only stare at that overwhelming red domain and admit he cannot beat it. A few days later, cultivators come to take John Myung-hoon, Oh Hyun-suk, and Kan Min-hee, and Seo sees the same kind of red space swallowing the world around those monsters. That is when Seo understands the mismatch. Martial artists only show paths, but cultivators sees the space itself, making them impossible for a peak master to read the same way. After the others are taken away, Seo asks Seo Huil about what he saw, hoping the Sea Dragon King can explain it. Seo Huil tells him the answer is divine consciousness, a cultivator's awareness projected beyond the brain to cover the surrounding area. Soon after Seo Huil leaves, a grotesque hunchback comes from manager Kim and suddenly shoves Seo and Kim Young-hoon into a spatial rift. Seo wakes in a rush underwater, realizes he has been dumped in a lake, and fights his way toward the surface. The moment he gets air, Seo looks down, spots Kim Young-hoon sinking unconscious, and dives back to save him. Seo drags Kim Young-hoon to shore and forces the water out of him until he finally coughs back to life. Once Kim Young-hoon can breathe again, Seo identifies the place as Chicken Head Lake and points out a waterside building where they can get what they need. Seo keeps the truth to himself, telling Kim Young-hoon he will just borrow clothes, money, and food from that place before swimming over alone. As Seo swims toward the building, he remembers it clearly as Chicken Waterway Fort, a bandit nest he once needed poison and a full day to wipe out. The guards mock the man swimming straight to their doorstep, laughing at him like fresh prey. One of them goes further and urinates on Seo's head as the others try to shove him back into the lake with sticks. The instant Seo gets onto the fort, he drops one guard with a kick, takes the fallen stick, and coldly asks the others how many people they have killed. The first answer is enough for him, and Seo uses that plain stick to behead the man on the spot. When the rest charge with drawn blades, Seo cuts them down just as easily and finishes the man who begged to be spared after humiliating him. Seo walks deeper into the fort and finds the real filth inside: drunken bandits, drugs, and battered captive women tied up around the room. Seeing what they are, Seo stops asking questions, pours sword energy into the stick, and tells every one of them to die. He enters his peak vision, closes his eyes, and starts cutting through the room with the 3 foundational moves Kim Young-hoon taught him. By the time Seo opens his eyes, the whole fort is a sea of blood and none of the attackers are still standing. The dying fort leader crawls away, and Seo learns the massacre took only a single moment before beheading him too. After killing the leader, Seo cuts the bound women loose and opens the prison cells, freeing the captives the fort had been holding. He takes 2 decent outfits, and the leader's hidden stash of silver from behind the wall because he already knows exactly where it is. When a freed captive asks who saved them, Seo gives the old title he used in a past life: Infinite Fighting Monster. Seo rows back to shore in the leader's clothes, carrying money and supplies as if nothing especially dramatic just happened. Kim Young-hoon notices the change immediately, and Seo lies smoothly that a kind owner lent him clothes and money out of simple countryside generosity. As they head for nearby Changho City, Seo quietly compares it to his last life and realizes the pinnacle realm has already changed everything. What once took a day in poison now took 1 instant and a wooden stick. With barely any time passed since the regression, Seo feels it clearly now: this life is already more promising than any of the others. Seo and Kim Young-hoon used the bandits' money to settle in Changho City, where Seo bought a manor and started teaching him both letters and martial arts. 2 months later, Seo watched with mixed pride and disbelief as Kim Young-hoon devoured yellow bamboo roots and broke straight into 3 flowers gather at the summit. Kim opened his eyes with a new calm wisdom, and Seo congratulated him while quietly feeling that this might be his one chance to beat him before Kim's talent runs away again. So Seo proposed a spar, and Kim smiled like he had been waiting for it and drew his saber at once. The moment the duel began, Seo's peak master sight found dozens of blue openings on Kim, but Kim adjusted his stance and erased every weakness in an instant. At the same time, hundreds of red threat lines flooded towards Seo, forcing him to adjust his own stance and answer Kim on the same level. Kim struck first with the Severing Vein saber, and Seo met the opening rush by cycling through defensive counters from Severing Mountain swordsmanship. Their blades barely touched in real space, but in Seo's vision they had already traded dozens of attacks, feints, and counters in a storm of branching possibilities. Seo realized this was the last time in this life that Kim might still be within reach, and his sparring mindset turned into a desperate need to win now. He broke the clean duel first by snapping a hidden weapon from his sleeve toward Kim's face and stealing a tiny opening from Kim's surprise. Once he had that opening, Seo pressed hard with Flowing Ridge, a second concealed weapon, and layered real combat tricks that forced Kim onto the back foot. Seo kept treating the spar like a battlefield, mixing in sand, needles, and dirty angles until Kim finally got irritated enough to pour more power into his saber. Then Kim revealed the gap between them and condensed his saber energy into bright white saber silk, a level ordinary peak masters could not safely clash with. Seo answered with Echoing Valley, emptying his own sword and reversing Kim's force back at him instead of meeting it head-on. The reversal blew Kim back 3 steps and snapped his saber in half, but Seo was secretly stunned that Kim still managed to recover part of the force in time. Kim accepted defeat once his saber broke, and Seo sheathed his sword and said the unsettling truth: after today, he would never beat Kim again. Instead of stopping there, Seo brought out the real gift he had prepared: 6 volumes of the Gazing Cultivation and Exceeding Martial Arts scripture. Seo said he had bought the scripture from an old man and could not understand it himself, while knowing full well these books would make Kim terrifyingly stronger. Seo kept teaching Kim for another month, then started making a living by hunting bandits and wanted criminals around Changho City. Kim spent 4 more months half-dazed over the 6 volumes, training obsessively, until Seo came home one day from a bounty job and found the manor strangely empty. Before Seo could process it, Kim appeared out of nowhere like a ghost and laughed that one technique from the scripture had hidden him completely. Seo was shaken because this was a technique Kim had only reached much later in past cycles, but Kim casually explained he forced it early by focusing on it for days. Kim also made it clear he was still only at 3 flowers, and that fully digesting the scripture might take 5 years even for him. Then Kim invited Seo to travel the martial world with him for real combat experience, but Seo refused because his own early pinnacle realm was still too unstable. So they parted for a while, with Kim going out to challenge the world and Seo deciding to master peak master vision through brutal repetition instead. Seo chose the unorthodox sects around Changho as practice targets, because they were plentiful, persistent, and disposable enough for endless life and death drills. To push the training even further, Seo blindfolded himself, plugged his ears, and cut through whole groups using only the red and blue lines of peak perception. After 3 years of this, Seo's brain finally adapted, and he could stay in the world of the pinnacle realm all day without burning through his internal energy. The bounty money made Seo comfortable again and spread his old nickname, Infinite Fighting Spirit, but even that was nothing next to Kim's rise. In barely 3 to 4 years of training, Kim Young-hoon became the strongest blade in Yenhua and the #1 martial artist in the land. Just as Seo expected, that fame dragged Kim into leadership, and Kim came to recruit him as deputy leader of the Wulin Alliance. Seo flatly refused and said he could help Kim better by entering the imperial court instead, while privately planning to use that post to get closer to the Cultivator clan. Using his martial reputation, Seo entered the Yenhua military, rose quickly to general, and then transferred into the Imperial Guard without trouble. After months of stealth training, Seo joined the Shadow Guards and learned his mission was to protect the Emperor in secret with his life. Once he got close enough to observe, Seo made a shocking discovery. The Emperor himself was a cultivator with divine consciousness around his forehead. Seeing the princes and princesses confirmed it, because much of the imperial family carried the same consciousness, though at much weaker chi refining levels. Seo could not shake the absurdity that he was guarding people who might be stronger than the guards protecting them, especially the Emperor himself. Still, the post was useful because assassins attacked almost every night, giving Seo years of real combat as he defended the Emperor's bedroom. 5 years later, Seo secretly met Kim again in a hidden room, where they played Go and talked because the Emperor's guard could not openly associate with the Wulin Alliance leader. Kim joked that running the alliance was a headache, and Seo teased that Kim was nearly at the point of rejuvenating into a body younger than his. Seo had also improved under constant assassination attempts, and Kim congratulated him because the 3 flowers were finally within his reach. When Seo asked about cultivators, Kim admitted he still wanted to fight them but was holding back until he fully understood the 6 volumes of the scripture. Kim said the final realizations written in that scripture were so deep that he would not dare seek cultivators before mastering them, and hoped to step down from leadership by then. Then Kim tested Seo's progress by flicking a liquor cup at him, turning one tossed drink into another invisible duel of red and blue lines. Now that he had reached the midstage of the pinnacle realm, Seo could finally see red threats and blue solutions at the same time and carve a single path through Kim's trick. Seo dissolved the internal energy inside the cup with flowing ridge and still caught it cleanly before a single drop of liquor spilled. Kim praised him and said Sword Silk was close, then revealed he was already ready to attempt the 5 energies realm if Seo would guard him. Seo agreed at once, and the two withdrew to Kim's secluded training chamber for the breakthrough. As Kim sank into deep meditation, Seo watched his peak master lines change into something far stranger than normal martial intent. Those red lines spread in all directions and thickened until Kim's surroundings turned into a complete red domain, just like a cultivator's divine consciousness. Once the domain stabilized, the surrounding energy flowed inward and condensed into 5 spheres above Kim's head, revealing the true start of 5 energies converging to the origin. Seo studied the movement of those 5 spheres with hungry focus, regretting that without 3 flowers of his own he still could not see the whole principle. Then the 5 spheres collapsed into 5-colored energy that poured into Kim's body and began twisting his flesh and bones. In moments, Kim was rejuvenated into a man who looked barely in his 20s, with wrinkles gone and thick hair restored. Kim congratulated Seo on learning from the process anyway, and Seo immediately asked whether this new domain was connected to the consciousness used by cultivators. Kim said it probably was, and that within this kind of domain he felt he could fight chi-refining cultivators on equal footing, maybe even stronger ones with the scripture's martial arts. That answer gave Seo a huge clue. Martial artists at 5 energies might be able to train cultivator techniques simply because they start seeing the same hidden world. After receiving a little more guidance from Kim, Seo returned to the palace and spent the next few days turning that breakthrough scene over in his mind. While guarding the Emperor's bedchamber one night, Seo sensed another assassin approaching through the dark and recognized him as a newly ascended peak master. The assassin struck fast, and Seo met him with steel and hidden weapons, their red and blue lines tangling through the narrow corridor. While trading deadly blows in the palace corridor, Seo kept replaying Kim Young-hoon's 5 energies breakthrough and searched for what sword energy really was. He began rejecting his old idea that sword energy was only refined swordsmanship, because if that were true, puppets or corpses should be able to wield it too. As the assassin's dagger stabbed straight for his forehead, Seo finally understood the missing piece. Sword energy was not just form, but the martial artist's intent made visible. In that instant, Seo felt his sword bind to him more deeply than ever before, as if it were growing into his hand rather than simply being held. With that insight, Seo stopped relying on perfect textbook form and found that even a rough, off-angle swing kept its full force as long as his intent stayed true. Seo pushed that intent harder and harder into the blade until the blue aura around his sword compressed toward a critical point. Then the breakthrough finally hit, and in Seo's peak master sight the sword in his hand no longer looked like a blade at all, but a single blue thread. After 10 years trapped short of it, Seo finally condensed his sword energy into sword silk in the palace corridor and advanced into the mature mid-stage of the pinnacle realm. Seo stares at the sword silk on his blade and realizes he has finally reached the sword aura realm every swordsman covets. The assassin feels that change at once, and her confidence visibly dips as Seo steps back in to press the fight. In Seo's peak master vision, the assassin's dagger splits into several deadly red follow-up paths, but his sword silk now produces even more blue routes of attack. As Seo twists his wrist, the blue threads shift with him, and the assassin suddenly understands his options have exploded. Seo remembers that if Kim Young-hoon had fought him with this level of control back then, the match would have ended instantly. Using Mountain Lord martial arts and transcending peak step, Seo keeps chaining attacks until the assassin starts getting crushed by the sheer number of pads. The stalemate breaks when Seo lands a hard kick to her waist and sends her crashing aside. Her mask comes off, and Seo is startled to see that the assassin is actually one of the young female attendants recently assigned to the Emperor. Seo grimly admits she had the talent to reach 3 flowers one day, and even she says her brother was more gifted before blaming the Emperor. When she tries to warn him that people are dying under the Emperor's orders, Seo cuts her off and beheads her on the spot because his post leaves no room for listening. Afterward, Seo helps clean the scene and notes that the Emperor never even stirs inside the bedroom because a soundproofing spell blocks the chaos outside. Seo also knows the truth everyone in the Shadow Guard pretends not to say aloud: the Emperor himself is a cultivator. That only makes the bigger mystery worse for him, because assassination attempts against the Emperor have been increasing for reasons Seo never heard about in any past life. He rules out foreign killers and starts suspecting that people from Yanhua itself are regularly sending assassins who know too much. Since protocol demands every captured assassin die before talking, Seo decides the only way forward is to stay in the palace and slowly earn enough trust to dig deeper. 10 years later, that patience pays off, and Seo has enough authority in the palace to study records ordinary people would never see. The census shocks him, because the numbers say orphans, beggars, and poor peasants have all dropped sharply across Yanhua. At first he wonders if they starved, but the scale is too huge, and there are no signs of bandit massacres either. The answer that chills him is simpler: those poor people were not saved, they were erased. Looking back on his past lives, Seo realizes it became easier to crush unorthodox factions because the desperate poor who would have fed those groups were disappearing first. That links everything in his mind: the missing poor, the recent assassination attempts, and the hidden hand of the Cultivator clan behind the royal court. He remembers dying assassins who kept spitting out the same accusation, that countless commoners were dying because of the Emperor. Seo still cannot reach the Cultivator clan directly from inside the palace, so he decides the next step has to go through Kim Young-hoon. The story shifts to Kim Young-hoon's retirement, where the first willing alliance leader steps down with a refreshed face instead of regret. Later in his room, Seo teases him about looking refreshed, and Kim jokes that the Shadow Guard sneaks around more like assassins every year. Kim says retirement just means he finally understood the scripture's 6th volume, and now he wants to track down cultivators, fight them, and push beyond 5 energies. He explains that the scripture is not one move set but a whole martial system, so understanding it is only the start and internalizing it is the real barrier. Seo then lays out his palace investigation and tells Kim he suspects the Cultivator clan is using the throne and the government to abduct or slaughter the poor. Because Seo cannot freely leave the capital as a Shadow Guard, he asks Kim to investigate the Cultivator clan in his place. Kim agrees, and Seo tells him he can finally provide locations of Cultivator hideouts he only learned after entering the palace. Back at the palace, Seo notices the assassins have thinned out over the years, and the ones still coming are mostly weak enough for new recruits to handle. After 15 years in the Shadow Guard and a rise to deputy leader, Seo starts thinking the whole unit may become unnecessary if only weak assassins keep coming. That calm breaks when Seo opens his peak master perception and sees a stable circular red consciousness approaching, instantly realizing the intruder is a cultivator, not a martial artist. The whole secret Shadow Guard gathers at once outside the Emperor's chamber when they recognize the cultivator's domain. What unsettles Seo is not the intruder's arrogance but how sloppy his stealth is, because someone this crude should never have gotten into the Imperial Palace at all. The cultivator drops his invisibility, walks out in the open, and coldly tells the peak masters to leave if they value their lives. When no one moves, he boasts that peak martial artists can barely handle a first-star cultivator, while he is already second-star. Instead of backing off, the Shadow Guards rush him together before he can finish his warning. Seo's thrown weapon crashes into an invisible barrier, and the cultivator answers by turning talismans into flying white daggers. A powerful repulsion spell blasts most of the guards backward, leaving only Seo and the leader able to cut through it and hold their ground. When the cultivator raises a fire talisman, Seo instantly knows a direct hit will reduce them to ash and has to retreat from the danger zone. The fireball only scars a pillar instead of spreading, and Seo realizes the assassin still wants this job kept quiet. Seo signals the fastest guards to run for reinforcements, but the cultivator traps everyone inside a barrier that even sound cannot escape. The cultivator calmly says he will kill them all and then deal with the Mokli clan branch family next, making it clear this attack is bigger than a simple palace hit. Seo curses the situation and knows that if he had reached 3 flowers, he could simply break the spells and cut this man down. Since brute force will not work, Seo turns to the leader and asks for a single opening so he can gamble on one fatal strike. The leader agrees without hesitation, and Seo coats his sword with poison before charging in with the others. The cultivator unleashes more white dagger talismans, but the leader spins his halberd to knock away the ones aimed straight at Seo. A recruit with twin swords throws himself into the next attack and knocks the cultivator's fire spell off course so Seo can keep closing in. At last Seo breaks within 3 yards and enters the cultivator's red domain, where intent reading fails and one wrong step means death. Even blind to intent inside that field, Seo forces himself forward by reading air pressure, sound, touch, and every tiny physical change around him. He senses attacks from both sides and shouts for help, and his comrades sacrifice themselves to intercept the hidden spells so he can keep advancing. Then Seo catches the front attack by the shift in temperature and humidity, and ducks under an ice arrow forming right in the air before him. Seo reaches striking distance, but the cultivator's defensive spell is still waiting there, and the man only looks bored. That smug face snaps something in Seo, and he pours more and more refined moves into the attack instead of backing off. He layers severing mountain swordsmanship into the strike, opens his energy pathways, and forces every scrap of power in his body into the sword's silk. With even the ancient yellow bamboo root energy burning through him, Seo's sword silk abruptly evolves for one split second into Sword Gang. Seo burns the last of his strength and drives Sword Gang into the cultivator's leg, finally shocking the man who had treated him like a toy. But Seo's enlightenment is still lacking, so the Sword Gang gutters out almost instantly and leaves only a shallow cut. The backlash hits all at once, and Seo collapses coughing blood after emptying decades of internal energy in one move. Humiliated that a mortal touched him at all, the cultivator turns vicious and drives glowing talisman daggers through Seo's limbs. When Seo still reaches for his sword, the cultivator plants a foot on his hand and starts crushing it in a tantrum of pure class arrogance. He spreads a stronger barrier, decides to stop playing around, and prepares to slaughter the other guards in front of Seo. As fireball talismans fly toward the guards, the cultivator sneers that mortals are just meaningless insects before cultivators. Bleeding and barely able to see, Seo bitterly admits he is an insect by their standards, but he refuses to believe an insect's struggle means nothing. With his mangled hand, Seo suddenly grabs the cultivator's ankle and clings on anyway. The cultivator tries to burn him off, but the spell fizzles out just as the poison Seo planted earlier finally takes hold. Realizing the poison worked, Seo yanks the cultivator to the ground and knocks away the pouch he reaches for, cutting him off from the antidote. When the cultivator tries to chant through blood and panic, Seo climbs on top of him and jams his crushed hand into the man's mouth to stop the spell. Seo tells him his death will be just as meaningless as the people he despised, and the cultivator dies under him like any other creature. With the cultivator dead, the barrier collapses, guards rush in from outside, and Seo passes out as they reach him. Seo wakes in his own room with the shadow guard leader sitting nearby and casually smoking as if this were normal sickroom behavior. The leader confirms Seo killed the cultivator himself, says he already reported that sacrifice to the emperor, and treats the mission as finished. Seo checks his condition and finds the dagger wounds healed, but his right hand is still numb, and his energy channels took real damage. The leader warns that the hand may never work like before, and Seo accepts that simply keeping it usable is already lucky. Then the leader has Seo kneel for a private imperial reward, since a shadow guard cannot be honored openly. Inside the box is a reddish pill, and Seo recognizes it as a pill remnant from cultivator medicine rather than a true elixir. Even so, the leader says this leftover pill can still add about 10 years to a mortal's life, which makes Seo stare at it very differently. After the leader leaves, Seo decides not to waste it now and saves the life-extending pill for the end of his life instead. 10 years pass, and Seo has grown used to the pain in his hand while sharpening his sword, hidden weapons, and understanding of how the cultivator clans really operate. He pieces together that the Hidden Gene clan has been raising mortal assassins to peak master level inside secret formations, all to kill the emperor one day. Just as Seo decides to focus harder on martial arts and Kim Young-hoon's movements, Kim slips into his room through the window in the middle of the night. Seo starts to mention Kim's older letter about cultivator domains, but Kim cuts him off and says the situation is worse than that. Kim reveals there are 2 cultivator clans in Yanhua, and the Gene clan was driven out a century ago by the Mokli clan. He says the Gene clan creates so many peak masters by forcing the dead spirits of assassins' families into them and burning away their vitality. Then Kim drops the uglier truth. The Mokli clan has been kidnapping poor people for decades and refining their blood and life force into forbidden pills. Seo blurts out the blunt truth that the Mokli clan is eating people, and that is enough for him to choose a side on the spot. That same night, Seo leaves the palace with Kim Young-hoon to fight the Mokli clan for real. Following Kim, Seo reaches a small manor outside Seokyeong and finds it packed with frighteningly strong martial artists gathered for rebellion. Seo recognizes sect elders, 4-star 3 demons members, and more than 10 masters at the 3 flowers level, enough force to threaten a dynasty if cultivators were not involved. Several elders immediately test the newcomer with killing intent aimed at his vital points, and Seo answers in kind without flinching. Kim introduces Seo as his younger brother and a proven peak master from Changho, but the room still bristles at bringing in a government man from the emperor's side. To prove he is no imperial loyalist, Seo launches into a loud, heartfelt rant about the emperor treating his people like dogs while hiding safely behind them. That honest bitterness wins them over, because no careful spy would curse the emperor with that much feeling. With the room settled, Kim lays out the mission: join forces with the Gene clan, find the Mokli domains, and destroy the furnaces where commoners are ground into pills. No one cheers, but the masters give silent agreement and move out with Kim before dawn can break. In the valley of Imikak, they meet the red-robed Gene cultivators waiting to guide them into a hidden Mokli stronghold. The Gene Elder confirms the alliance and twists the valley open with hand seals, turning the landscape itself into a hidden entrance. The hidden path leads into a small village, and the first thing that hits Seo is the thick smell of blood and rot. Mokli lookouts spot the intrusion, ring the alarm, and throw up a massive blue barrier over the whole village. Seo can tell this defense is far beyond the flimsy spell he broke before, but Kim Young-hoon calmly steps forward anyway. Even the Gene side murmurs over whether this mortal can be trusted, and their elder answers that Kim once matched him in direct combat. Kim begins to gather internal energy, and every master present goes silent when they feel just how deep it runs. Kim compresses that huge flow of gang chi into a tiny sphere, revealing the same realm beyond 5 energies that Seo remembers from his past life. Kim launches the sphere into the barrier, and the blast explodes into countless gang saber that tear a huge hole through the Mokli defense. With the wall broken, the Gene cultivators dive through first and the martial artists charge in right behind them. The Mokli side panics when a 3 flowers master cuts straight through a cultivator's defense, exposing that mortal peak masters can kill them too. Mokli cultivators answer by unleashing Jiangshi, and the dark corpses come charging out with speed and strength beyond ordinary warriors. Seo meets the Jiangshi head-on and notices his red and blue line perception still works on them, raising a sharp new question about whether even the dead carry intent. He spots a weaker cultivator trying to cast, throws a hidden weapon to break the man's focus, and closes into the chaos. Seo's sword silk cracks the frightened cultivator's weak defense in a few hits, proving this one is far below the enemy he barely survived before. Once the barrier breaks, the cultivator begs for his life and blurts out what this place really is, a primary refinement site for turning stolen life into essence blood. The more he explains about grinding thousands of commoners into revival pills for Mokli elders, the easier he makes Seo's decision. Seo thanks him for removing all hesitation and kills him on the spot with a single energy-charged punch to the head. From that point on, Seo abandons every scrap of mercy and cuts into the blue-robed handlers and their Jiangshi with full force. The raid collapses fast once Kim and the Gene Elder join forces to kill the Mokli Chi-building cultivator at the village center. After that, Kim sweeps through the rest with his energy spheres, cutting down Jiangshi and survivors until resistance is finished. With the fighting done, the Gene cultivators immediately start looting corpses and pouches, which leaves Seo and the peak masters visibly disgusted. One Gene cultivator awkwardly claims the looting honors the defeated, but Seo and the martial side only look more put off. Kim cuts through the whole ugly moment by reminding everyone that the real dead are the sacrificed commoners still lying inside the houses. Seo and the other peak masters follow Kim into the houses, pull out the victims one by one, and start burying them in silence. Even when the Gene Elder gets impatient and tells them the dead are just dead, Kim and the martial artists ignore him and keep digging. After burying all the bodies, Kim leads a brief rite for the victims to rest in peace, and only then do they leave the ruined village behind. While traveling with Kim Young-hoon, Seo can't shake his disgust at cultivators who treat ordinary people and even the dead as worthless. Kim can only guess that cultivators are raised from birth to see the world differently, and never regard mortals as fully human. Following the Gene clan's directions, Seo's group spends 5 years hunting down one Mokli clan stronghold after another after leaving the palace. In a crowded Lianshan city market, Seo suddenly finds his own face on a wanted poster charging him and Kim's side with treason. Kim brushes it off, because Seo's reverse appearance technique lets them alter their faces and move through the city unnoticed. As they move on, Seo learns the next target is a huge pill furnace west of Lianshan City, guarded not just by cultivators but by real peak martial artists. 35 years after regression, Seo is still stuck in the middle stage of the pinnacle realm, and tormented by how to reach 3 flowers gather at the summit. He can see red hostility and blue self-intent, but no matter how hard he pushes through the pain in his hand, he still cannot find the third color. The advice he gets from masters only sounds vague and mystical, so years of brutal training still leave him short of the breakthrough he wants. Even so, Seo suspects this new Mokli stronghold is a trap and hopes a deadly enough battle there might finally force some insight out of him. He is not afraid of the trap, because Kim Young-hoon has already surpassed the level of his previous life and is now writing a deeper book from the 6-volume scripture. Seo knows Kim has become strong enough to seriously wound core formation cultivators and escape, so he believes even a prepared ambush can be broken. Back in Lianshan City itself, Seo is hit by old memories from his very first life, when he survived there in humiliation and fear. Those private memories remind him why he must someday erase regression itself before the burden of living through countless worlds breaks his mind. Until then, Seo swears he will stay human and punish monsters like the Mokli clan without becoming corrupt like them. Seo and Kim reach the western stronghold, where red-robed Gene clan cultivators and gathered peak masters are already assembled for a dangerous assault. A Gene clan elder confirms their own council suspects a trap, so several elders have come in person and expect the martial artists to fight all out. When the elder opens the hidden formation, the group steps into a much larger Mokli village than any they have raided before. Inside the revealed village, Seo's suspicion is confirmed at once when Mokli cultivators are already waiting in formation to spring the trap. The Mokli side slams a massive barrier around the battlefield, sealing everyone in before the real killing starts. A second spell unleashes a corpse-reeking flood at the intruders, and Seo instantly senses that even a drop of it would be disastrous. The Jin clan elders answer with a moving wall of flame that burns the filthy water away and opens a path forward. With the cultivators clearing the way, Kim launches himself at the barrier to smash it open. Seo recognizes that Kim's new realm lets him form compressed gangchi cleanly and almost instantly, far beyond his older method. Kim's first blast only shakes the prepared barrier, proving the Mokli clan really did brace for him this time. Kim stays perfectly calm and fires again and again until cracks race across the barrier. At last the barrier breaks open, and both the Jin clan and the Peak Masters charge through the gap to burn the Mokli operation down. The moment Seo steps inside, a halberd tears through the air at him, and he blocks it with sword silk in shock. Seo looks up and freezes when he realizes his opponent is the leader of the Shadow Guards, his old superior from the palace. The leader coldly calls Seo a traitor, and their old bond snaps into open combat. Seo pleads that the emperor treats mortals like livestock, but the leader insists a limb obeys its master and refuses to think beyond loyalty. The leader lands a brutal kick that sends Seo flying, and Seo realizes his former superior has reached the realm of 3 flowers. The leader argues that the Jin clan is no true answer either, because cultivators of every side still crush mortals in the end. Even so, the leader chooses the meaning he gave his life, and he pours everything into one final halberd strike that blooms into gangchi. Seo answers by emptying his own intent and using Echoing Valley to redirect the leader's gangchi back at him. When the light clears, the leader stands with his right hand severed and calmly admits defeat. In his last words, the leader says martial arts mean nothing before cultivators, so loyalty was the only meaning he chose to keep. Then the Shadow Guard leader collapses dead, leaving Seo staring at the body of the man he once served under. The remaining Shadow Guards reveal they stayed out because the leader wanted a pure duel, not a poison and hidden weapons brawl against Seo. Seo sadly apologizes, because he knows he may have to kill his former subordinates next. The Shadow Guards charge together, and Seo instantly answers with poison and hidden weapons before they can box him in. Seo chains sword forms, footwork, poison mist, and hidden weapons into a ruthless defense against 11 trained killers with different weapons. He warns them not to open their mouths because his poison only works if inhaled, a cold reminder that he still knows exactly how to fight his old unit. Borrowing from Saber principles, Seo unleashes a blistering 5-strike rush and drops 5 Shadow Guards with paralysis poison. Seo follows with a staggered hidden weapon feint, breaks past the Shadow Guard's defense, and poisons him into collapse, leaving only 5 still standing. The survivors praise his overwhelming combat experience, and Seo can only answer that maybe the world will become a little less cruel if he keeps pushing forward. Then the last 5 attack all at once, surrounding Seo with a web of red danger lines and blue responses that nearly burns his brain apart. In that instant of near-death pressure, Seo finally catches a first glimpse of a third color between the red and blue. He is still cut badly in the waist by the spear, but now his hidden weapon starts slipping through enemy paths as if the battlefield has opened up. The purple thread keeps flashing in and out, and Seo uses that unstable new path to break the rhythm of the remaining attackers. When the dual broadsword guard attacks, Seo follows the purple path with Echoing Valley and cleanly slices both blades apart. The fallen guard realizes Seo has gained a new perspective like the leaders, and Seo admits he has not reached 3 flowers, only begun to sense its border. Seo understands the purple thread is still unstable, and only more life and death battles will let him see it clearly enough to advance. Before Seo can recover, a familiar nuisance from his Shadow Guard days steps out at last, the Crown Prince, Mokli Hyun. The prince casually says he had no reason to step in sooner, because watching Seo cut through the Shadow Guards was more entertaining. He drops the royal act and makes it clear that today he stands for a branch of the Mokli clan, not as a prince protecting the empire. Then the prince spreads a red domain around himself and boasts that he already reached the same chi-refining 4th star as his father at a young age. Seo knows the prince is so strong that even ordinary 3 flowers masters would risk their lives against him, while Seo himself has only just begun to glimpse that realm. But instead of fear, Seo starts smiling, because now that he has finally found a clue to enlightenment, dying here no longer matters to him. Seo tells the surviving Shadow Guards to take care, calmly accepting that he is about to die in order to embody this new insight. With the faint purple thread guiding him, Seo rushes the Crown Prince and finally dares to unleash the martial art he has chased for ages, the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts. The instant Seo activates that long-desired art inside the prince's red consciousness, his charging body blurs and vanishes like a phantom. In the middle of the duel, Seo finally sees a new purple thread in the flow of intent, and he feels the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts suddenly make sense. He realizes the absurd manual was never about ordinary exchanges at all, but about cutting a cultivator's intent and even their consciousness directly. Remembering Kim Young-hoon's old judgment, Seo understands this was a martial art mortals created specifically to hunt cultivators through their blind spots. Seo drives his sword through the fibers of the Crown Prince's consciousness, and even though he is standing right there, he vanishes from the prince's perception. From that blind spot, Seo unleashes transcending peaks and sends his sword silk straight for the Crown Prince's neck. The strike should have ended it, but a translucent defensive spell flares around the Crown Prince at the last second and blocks the blade. Shaken but furious, the Crown Prince kicks up a swirling wind barrier and boasts that tricks like this cannot work on a real cultivator. Wind blades burst from the whirlwind, and Seo retreats out of the prince's consciousness domain so he can read the attack flow clearly again. Using strange stone, Seo cuts down the incoming wind blades, but the prince immediately escalates and fires a wind bullet as large as Seo's upper body. Seo slips through the alleys of the Mokli clan grounds, using houses as cover while the giant wind bullets smash buildings apart and spill blood and corpses into the street. As he runs, Seo sees the real problem. Even if he cuts through the prince's perception again, the outer whirlwind and inner defensive spell still stop his sword silk cold. He knows he cannot drag this out against the cultivator's cleaner power, so he makes a brutal decision. He will force his way into 3 flowers gather at the summit right now, even if it kills him. Instead of dodging anymore, Seo climbs onto the roofs and starts meeting every wind bullet head-on to read its intent through impact. The clashes make his sword hand tremble from pain, but he keeps standing there and taking the prince's attacks instead of giving ground. Seo cuts left and right with landscape painting, then chains move after move together as he inches forward through the storm one shredded step at a time. Seeing Seo still push forward, the Crown Prince fuses his whirlwind into a giant bird of wind and aims a killing intent so overwhelming that Seo knows one direct hit will end him. But instead of panicking, Seo fixes his eyes on the faint purple path hidden between the red killing intent and his own blue will to survive. He suddenly understands purple is what appears when self-preservation and killing intent mix, and that his stance is not despair at all but the true opening of Severing Mountain. As the giant bird dives in, Seo throws his whole life of training into a desperate chain of Severing Mountain forms, chasing that purple path through the attack. Bleeding and half-blind, Seo keeps swinging with manic determination and begs for a way forward even if this is the moment he dies. Then the breakthrough clicks. Intent only looks different from one point of view, and once Seo lets go of the boundary between himself and his enemy, the whole battlefield turns purple. Seo finally grasps 3 flowers gather at the summit as a realm of connection, where reading the opponent perfectly strips every wasted motion from his martial arts. Watching from the ground through the paralysis, the shadow guards are stunned as Seo's scattered intent sharpens beyond their understanding. Then 3 flowers bloom above Seo's head and are drawn into his nose and mouth, announcing his ascent to 3 flowers gather at the summit. With the breakthrough, all the internal energy he had wasted floods back into him at once, and he understands why Kim Young-hoon's teachings had pointed here all along. In that no-self state, Seo keeps cutting through the purple realm until his sword silk thickens, brightens, and becomes a true sword gang. Using Heavenly Lake, he reads the giant bird's flow itself, draws its power into his blade, and unleashes the ultimate Severing Mountain in one clean answer. The bright sword gang shatters the giant bird, and for the first time Seo looks at the Crown Prince with completely steady eyes. The Crown Prince tries to answer with a giant wind dragon, but Seo now sees through even his movement technique and realizes Mountain Lord martial arts and transcending peak step were always one art. With Mountain Lord's soaring flight, Seo vaults over the wind dragon and dives straight back into the prince's consciousness domain. This time he cuts through the Crown Prince's consciousness deliberately, not by instinct, and slips into the blind spot with total control. The prince mocks him for trying the same trick, but Seo now sees the weakest point in the whirlwind and charges straight for it. Using landscape painting, Seo hacks through the converging blades and finally breaks into the center of the whirlwind. At close range, Seo coats his sword in Sword Gang and smashes the Crown Prince's defensive spell like glass. The next slash tears across the prince's neck, and fear finally shows on the young cultivator's face. Panicking, the Crown Prince begs Seo to stay away and blasts wild wind in every direction because he cannot see where Seo has gone. Seo keeps carving through the blind storm and striking again, forcing the prince to burn more spells just to survive a few more moments. The Crown Prince throws out giant birds, dragons, phoenixes, and Qilin one after another, but now that Seo stands firmly in 3 flowers, every grand spell is just more dead weight. The chase completely reverses, with Seo stalking forward efficiently while the Crown Prince stumbles away pale and desperate, wasting his spiritual power on misses. When the prince suddenly changes direction to flee, Seo answers with Chi Mountain, Hard Heaven and slices off both of his legs with extending Sword Gang. Collapsed in agony after losing both legs, the Crown Prince tries one last defense with words, accusing Seo and the Jin clan of living off pills made from human lives too. He reveals that the Blessing Pill and even the Chi-building pills used by most cultivators are made from human vitality, trying to drag Seo into the same filth with him. Seo answers with a kick to the prince's chest, but the truth still forces him to stare at the Blessing Pill he has been carrying. Realizing the red tinge marks the same human cost, Seo throws the Blessing Pill to the dirt and crushes it under his foot, refusing to live longer by eating something so filthy. All around them, the Mokli clan base is going up in flames and cultivators are still fighting overhead, so Seo decides he has to finish this fast and go help Kim Young-hoon. Bleeding heavily and losing feeling in one thigh, Seo raises his sword and gives the prince a final farewell. Then the hidden life-saving artifact in the prince's necklace fires a sudden wind blade, and before Seo can react, his head is cut clean off. Even in that final instant, Seo's last thought is not surrender but a furious vow that he will keep cutting and still be of some use. Mokli Hyun realizes the necklace saved him with one cheap building level strike, and he laughs in ugly relief that a mere mortal could never challenge cultivators. But his relief curdles fast, because his spiritual power is spent, his severed body cannot move, and the stronger monsters still fighting overhead mean he has to escape somehow. Then something impossible happens. Seo Eun-hyun's headless body twitches and starts moving on its own. It is not spiritual control, or a Jiangshi body at all, but pure obsession so fierce that the prince can feel it gripping his consciousness. Seo's body settles into a sword stance by itself, moved only by a lifetime of relentless training that still refuses to stop refining even after death. Mokli Hyun screams that this makes no sense and begs the dead man to stop, but he has no power left and nowhere left to run. With one final clean swing, Seo's corpse slices away the upper part of the crown prince's mouth and kills him with that same stunned disbelief frozen on his face. Even Seo's severed head rests with the faintest smile, closing the fifth life of a man who never stopped refining himself. Seo opens his eyes in the Ascension Path forest and instantly realizes he has regressed again for a fifth cycle. Before John Myung-hoon can ask anything, Seo taps his sleep acupoint and knocks him out to buy himself time to think. Seo grimly replays his last life, unsure whether his headless final strike actually killed the crown prince before he died too early. He also realizes his breakthrough was not enough, because cultivators can hide life-saving treasures just like martial artists hide trump cards. Even so, he feels the strength of his restored young body and accepts the loss of his old life with quiet gratitude instead of wallowing in regret. Kim Young-hoon and Chief O panic over John Myung-hoon not waking, so Seo pretends to examine him like a doctor. Seo wakes John for a second, then instantly puts him back to sleep and passes it off as simple fatigue. To steer the group without more questions, Seo leaps up a tall tree with advanced footwork and scouts the surroundings. After returning, he leads everyone to the cave and settles them in while quietly reviewing the meaning of 3 flowers gather at the summit. Seo realizes 3 flowers was never the finish line at all, just the first real step toward 5 energies, and that thought makes him laugh out loud. By the fire, Seo sets his new goal clearly. In this life, he will push past 3 flowers and reach 5 energies. When night falls, he quietly knocks John Myung-hoon out again and slips out of the cave alone to prepare for training. Outside, Seo digs up yellow bamboo roots, carves a branch into a wooden sword, and coats it with white sword gang to test his reborn body. He follows a scent he can never forget, racing across the treetops toward the fox that once haunted his path. When he finally spots the fox's territory, the sheer size of its purple consciousness field tells him at once that it stands at core formation. The fox stirs when it senses something strange, but Seo severs its perception with his intent and hides himself before it can lock on. Even with 3 flowers, Seo admits he still cannot challenge the fox directly, and that escaping such a monster would likely require 5 energies. So instead of attacking, he starts a brutal experiment, inching closer by cutting apart the faint strands of consciousness leaking past the domain's edge. With every step, the pressure climbs, but Seo keeps treating the fox's aura like a training wall he has to understand and break through. He pushes to within 30 steps of the fox's true domain, and the consciousness ahead suddenly thickens as the beast starts to notice something wrong. Even after hitting what feels like his limit at 29 steps, Seo refuses to accept it and forces his mind to see more. He keeps pushing until his overloaded brain feels like it's burning, dragging himself deeper from 27 steps to 15, then to just 10. At 10 steps, Seo knows one more full step should get him caught, yet he decides that if crossing his limit costs his life, it is still worth it. He squeezes out everything left in his mind and body and manages to force himself half a step farther without waking the fox. That tiny gain is enough for Seo, so he slowly retreats, thrilled that on the very first day of this life he already pushed past another limit. When he returns to the cave, blood runs from his nose from overloading his brain, but he laughs because 5 energies finally feels reachable. Over the next few days, the same grim sequence repeats. The fox bites Seo, the snake asks for blood, cultivators heal him and abduct his co-workers, and the Sea Dragon King and Hunchback take the others away. Just like before, Seo and Kim Young-hoon are shoved into a spatial rift together and lose consciousness. Seo wakes under an unfamiliar indoor ceiling, shocked to realize the rift dropped them straight into someone's room this time. He hoists the still unconscious Kim Young-hoon and tries to slip out quietly, but a maid spots them at the door and screams thief. Seo drops the maid with a sleep acupoint and rushes into the mansion corridor, only for the alarm to spread anyway. When the guards shout that this is the house of Lord Hyo Semin, Seo instantly recognizes the name as one of Yenhwa's worst corrupt officials. Instead of fleeing, Seo turns right back into the mansion and decides a man like Hyo Semin can afford to be robbed. He raids the inner chambers, putting private soldiers to sleep and tearing through hidden storage until he finds a chest packed with 12 gold toads. With the treasure secured, Seo escapes, changes his appearance to dodge wanted posters, and uses the stolen wealth to buy a manor in Gyeoryung City. In that manor, Seo settles into a focused month of teaching Kim Young-hoon both literacy and martial arts. Only a month later, 3 flowers bloom above Kim Young-hoon's head, proving he has already reached 3 flowers under Seo's direct guidance. Seo congratulates him with a real prize this time, handing over the 6-volume Gazing Cultivation and Exceeding Martial Arts scripture he prepared from the future. Left alone with his thoughts, Seo decides this life should focus more on martial arts, while still finding a way to blunt the Mokli clan's cruelty. His answer is the Jin clan, because helping their side should slow the Mokli clan without tying him down the way earlier lives did. Seo tells Kim Young-hoon they should part ways for now, and Kim reacts with the same anxious attachment he showed before. Seo reassures him that they will meet again every 5 years, then heads alone toward the Jin clan's hidden territory near Surik Valley. After waiting for days outside the valley, Seo finally spots a red-robed Jin clan cultivator leaving the secret area and quietly tails him to the city. When the cultivator settles into a tavern, Seo walks right in, buys the table out with food and drink, and starts talking like a friendly stranger. Once the man is tipsy enough to brag, Seo steers the talk toward cultivation and gets him to admit he is a Jin clan cultivator on a mission. Seo sweetens the conversation by showing him Hyo Semin's gold toads and offering them in exchange for an introduction to the clan. The cultivator eagerly promises to help, but the next day he sobers up, tries to keep the money, and attacks Seo with a flame spell instead of honoring the deal. Seo splits the flames, shatters the man's defense with Sword Gang, and makes it painfully clear he is no ordinary mortal mark. With the cultivator by the collar, Seo takes back half the bribe and forces a proper introduction to the Jin clan instead of excuses. Cowardly now, the cultivator leads Seo to a hidden Jin clan base near Yongo City and presents him after delivering his letter. Inside the base, an older Jin clan cultivator hears that Seo has reached 3 flowers and immediately takes interest in putting him to work. Instead of using him as a fighter, the elder offers Seo work teaching martial arts to mortal children at the base, and Seo likes the idea because it will leave room for his own training. When Seo asks why the children are here, the elder explains that the cultivation world was thrown into upheaval after cultivators above core formation suddenly vanished. That power vacuum, he says, turned every surviving clan into a hidden battlefield, and the Mokli clan is buying time with forbidden elixirs made from mortal blood. Seo finally understands that the Great Ascension event did not remove the threat at all. It created the exact chaos that made the Mokli clan even worse. The elder leads Seo to the training ground and reveals that these children are not ordinary students but survivors rescued from Mokli clan atrocities. Then the elder says the quiet part plainly. The Jin clan wants to retake Yanhua by assassinating Emperor Mokli Yung, and these children have volunteered to be trained for that mission. The truth hits Seo hard, because he realizes the children he is being asked to train are the same young assassins he personally executed in his past life. At the Jin clan, Seo tries to dodge the job he was offered, asking if a 3 flowers master can do medicine, poison work, or administration instead of teaching children. The chi refiner shuts him down hard, saying mortal skills are useless to cultivators here and a 3 flowers martial artist is worth far more as an instructor. Seo reluctantly accepts, bitterly realizing fate has made him train the same orphan assassins whose necks he cut in his past life. On the training ground, Seo finds the current instructor drilling hundreds of children in basic dagger forms and instantly recognizes the style from the assassins who hunted him before. Jeek Reiho immediately tests Seo with hostile intent, but Seo folds that challenge into his own and dominates the clash before it can become a real fight. Once beaten in that invisible contest, Jeek Reiho bows, introduces himself, and realizes the Jin clan really did send him a replacement. Jeek Reiho drags Seo into his bare hut, leaves the children repeating one meaningless move hundreds of times, and starts venting over tea. Over tea, Jeek Reiho bluntly says the children have almost no talent, the clan keeps blaming him anyway, and he is sick of wasting his own training time on them. He admits he only came for the salary and planned to quit the moment someone stronger showed up, because the clan wants an instructor at peak master level and he wants no part of it. Jeek Reiho vanishes immediately, and Seo is left staring after him in disbelief on his very first day. Seo steps onto the yard, stops the drill with a shout powered by internal energy, and declares that from now on he is not just their instructor but their master. The children answer with a disciplined martial salute, and Seo is thrown off that assassins in training were taught formal courtesy at all. He calls the first child forward, and when the boy gives only his number, Seo forces him to answer with his real name instead, Manhwa. Seo orders the others to sit aside and tells Manhwa to attack him like he is a Mokli cultivator, turning the assessment into a real test of killing instinct. Manhwa throws sand first instead of charging straight in, but Seo easily catches the dagger anyway and notes that the boy at least knows how to fight dirty. Next comes Yahello, and Seo immediately strips away the habit of saluting first, telling the child that real enemies do not get polite greetings. Seo keeps testing child after child, building a clear picture of their strengths and how badly their training has been warped. When the girl Keiwa steps out, Seo freezes because he recognizes her as the female assassin he personally beheaded on the day he first realized Sword Silk. Keiwa attacks fast, but Seo quickly sees the truth. She only has speed, per form, weak internal energy, and talent that is mediocre at best. That mismatch rattles Seo, because in his past life assassins like her were far deadlier, which makes him suspect the cultivators later forced their talents awake with some strange method. By evening he has checked all 500 children, and 80 of the faces are ones he remembers killing with his own hands. Seo swallows the guilt and decides that if he cannot undo the past, he will at least do this job properly in this life. He immediately crushes their expectations by banning internal energy practice for now and telling them their current talent is so poor that only madness-level discipline gives them any hope. As he makes them demonstrate one by one, Seo realizes the old instructor forced every child into dagger work even though their bodies and instincts clearly suit different weapons. So Seo starts reassigning their futures on the spot, deciding Manhwa fits a great sword, Yahello a spear, Kawa daggers, and others their own weapon paths too. He has the children cut trees, carve crude practice weapons overnight, and memorize entirely new forms before dawn even arrives. By the next day the children are already collapsing from exhaustion, and Seo calmly drags them into the shade and uses acupuncture to force their bodies to recover. Once every child has fainted, Seo heads straight to the clan's money manager instead of easing up, because his new training plan needs real weapons and recovery herbs. The external financial manager nearly explodes when Seo asks for a ridiculous range of weapons and medicinal herbs, but Seo corners him by making the children's progress his responsibility too. A few days later the supplies arrive, and Seo fully rebuilds the children's training around proper weapons, tailored forms, and medicinal recovery. After 1 year, the children's eyes are already full of venom, and only then does Seo finally allow them to begin internal energy cultivation. Even that mercy is fake, because Seo refuses to let them sit and cultivate in peace and instead forces them to blend internal energy into non-stop weapon practice. Another year passes, and the disciples' eyes now look murderous enough to kill Seo himself, but they have all reached late third-rate strength. Seo keeps driving them past human limits with almost no sleep, rare rest, medicinal support, and acupuncture repairs, turning his training ground into a machine built on collapse and recovery. By the end of 3 years, every disciple has stepped into the early second tier, and Seo is quietly proud that none of them broke under the madness. In a sparring session, Haewung charges with a great sword and blazing hatred, but Seo closes his eyes, dodges easily, and punishes the openings in his stance. Haewung keeps attacking through the pain, and Seo is pleased that the boy's spirit has finally hardened enough not to flinch. Next, Chongya attacks with hidden weapons and the trauma of watching her parents die, and Seo corrects even her advanced technique in the middle of catching every projectile. Watching them now, Seo admits these disciples already have more natural talent than he ever did, even if his own growth came from sheer obsession. While drilling his disciples, Seo has also been pushing his own peak master perception every day and using the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts to probe deeper into the world of intent. That effort finally pays off when Seo discovers a fourth color beyond the old three, a pale pink intent that feels completely unlike combat instinct. He traces that pink intent and is stunned to find something gentle blooming inside this hellish place, Manhwa's love for Kawa. That discovery hits Seo hard, because even after years of brutal training, the children are still human enough for love to survive. 2 years later, Seo uncovers a fifth color too, a dark crimson hatred woven through the disciples and aimed mostly at the Mokli clan that ruined their lives. The new insight leaves Seo with a bigger question. If love and hatred matter this much inside intent, what does that mean for martial arts itself? When the promised time to meet Kim Young-hoon arrives, Seo leaves the Jin clan for Gyeoryang City and returns to the manor he bought long ago. Kim Young-hoon greets him there after 5 years apart, and Seo immediately probes his progress, sensing that Kim is already standing on the edge of 5 energies. Kim confirms it with a laugh, saying the secrets of gazing cultivation and exceeding martial arts carried him right up to 5 energies by letting him challenge the strongest in the world. Seo tells him about discovering love and hatred as new intents, then finally asks the question that has been bothering him. Why would emotions matter in martial pursuit at all? Kim answers like a true martial artist by drawing his saber instead of giving a lecture and inviting Seo to understand it through a match. Their duel opens with familiar technique names and flowing intent, as Seo reads Kim's red trajectory, turns it purple through understanding, and counters with his own sword path. Kim's vibrating saber technique targets Seo's sword silk directly, forcing Seo to thicken it into sword gang just to keep the strike from shattering through him. The fight climbs higher as Kim's techniques spread and focus like mountain echoes, while Seo counters with matching mastery and reads every line he can. Then Kim suddenly breaks Seo's reading by mixing love into his movement, tangling the clean trajectory Seo expected and turning understanding into confusion. A moment later Kim does it again with hatred, and that dark crimson intent punches through Seo's harmony so cleanly that their weapons collide for real and the spar ends at Seo's heart. Kim finally explains the point. Martial arts are not alive on their own, but the martial artist is, so once intent becomes part of the art, the emotions that make up a person can be infused into it too. Seo grasps the lesson as Kim pushes it further, saying the colors beyond red, blue, and purple are about understanding the self, and mastering all human colors is what earns the right to challenge 5 energies. Now standing at that threshold, Kim asks Seo to guard him during his breakthrough to 5 energies, and Seo agrees without hesitation. As Kim enters deep cultivation, Seo watches with his peak master vision and sees love, hatred, and many unseen intentions filling the gaps inside Kim's red intent as it expands beyond anything humanly ordinary. The breakthrough turns overwhelming as surrounding energy gathers above Kim in 5 circles, fuses into a 5-colored cloud, and pours into him while Seo watches in awe. Then Seo watches Kim's body fully rejuvenate, wrinkles smoothing away and youth returning until he looks even younger than Seo. Kim opens his eyes and asks if Seo saw it, and Seo answers with honest gratitude because that sight will help him when his own turn comes. After a few more days of talking martial arts together, Seo leaves the manor and heads back toward the Jin clan carrying that new understanding with him. And on the way back, Seo realizes one more color at last, a golden tint that he understands as joy. 6 years into Seo's hellish training, his disciples had climbed to mid-second rate, and Seo himself was advancing by reading human emotion as intent. He had now identified 6 emotional intentions inside people: joy, anger, sorrow, pleasure, love, and hatred. That strange progress made Seo wonder why the realm of 5 energies felt less blocked than he expected, as if humans carried far more colors than he could currently see. His thoughts were interrupted when an old Jin clan assassination overseer arrived on a flying device and called him over for an unusual visit. The overseer bluntly said the clan wanted results soon, meaning it was time to start using the children for real assassinations. Seo immediately pushed back, saying mid-second rate children would be slaughtered long before they reached the palace guards. Instead of arguing further, the overseer took Seo deeper into Jin clan territory to show him what the clan had prepared. Inside a hidden warehouse, Seo found thousands of crystal balls packed in rows, each one writhing with eerie suffering. The overseer explained the truth. The crystals held the remnant souls of the disciples' murdered families, collected after the Mokli clan drained them dry. Starting now, the clan planned to fuse those souls into each child to force open their upper dantian and awaken talent faster. Even when the overseer admitted it would shorten their lives and damage their minds, he dismissed that as an acceptable cost for assassins. Seo flatly refused, insisting his training could make them stronger without crippling their future. But the overseer argued the children had already agreed to die for revenge, and because the souls were blood relatives, the ritual would not kill them outright. Seo left the warehouse gritting his teeth, furious that adults had wrung consent from children too young to understand the price. Back at the training ground, Seo called out for everyone to listen, but the disciples only kept moving until he directly ordered them to stop. Once the disciples stopped, Seo gave them the truth and offered to fight for anyone who wanted out of the soul ritual or the assassin path. Before he could finish, every disciple answered together that they did not care about dying as long as they got revenge. Seo watched anger and hatred burst from all of them at once, and for the first time he felt how little he truly understood their pain. Unable to deny their choice, Seo finally nodded and let them follow the path they wanted. That night, Jin clan cultivators took the children away for the soul infusion, and not one of them backed down even after hearing the side effects. The next morning they all came back alive, but their intent had turned murkier and their eyes now carried a clear trace of madness. Seo bit his lip and resumed training, even though he could already see the damage was real. 4 years later, during a spar with Changya, Seo easily read her attack path and stopped her with his blade under her chin. By then every disciple had become a peak master, a terrifying result that should have impressed him, but no longer did. Seo knew the truth behind that growth. The spirits inside them kept eating away at their lifespan and left them hollow, dangerous, and capped below true mastery. They were strong enough to kill ordinary masters, but against the shadow guards in the Imperial Palace, Seo believed they were still walking corpses. As Seo deepened his understanding of intent, he stopped seeing the children as weapons and started feeling the stubborn, ordinary life still burning inside each of them. He noticed small human details everywhere: Manho's feelings for KY, Yahello's joy over dumplings, Changya's quiet happiness at rest, and the private likes, sorrows, and annoyances each child still carried. That made one thing unbearable to him now. He could no longer stand the idea of sending them off to die. When Manhwa asked when they would finally join an assassination mission, the others all leaned in to hear Seo's answer. Seo shut the idea down at once, telling them even the weakest Imperial Guard would crush them and the Shadow Guards were on a completely different level. Manhwa tried to argue that 500 of them rushing together might still work, but Seo snapped that would be war, not assassination. Seo reminded them that trained Shadow Guards could even bring down a 3 Flowers master, so he kept refusing to send his own disciples out. Privately, Seo admitted the children were deadly enough that 5 working together might break through and even reach the Emperor. But he also knew the real cost. Even if they killed the Emperor, none of them would ever come back alive. A few days later, Seo left for Kilyung City to meet Kim Young-hoon, still carrying that unresolved guilt. When they reunited, Seo immediately noticed the compressed sphere of Gangchi spinning around Kim Young-hoon, clear proof that Kim had advanced again. Kim explained that Seo had already grasped 6 of the 7 basic emotions, and that the 7 emotions were the roots from which countless other intents branched out. Seo then asked why his progress in 3 Flowers felt strangely fast, despite his usual lack of talent. Kim said enlightenment from 3 flowers onward favored older people, because that stage drew directly on the depth of a person's lived emotions. That answer hit Seo hard, because with all his regressions he had lived far longer than almost anyone in the martial world. He realized he was not progressing unusually fast at all. He was just horribly untalented even under the perfect conditions for this realm. The talk shifted when Seo asked about the information he had been sending, and Kim revealed he had finally entered Mockley clan territory. Kim told him the hidden truth with open fury. The Mockley clan were using human beings as ingredients to make elixirs. Kim wanted Seo to help destroy them, but Seo said charging in with martial artists alone would never be enough. Seo proposed a harsher answer instead. Use the rival Jin clan against the Mockley clan and let one evil punish another. Kim accepted the idea, and together they headed for the Jin clan's protected territory. At the entrance, an old Jin clan cultivator dismissed Kim as some ignorant martial artist with spiritual roots, and tried to recruit him instead of listening. Kim's patience snapped, and he drew his saber while the old man mocked him for even thinking martial arts could threaten cultivators. Then Kim answered with force, blasting a huge crack into the Jin clan's formation in one clean strike of Gang Chi. After that display and a beating that convinced the Chi-building cultivator too, the Jin clan finally recognized Kim as a serious combatant. With Kim now allowed to move freely, Seo brought him straight to the training grounds to show him the children. One look was enough for Kim to notice several souls lodged inside each disciple, and his anger shifted from Mockley clan alone to the Jin clan too. Kim condemned the whole practice as another form of desecration, saying the dead should rest instead of being chained to the living. Seo asked the question he had brought Kim here for: could those family spirits be detached so the children might finally live normally? Kim said 5 energies martial arts could interfere with spirits, but here the bond was too tangled because the children themselves were clinging to their own families. The only real openings were if the children chose to let go themselves, or if someone they deeply trusted could reach them first. Kim left to gather allies against the Mockley clan, and Seo stayed behind staring at his disciples, ashamed that he still had no way to save them. Meanwhile the Jin clan kept pressuring Seo to send assassins out, and even his idea of using 20 at once was rejected as too loud and wasteful. Then on one of the rare rest days he allowed, Seo found a letter in his quarters and instantly sensed something had gone wrong. The letter was from Nakhayan, thanking him and saying he was leaving to avenge his brother and sister even if it killed him. Seo crushed the letter and demanded answers from Manhwa, but Manhwa stayed stubbornly silent. Before Seo could push harder, the old assassination overseer appeared and casually admitted Nakhayan had volunteered and been encouraged to go. Seo exploded, accusing the overseer of sending a child to his death after he had repeatedly warned that no one should go alone. The overseer dismissed Seo's objections, saying the clan elders were angry that this group only trained and had to send at least one assassin now. Seo armed himself on the spot and declared that Nakhayan had supposedly suffered an accident and would be resting instead of dying in the palace. He rushed out of Jin clan territory and picked up Nakhayan's trail, confident that decades of hunting and intelligence work made the boy's concealment useless. Using sharpened senses and mountain lord's soaring flight, Seo chased him across valleys until he could finally catch Nakhayan's hidden scent. Nakhayan tried to stop him with a concealed metal whip ambush, but Seo, in no mood to play along, cut straight through it with sword gang. Forced out of hiding, Nakhayan faced Seo openly, still determined to head for the imperial palace and kill the people who devoured his siblings. Seo told him again that a solo attempt was impossible, and that even success with a small team would still mean everyone died. Nakhayan finally snapped back, screaming that Seo could not understand what it meant to hear his dead brother and sister begging for revenge inside his own head. Seo did not pretend to understand that pain, but he answered in a different way by naming the ordinary pieces of Nakhayan's life he had quietly watched all these years. Seo listed them one after another. Nakhayan liked Kawa, envied Manhwa, hated melons, carved wood during breaks, loved hot baths in winter, and carried private moods only a living person could have. Then Seo told him the point plainly. Nakhayan had lived, was still living, and Seo wanted him to stay alive. Seo finally drew the line with force, taking a fighting stance and telling Nakhayan he could leave only if he survived 50 seconds against him. After a long, trembling pause, Nakhayan pulled out a new hidden weapon and chose to fight his master. Their intents collided for a single second, and Seo ended the opening exchange by driving his fist straight into Nakhayan's face. Seo catches Nakhayan trying to leave and crushes his escape in seconds, beating him down before the boy can get anywhere. Even Nakhayan's desperate poison tricks fail, and Seo strips him of every weapon before hauling him up by the neck. Seo bluntly tells him the truth. With skills like this, charging the Imperial Palace is just suicide against the Shadow Guards. Nakhayan snaps back that training changes nothing if the Emperor's guards keep getting stronger too, and his need for revenge spills out in raw grief. Seo sees past the anger and reads the deep sorrow inside Nakhayan, realizing the boy is crying without tears. Before Seo can drag him back alone, shuffling rises from all sides and hundreds of disciples step out to back Nakhayan's escape. The disciples admitted plainly, they came because the overseer opened the formation, and some of them still intend to leave with Nakhayan. Seo warns them all again that they are too weak, but the disciples refuse to sit still while their chance for revenge slips away. So Seo makes his choice. If they insist on forcing the issue, he will injure them himself before he lets any of them die. He unleashes the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts, making the gap between him and the disciples feel like an adult crushing children. With lion's roar, stealth, poison, and blade work layered together, Seo tells them to fight him like a mid to late chi refiner and starts mowing through them. Manhwa tries to rally the group, but Seo knocks him out with the sword hilt before the formation can stabilize. Poison dust blinds the field, and in barely 3 minutes Seo drops all 500 disciples across the yard. Nok Hyen can only stare in shock, and Seo forces him to admit the worst part. He could not even see what happened. After ordering the servants to carry everyone back, Seo reflects bitterly that the disciples are strong enough for palace infiltration, but the Jin clan wastes them like disposable tools. Watching the children who were pushed into the pinnacle realm with resentful spirits, Seo realizes the Jin clan is only kinder than Mokli in degree, not in nature. Once the disciples wake, Seo shows them again that his martial arts are on a completely different level, and says he will allow assassination only if they can reach that realm. Then he lies to keep them alive, promising that if even one disciple defeats him, he will teach all 500 the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts. As hope and anger stir through the crowd, Seo reads new layers of human intent and understands why true masters rarely isolate themselves from people. The very next day, one disciple tries to stab Seo from inside a toilet pit, and Seo casually counters the filthy ambush anyway. Seo drags the paralyzed attacker out of the filth, washes him by the stream, and even corrects his technique instead of simply punishing him. At the training ground, Chongya and Hwan Hyung open the next attack with hidden weapons while buried threads and underground ambushers spring their trap. Seo answers with mountain and valley transformation, blasting open the training ground and exposing the underground ambushers along with their buried traps. Manhwa immediately brings in a sword formation to surround Seo so tightly there is no room to dodge. Seo breaks the formation's shape with another earth-splitting strike, then mocks them for dying 3 times in the gap it took to rebuild it. He tears through the group with successive sword techniques, reading the flow of the formation until he finds exactly where to collapse it. 15 minutes later the sword formation finally collapses, and Seo lectures the exhausted disciples that group fighting only works if each position is treated like a death match. The disciples switch to a spear and long weapon formation to wear him down, and Seo laughs because he has barely started using his deadliest tools. He taunts them that if they cannot even touch his clothes today, he will make them train naked, and then charges straight into the storm of spear thrusts. A month later, the attacks have grown sharper, and Keiwa finally manages to poison the path Seo walks before coming at him herself. But Seo still overwhelms her in the intent clash, stopping Keiwa cold and telling her clean focus cannot erase the experience gap. Even after she salutes, Keiwa sneaks in one last threat attack, and Seo cuts it too while praising her progress. Half a year passes, and the disciples' relentless attempts to beat Seo start polishing away the flaws in the power they gained through resentful spirits. Seo is moved watching that change, because the children he once saw as half-broken peak masters are slowly becoming the real thing. At the same time, Seo's own understanding of intent explodes from 6 main emotions into hundreds of subtle shades, except for one feeling he still cannot grasp at all: desire. When Seo asks Kim Young-hoon about it, Kim tells him desire cannot be borrowed from someone else's eyes because each person's deepest longing has its own color. Kim pushes him toward the real answer instead: figure out what you want most, and the color of desire will reveal itself there. Seo carries that question back into training, dodging attacks inside the disciples' formation while chasing the meaning of his own desire. That chain of questions finally leads him to the core. He wants to become a cultivator, escape regression, and stop every hard-earned life from being erased. So Seo understands his deepest longing at last. More than comfort, more than power, he simply desires life. That realization turns inward and ugly too, because Seo sees how selfish he is for forcing his own wish to live onto children who want revenge badly enough to die. Even so, he cannot stop wishing the same thing for them, and in the middle of the clash Seo silently begs his disciples to live because they are alive right now. For the first time, the disciples really do corner Seo so completely that he would need the record's ultimate technique to break out. But their condition was subduing him, not killing him, and that makes the challenge even harder because none of them can finish the job without losing the teacher they need. Seo praises how far they have come, then admits the ugly truth: they pushed him to his limit, but the techniques he still has in reserve are too high for them to understand. Before the moment can settle, a bell booms across the territory and the chief administrator summons every pinnacle martial artist to Yunryung for an important announcement. Seo already knows what this means, so instead of the impossible record he gives the disciples something they can really use: the transcending cultivation formation. He explains that Kim Young-hoon derived this formation from the record, and it is strong enough for late first-rate fighters to capture a mid to late chi refining cultivator together. What Seo really gives them with it is not just a technique but a plea: learn this, and choose to live. Seo cannot stop the cultivator clan from using them anymore, but he does manage to redirect the pressure away from the Emperor and towards strikes on Mokli territory instead. Even after realizing that what he wants is simply life, Seo still cannot see Desire's intent color. But he no longer wavers on one thing: he wants his disciples to survive. At Yeonryong, Seo joins the assembled martial artists and listens as Kim Young-hoon and the Chi building cultivators lay out the operation for an assault on Mokli clan territory in 2 months. 3 months later, Seo stands in black martial clothes before more than 500 disciples, all armed and finally ready to march. Even now, Seo can feel their frustration that this raid is not against the Emperor himself, only against another Mokli stronghold. Reading their emotions only leaves Seo more unsettled, because the colors inside them have become too tangled for even him to name. That confusion drags Seo back to Kim Young-hoon's breakthrough, and he still cannot understand how 5 energies could contain what looked like infinite emotion. Since the higher mystery will not open for him today, Seo forces his focus back to the raid in front of him. He hands out the poison and antidote to every disciple, making sure each one is equipped before they move. Seo fires them up with the blunt truth of the day: they are going out to kill cultivators. Then he immediately cuts against their death wish, and orders them not to throw their lives away on some glorious suicide. Because talk of living means nothing to them by itself, Seo gives them a harder promise: survive these raids, and he will personally help them attack the Imperial Palace later. That bargain works, and the disciples' fury tightens into a will to live long enough for bigger revenge. With that, Seo leads the silent column out of Jin territory and toward the northwestern hills near Chongbuk City. Looking over this force, Seo knows this life is different from the last one, because these peak masters were not rushed into false strength but forged through real training. He also reminds himself that this target should only be a refinery outpost, mostly guarded by low-level Chi refining cultivators and a few Chi building supervisors. Even so, Seo warns the disciples that once they step inside, they may see horrors that could wreck their composure if they let rage take over. He makes their priority clear before the killing starts: stay cold, kill more cultivators, and save any civilians still left alive. A Jin clan Chi building cultivator opens the hidden passage, and the hill warps into an entrance straight into Mokli territory. Inside, Seo sees the familiar sight of a barrier-wrapped village and Mokli cultivators already scrambling to raise the alarm. Kim Young-hoon immediately takes the lead, unleashing the Gang Chi compression sphere at the enemy barrier. Now that Seo has reached 3 flowers, he can finally see the countless intents packed into that sphere, but he still cannot copy how Kim Young-hoon does it. Kim Young-hoon's strike rips a huge hole through the barrier, and the strongest fighters surge in first. Seo drives his disciples through the breach right behind them, turning the intrusion into a full assault. The first Mokli cultivator barely gets out an insult before Kawa kills him on the spot. Around her, Manhwa smashes through defensive techniques and Nakhayan whips a Jiangshi off balance, showing how much deadlier Seo's students have become. This time the village falls far faster than in Seo's past life, because his side is simply overwhelming the outpost. Then the raid turns grim when a house Chongya destroys, collapses, and spills blood and butchered civilian corpses into the open. Chongya stands over the wreckage with an unconscious cultivator in hand, silently realizing what happened to the family she never found. She smashes that cultivator into the ground with internal energy, almost tearing him apart in pure rage. Seeing her on the edge of berserk madness, Seo sends telepathy ordering her to regain control because this is still a battlefield. Chongya swallows her fury, apologizes, and goes back to hunting the living enemies instead of tearing apart the dead one. When another Mokli cultivator sneers that Seo is just a nobody, Seo answers by cutting straight through his defenses. A bright burst of sword gang shatters the spell like glass and takes the cultivator's head off in one clean finish. As the fighting winds down, Seo realizes his growth has carried him beyond the old limits that once governed how far a martial artist could challenge cultivators. The sky battles end too, and with Kim Young-hoon's help the raid closes as a complete victory with all of Seo's disciples still alive. Relieved but grim, Seo praises them for surviving and immediately turns the aftermath toward burying the civilians the Mokli clan butchered. The disciples silently dig graves and lay the murdered civilians to rest under Seo's direction. Afterward, Kim Young-hoon leads prayers before the fresh graves, and a faint holy light comforts the dead while Seo quietly wishes them peace. When Seo asks how they feel, nobody answers, but the anger in all of them is now impossible to miss. Seo tells the disciples their goal should be revenge that ends, not end the slaughter, and an unnamed disciple immediately challenges him by asking what the difference is. Seo can only answer that they will understand later, and he leads them on to the next target instead of forcing the point now. 6 more months pass in a grim cycle of raids, and 13 Mokli territories burn while Seo's group buries 156,000 civilian dead. Each new massacre only deepens the disciples' blood-red intent, until rage starts to look like the one feeling keeping them moving. In one later raid, a 3rd-star cultivator is finally dragged down by combined attacks, showing how coordinated the disciples have become. He outdarts him with a small scythe and carves through the weakening defense at the cultivator's neck. With Nakhayan helping break the last of the defense, the cultivator dies, still unable to believe mortals killed him. But Seo sees the trend behind the victory. Mokli is adapting, and stronger cultivators are waiting in each territory now. He knows a single star of chi refining makes a huge difference, and their repeated strikes are inching toward a disaster they may not survive. What makes it worse is that this still is not considered full war by the clans, only an underground struggle where low-level lives barely count. Seo can already picture the outcome if true war starts. The weaker disciples will be left running for their lives, and most of them will probably die. After another raid, the group once again buries civilians first, because only after the graves are made does the disciples' rage ease at all. Kim Young-hoon has started learning cultivation not for power, but so he can pray properly for the dead and guide spirits onward. Under his prayer, Seo can actually see the victims' souls rise as tiny lights and drift into the sky. Watching those souls leave, Seo finally asks the disciples whether this much revenge is enough to stop. Chongya snaps back first, furious that he could even ask while so many Mokli monsters are still alive. Seo answers with the real problem. The rage inside them is not only their own, because their dead family's resentment was fused into them by the Jin clan. Manhwa accepts that truth and turns it around, insisting that because their family's grudges are mixed with theirs, they have even less right to stop now. Seo points to the soul lights they just saw and pleads that the dead have already reached the moment where they should be released, not kept chained to revenge. He warns them that holding on will only shorten their own lives further while trapping their families as resentful spirits. But the disciples see through him, and Manhwa says plainly that Seo is really just trying to keep them alive. They answer that they do not care if revenge kills them, as long as they can go to the afterlife with their families after cutting down the Mokli clan. Seeing they will not bend tonight, Seo gives up on the argument for now and says they will talk again later. Months pass again, and the raids keep escalating until even the territories they hit are guarded by cultivators from the 2nd to 5th stars and beyond. In one brutal clash, Seo is forced into a direct fight with a 7-star cultivator who mocks him as material for a powerful jiangshi. Seo answers by driving Sword Gang into the ground to disrupt the corpse formation and break the cultivator's control. Then he chains his techniques together and cuts through the cultivator's damaged defense with a huge diagonal slash. The moment he wins, Seo's first thought is not relief but panic for the disciples still fighting elsewhere. He races through fire to save them and beheads another cultivator attacking his students with wind spells. When the wind clears, Seo finds several disciples collapsed and bleeding so badly that even his medical training tells him they cannot be saved. Among the dying is Nakhyun, and Seo bitterly calls him a fool for throwing himself this far into revenge. Nakhyun dies peacefully anyway, telling Seo he is satisfied because now he can finally be with his family. The other dying disciples, including Hia, thank Seo for how far he brought them, and their calm acceptance hits him even harder. To spare them a more painful end, Seo quietly presses their sleep points before forcing himself back into the battle to save whoever is still left. That raid becomes a disaster anyway, and by the end 34 of Seo's disciples are dead. Seo personally calls the dead by name, gathers their bodies, and buries them with an apology he can barely get out. After that breaking point, Seo faces the survivors and orders that from the next raid onward they will stay behind and return to training instead. The disciples immediately protest that he already knows how badly they still want revenge, but Seo cuts them off because this is no longer a discussion. He draws his sword and declares that if they want to defy him, they will have to beat him first, because he refuses to let any more of them die. Seo's intent crashes against his disciples as both sides fall into a fierce, wordless standoff. Manhwa steps forward and demands to know why their master is backing out of his promise to storm the imperial palace with them. The other children pile on, saying they survived hellish training only because Seo promised revenge at the end of it. When Seo reads their intent, he realizes the children are not just furious but drowning in grief for all the comrades they lost. Ashamed that he let disciples die, Seo still refuses to yield and tells them he will keep the promise only after they can truly defeat him. Kwa attacks first, and Manhwa instantly orders the others to surround Seo in the transcending cultivation formation. The children tighten the anti-cultivator formation around him, layering moving bodies and tangled intent until even Seo struggles to read their positions. Seo admits their formation has improved sharply, but he can also feel it still is not enough to stop someone at his level. Pushing his concentration to the limit, Seo enters the world of intent and switches from hiding himself to fully diving into his opponent's flow. Using the record of gazing cultivation and exceeding martial arts, Seo slips his sword flow directly into the formation without the children noticing. He realizes the children are still held back by the resentful spirits in their upper dimensions, and that weakness leaves them a step short of sensing his intrusion. Then Seo explodes into severing mountain swordsmanship, splitting his sword gang into countless strands that rip the formation apart from within. As the formation collapses, Seo shouts that revenge alone will never make them stronger while they stay chained to obsession and dead family spirits. He finishes by shaking the terrain and spreading paralysis powder, dropping every disciple because they already used up their poison supplies in earlier raids. Pinned by the poison, Guseon breaks down and asks how anyone could possibly cut away the voices of their own family. Seo has no answer, and all he can do is apologize as he starts dragging his fallen disciples away himself. That attempt to withdraw them is cut off when the old Jin overseer descends on a flying artifact and coldly demands to know who gave Seo the right to take the squad away. Seo argues that his students below 3 flowers will only die in the next stage of fighting and begs for permission to retrain them instead. The overseer rejects him at once, saying the children matter as political justification as much as soldiers, and their disappearance would invite Mokli's upper ranks to interfere. When Seo still presses the issue, the overseer raises spiritual power to punish him for disobedience. Before the strike can land, Kim Young-hoon appears inside the overseer's awareness and quietly crushes the old man's arm in his grip. Kim smiles and tells the overseer to punish him too if Seo's crime is being from the same hometown, making the threat feel even more humiliating. The overseer tries to cast with his free hand, but the energy around Kim slices every spell apart until the old man finally begs to be released. Even after backing down, the overseer warns that the clan elders still will not allow the children to leave the coming battles. Seo changes tactics and asks for the family spirits to be removed, explaining that those resentful souls are the wall blocking his disciples from true progress. The overseer says it is too late for a simple fix, because only a core formation elder, the disciples' own decision to let go, or their deaths can break the spell now. Seo's bitter smile gives away that he already knew this, and had only been grasping at false hope. As the paralysis wears off, every disciple rejects the idea of separation and insists that more battle is the only answer. The overseer mocks Seo for not understanding that these children have already half given up on living and now exist only for revenge. Still sneering, he casts a green spirit ascension spell into their minds that will only work if they ever truly release their grip on the dead. After one last insult about mortal origins, the overseer flies off and leaves Seo staring upward with nothing left he can do. Seo quietly asks Kim Young-hoon whether trusting the Jin clan was ever the right choice, and Kim can only admit he has the same doubts. In the end, both men swallow their doubts, wake the children with antidote, and move on because everyone except Seo still wants the next battle. Half a year later, another brutal raid ends with Seo wandering the ruins to gather both civilian corpses and his own dead disciples. Kim notices Seo's hair turning white faster and asks if he is alright, but Seo brushes it off even as his body looks visibly worn down. Left alone again, Seo finds Gaizgu's body and sees his own bloodshot, gray-haired ruin reflected in the disciple's perfectly kept poison blade. Crushed by another death he could not prevent, Seo screams at the sky and rages at his own weakness for still failing to reach 5 energies. His breakdown turns inward as he regrets everything from joining the Jin clan to ever taking the children in, because now every disciple's death feels like losing his own flesh. Manhwa arrives in tears to report that only 314 are left, and Seo can do nothing but carry the dead toward burial again. At a sunny burial ground, Seo lays his disciples to rest while Kim Young-hoon performs rites that send faint soul lights from the civilian graves into the air. That morning is interrupted when a Jin-chi building cultivator rushes in with communication paper, shouting that the upper clans have finally finished negotiating. He announces that Mokli has accepted a formal challenge for control of Yanhua, but only if Jin fights with mortals and she refining cultivators instead of stronger forces. Everyone around them brightens at the news, while Seo and Kim can only taste the bitterness of realizing all those deaths were bargaining chips in a cultivator deal. When Kim questions the details, the Chi building cultivator explains that the target is really the Mokli branch ruling Yanhua, not the main clan itself. The messenger then reveals the real problem: the former emperors can join the defense, including the founding emperor Mokli Wangshin, a true Chi building cultivator. He immediately points to Kim Young-hoon as Jin's answer, saying Kim's power is already at Chi building level even if his cultivation still reads within the allowed limit. The same man even boasts that the elders will marry Kim into a higher Jin family after the mission, a reward that only makes Kim grimace harder. The final battle plan is blunt: Kim holds off Wangshin, while the rest must kill Emperor Mokli Young and Crown Prince Mokli Hyun to seize victory for Jin. After the Jin cultivators leave in high spirits, Seo looks over his disciples and quietly tells them that the promised day has finally come. The children answer with steady resolve, but Seo still makes the same plea he always has and begs them to survive. The disciples apologize again because they still think revenge matters more than their own lives, and Seo finally breaks and asks why none of them think about the one who will be left behind. Kim Young-hoon suddenly erupts, slamming the disciples to the ground with pressure and furious at how little they understand their master's suffering. In his anger, Kim reveals the secrets Seo hid from them. He let the resentful spirits of their dead comrades enter his own body, and that is why he has been aging so fast. Kim drives the point home, telling them Seo shortened his own life by carrying more than 200 unrelated vengeful spirits just to honor their wishes. Kim calls both sides foolish, blames Seo for bearing everything alone in silence, and leaves them to settle the wound he just ripped open. After the silence settles, Seo quietly confirms it all and explains that he first took in the 34 fallen disciples and then kept carrying the dead with him. He says that carrying those vengeful spirits finally made him understand his students better, because the bond between master and disciple had been shaping him too. Now that he can finally empathize with their pain, Seo stops trying to deny their grudge and simply tells them what he wants most: for them to stay alive. For the first time, the children truly hear him, and they answer that they will survive and return to him alive. Starting with Manhwa, the disciples throw themselves prostrate before Seo and swear they will live for their master, With their hearts finally open to each other, master and disciples reconcile at last, and the story moves toward the day of the decisive battle. While waiting outside the Imperial City for the decisive battle, Seo quietly studies Kim Young-hoon's latest manuscript. Kim Young-hoon asks why Seo wanted that book, because this draft is the newest evolution of the anti-cultivator martial records from his past breakthroughs. Seo quickly realizes the book goes beyond the old secrets, and reaches into a new realm tied to extreme resentment, so advanced that he still cannot truly grasp it. Seeing Seo struggle, Kim Young-hoon bluntly tells him not to force it, because the martial art is still incomplete. Kim Young-hoon explains that a martial art is only complete when it can be passed down, and this one demands at least 5 energies, so almost nobody can even understand it. Seo sums it up with a sly smile. The art is finished in power, but incomplete as a legacy because the entry wall is absurdly high. Kim Young-hoon says the method should ideally be lowered to the 3 flowers level, but Seo argues that anyone worthy of it can just reach 5 energies or be talented enough to inherit it anyway. Kim Young-hoon laughs that his level of martial talent is absurdly rare, and even Seo has to admit that part is true. Privately, Seo makes a grim promise to himself that even if this life ends today, he will carry Kim Young-hoon's martial path into the next regression. To lock that legacy in place, Seo suggests giving the new art a name. Kim Young-hoon answers with fierce conviction that unlike the old secrets, this new record is about truly surpassing cultivators and pushing beyond the framework of martial arts itself. With energy glowing from his fingers, Kim Young-hoon writes the title in the air, Record of Surpassing Cultivation and Martial Arts. The name hits Seo hard because it feels like the old unfinished records from earlier lives finally coming together at last. After memorizing it, Seo tucks the record into his chest and rises with Kim Young-hoon, ready to move. Seo steps toward the assault knowing that before this day ends, the Enhwa imperial family will be overturned. Then blue and red lights flare across the sky over Seokyung City, signaling that the Jin and Mokli clans have ended their truce and started the real fight. More lights burst from every direction, and the 2 clans' powers weave together into a barrier that swallows the whole city. The formation instantly crushes the weak, dropping ordinary people unconscious in the streets while only stronger martial masters stay standing. Seo watches the citywide effect and feels the same ugly truth again. Cultivators treat humans like insects because their formations can dominate a city in an instant. That only hardens Seo's resolve, and he launches toward the Imperial Palace the moment the barrier settles into place. All across Seokyung City, hidden allies move at once as Seo's disciples grab their weapons, Kim Young-hoon's followers mobilize, and red-robed Jin clan cultivators sweep overhead. Around the palace itself, a thick deep blue barrier glows while Mokli cultivators inside brace the defense and prepare spells. Kim Young-hoon rises into the air above Seokyung City and calls for everyone to get ready to enter. Seo sees Kim Young-hoon's new realm with his own eyes when one Gangchi sphere becomes 3, and then expands into 9 shining spheres around him. The 9 spheres slam into the Imperial barrier at once and blast 9 huge holes through it. As Kim Young-hoon shouts for everyone to charge, Jin clan talismans pin the torn barrier open before it can repair itself. Seo uses Mountain Lord's soaring flight to reach the breach and dives into the palace before the defenders can recover. The first Mokli cultivator who tries to stop him dies instantly when Seo drives a sword gang thrust straight through his mouth and medulla. Seo follows with landscape painting, turning a single opening into a blood-soaked kill zone as his sword gang cuts down the nearby lower cultivators. The Mokli side panics and orders their Jianshi forward as shields while the spellcasters retreat to attack from the rear. Seo immediately adapts, sweeping through the first wave of Jianshi and carving up another chanting cultivator behind them. When multiple spells come at him at once, Seo reads the intents behind them and twists their trajectories so cleanly that none of them even brush his clothes. The stunned cultivators barely understand what happened before Seo's circular sword gang tears straight through them too. Seo's massacre draws every eye, and the Mokli side throws hundreds of poison-soaked Jianshi at him to bog him down. Right then, Seo's 314 disciples pour through the breach behind him, armed and disciplined enough to turn the tide. Seo leaves the cleanup to them and pushes deeper into the palace alone, trusting Manhwa to hold the line. Dropping from the wall into the palace interior, Seo is met by a spear hurled so hard that he has to improvise in midair. He jams his sword into the wall, uses it as a pivot, and spins just enough to fling the spear back before landing safely. The men waiting below are Imperial Martial officers Seo recognizes from his old Shadow Guard days, and that makes this fight more awkward than the last one. Because they are just loyal soldiers following orders, Seo decides to put them down without killing them. He disables the chief first with a poisoned hidden weapon that buries itself in the man's shoulder. Then Seo floods the area with paralysis powder and a blur of poisoned cuts and hidden weapons, dropping the deputy chief, generals, admiral, and deputies one by one without killing them. Leaving the twitching peak masters alive behind him, Seo turns to the palace layout and starts hunting for the Emperor's real emergency shelter. His years in the Shadow Guards pay off here, because he knows the official shelter is a decoy and the true hiding place is the glowing scenery pavilion in the northwest. Another huge swarm of Jianshi comes screaming in, and Seo can only grit his teeth at how many lives must have been butchered to make them. Before he has to face that tide alone, his disciples drop down from the wall and report that they finished their side without losses. Seo confirms the mockly cultivators are still tied up elsewhere, then tells his disciples the real target now is the Emperor. He orders a wedge formation and leads the charge straight into the Jiangshi mass instead of wasting time trying to kill every last one. With Seo's sword gang at the tip and the disciples linking their different weapons around him, the wedge smashes through like cavalry. They force a path all the way to the next palace wall, and Seo simply blows that barrier apart too. Beyond the breach lies Go-won, and Seo switches from brute force to precision because he recognizes the hidden formation paths inside the garden. He orders everyone to step exactly where he steps, and the whole group slips through the life gates while the chasing Jiangshi get trapped circling uselessly behind them. After clearing the garden, Seo vaults the final wall and lands beside a small lake with a quiet pavilion that looks empty at first glance. When a disciple mutters that the pavilion looks empty, Seo answers by firing sword gang across the lake and exposing an invisible barrier around it. Now sure he found the real shelter, Seo orders Keiwa to fire the signal flare. Keiwa's flare bursts into a 5-colored cloud overhead, calling the Jin clan to the hidden site. Jin clan cultivators answer the signal at once on flying devices and start tearing down the pavilion's concealment formation. The concealment breaks in a burst of light, finally exposing the Emperor's shelter with palace guards and dozens of blue-robed mockly cultivators inside. Mockly Jung explodes in fury because only the palace guards and shadow guards were supposed to know this place existed. A white smoke flare goes up to confirm the Emperor has been found, and more Jin clan cultivators start converging on the lake. As more Jin clan cultivators arrive, they form a spell formation in the air and build a massive fireball over the pavilion. The fireball crashes down and boils the lake dry, but layered mockly barriers still shield the pavilion inside a blue sphere. As spells rip through the steam above the dried lake, a Jin clan cultivator calls down for Seo to break through the palace guards while they pin the mockly side. Seo accepts the split and charges across the emptied lake toward the weakened pavilion barrier. Just before he reaches it, a halberd suddenly lunges out from the shadows beneath the pavilion to intercept him. Seo knocks the weapon aside and recognizes the man in front of him at once. The Shadow Guard leader, Tiger slaughtering halberd Kwak Ilguk. Kwak Ilguk is thrown off when Seo calmly introduces himself as Seo Unhyun, the infinite fighting monster, even though no one in this lifetime should know that name. While Kwak Ilguk questions him, Seo is already reading the red threads of the leader's killing intent and shutting down the opening attack with his purple intent. Seo uses the duel as a lesson, telling his disciples behind him that this is the Shadow Guard's level and none of them can beat Kwak Ilguk one-on-one in an intent clash yet. Still holding Kwak Ilguk down, Seo points out the palace guards around the Emperor and explains the difference. Shadow Guards are trained to kill assassins, while palace guards are trained to protect the throne. Seo stops teaching and gives the command his disciples were waiting for: break through the palace guards, kill the Emperor, and finally take revenge. The disciples leap past him toward the pavilion, and Seo stays planted behind to hold Kwak Ilguk and the hidden shadow guards in place alone. As the fighting splits, Mockly Jung keeps casting in the middle of the pavilion, and the palace guards lock into a defensive formation around him. Kwak Ilguk realizes in shock that Seo has already reached the late stage of 3 flowers and can sense a level of intent far beyond his own. Even under pressure, Kwak Ilguk demands to know why someone so gifted would side with rebels when Yenhua looks peaceful on the surface. Seo answers without hesitation that both the Mockly and Jin imperial lines treat people like tools, but the Mockly are worse because they are raising humans like livestock to be consumed. Knowing their ideals will never line up, Seo deliberately opens a tiny gap in his intent and baits the Shadow Guards into a combined attack. The Shadow Guards come from 3 directions at once, proving they really are strong enough to threaten a normal 3 flowers master. But Seo has gone far beyond that level, and with the new record in hand he slices through their formation in a single instant. Even now, Seo cannot bring himself to kill these men who were once his comrades in another life, so he chooses to disable them instead. His blade taps their vital points and paralysis powder finishes the job, leaving the whole Shadow Guard unit down without a massacre. With his men already beaten, Kwak Ilguk falls into despair as Seo closes in and drives him back with controlled pressure. Seo tells him he knows the Shadow Guards are loyal men without personal grudges, and that is exactly why he refuses to kill him too. Instead of crushing him outright, Seo starts matching Kwak Ilguk's movement and intent almost perfectly, leading him like a mirror through the fight. As Seo keeps guiding the exchange, Kwak Ilguk's intent finally starts to intertwine with Seo's, and bewilderment replaces his anger. Then the Shadow Guard leader finally glimpses the third color, the threshold Seo wanted him to see. The moment his focus slips, Seo knocks Kwak Ilguk out with a measured strike to the neck and leaves him a path to reach 3 flowers later. Before Seo can turn back to the pavilion, a huge explosion and whirlwind tear up a distant building, and the palace guards scream that the Crown Prince is there. Seo immediately realizes the power inside that storm is not the Crown Prince's magic at all but the overwhelming presence of the founder, Mockly Wangshin. Around the storm, Kim Young-hoon appears gripping a severed head by the hair, and Seo realizes it is likely Crown Prince Mockly Hyun. When bullets and blades from the Chi building founder rip through buildings, but Kim Young-hoon answers with 9 gang spheres that punch straight back into the storm. Watching the clash outside, the Mokli side erupts in outrage, convinced the Jin clan secretly brought in a chi-building ally to break their agreement. Mokli Young laughs from the pavilion and boasts that their ancestor has already advanced again, claiming even core formation is within reach. The Jin cultivators go pale, but Seo stays calm because he knows exactly what Kim Young-hoon's record is capable of against cultivators. Inside the pavilion, Seo sees that the palace guards are still barely holding, but his disciples' numbers and formation mean the defense is about to collapse. Seo draws his sword gang and steps in to end the fight himself, seeing that the last push should finish the emperor. Then a new blast rips the pavilion roof open, and blood suddenly starts raining down from above. Seo and the cultivators feel at once that the falling blood carries Mokli Wangshin's soul and divine consciousness, meaning Kim Young-hoon has already destroyed the founder's original body. That blood shoots straight at Mokli Young, and the emperor instantly understands too late what his own ancestor is about to do to him. Mokli Young begs for mercy, but the blood splashes across his face anyway and his screams echo through the pavilion. Seo reacts first and orders everyone to retreat, realizing the founder is taking Mokli Young's body for himself. Seo's disciples manage to pull back, but the palace guards stay too close as Mokli Wangshin finishes taking over Mokli Young's body. In the next instant, Mokli Wangshin starts draining the life force and essence blood out of the palace guards through Mokli Young's possessed body. The whole pavilion fills with the founder's monstrous consciousness, and Seo instantly knows Mokli Young's stolen body is still a deadly threat. Mokli Wangshin chooses Seo as his first target and points from inside Mokli Young's stolen body at the strongest mortal in the pavilion. Before he can strike Seo, an outside flash crashes into Mokli Wangshin's defense and rips away half the pavilion around Mokli Young's possessed body. Through the wreckage, Kim Young-hoon finally appears, but Seo's relief vanishes when he sees how badly the founder wounded him before dying. Kim Young-hoon tries to keep moving, but his internal injuries catch up to him and he collapses unconscious on the spot. Mokli Wangshin steadies himself in the stolen body and admits Kim Young-hoon nearly killed him for real. He curses the weakness of the descendant body he stole, noting that his cultivation has dropped all the way to chi refining 4th star. Then he looks up and sees Mokli cultivators trying to flee, and his contempt turns on his own clan without a trace of mercy. With a hand-shaped surge of consciousness, Mokli Wangshin drags 2 fleeing chi refining cultivators out of the sky and starts devouring them. After turning his own descendants into blood water and swallowing their power, he climbs to the brink of chi refining 5th star. Seo knows the number alone is misleading, because that body now carries the consciousness of a cultivator who once stood at the peak of chi building. Their eyes meet, and Mokli Wangshin confirms Seo's fear with a smirk, openly announcing that the power he can still wield is equivalent to chi refining 13th star. With Kim Young-hoon down, Seo makes the only call left, and orders his disciples to force recovery pills into him until he wakes up. Then Seo steps forward alone, takes the primary sword stance, and prepares to buy time against an enemy far above the field. Seo commits himself completely and opens endless mountains beyond mountains, determined to hold the line no matter what until Kim Young-hoon can rise again. At the shattered lakeside pavilion, Seo opens with transcending peaks and meets Mokli Wangshin's storm head-on. The whirlwind shreds the Jin clan's fireball, and the cultivators behind Seo spit blood from the backlash. Mokli Wangshin laughs at the mortals and boasts that someone who reached chi building is beyond their reach. He immediately raises the stakes and sends a giant wind rock big enough to swallow the whole lake. Seo realizes he cannot dodge because his disciples and Kim Young-hoon have not escaped yet, so he decides to hold the line alone. He unleashes Severing Mountain, chaining the whole sword style together and splitting the rock just enough to survive. Without resting, Seo settles back into his starting stance and prepares to repeat Transcending Peaks again. Mokli Wangshin throws up a blue barrier over the whole lake so nobody can flee, especially Kim Young-hoon. He snarls that he will crush Seo and the Jin clan first, then slowly torture the man who destroyed his body. As he attacks again, the narration reveals why his rage runs so deep. Kim Young-hoon killed him once, forcing him to survive by seizing Mokli Young's inferior body. Back in the present, Mokli Wangshin expects Seo to collapse soon, but Seo just keeps cutting down spell after spell. What finally unsettles the cultivator is not just Seo surviving, but Seo slowly walking straight toward him. Mokli Wangshin throws out an even bigger wind tiger, and mocks Seo for pretending he still has energy left. Seo cleaves the wind tiger too, then takes another step, and Mokli Wangshin finally starts to sound genuinely rattled. Seo's answer is the 23rd move, Endless Mountains Beyond Mountains, a mastery state that returns every technique back to the basic stance and pulls spent energy back into his dantian. That trick gives him near endless stamina in theory, but only if he never stops moving even for an instant. So Seo keeps linking move after move without pause, turning his whole body into a machine built only to advance. His internal energy stops draining, but the mental strain is so brutal it feels like his brain is boiling alive. Even with his tendons tearing and his bones starting to crack, Seo forces his body to keep moving by binding it together with internal energy. Mokli Wangshin changes tactics and uses a verbal spell to stab at the resentful spirits inside Seo and the nearby disciples, making them all clutch their heads in agony. He coldly exposes Seo's secret too, saying the only way to mass-produce mortal masters was to stuff vengeful souls into their upper dungeons. Only 20 steps away now, Seo leaves a trail of blood across the lake platform as he measures whether he can break the final whirlwind around the cultivator. Mokli Wangshin hits him again with soul-shaking words, and Seo's vision nearly whites out from the pain. But Seo's obsession with the sword holds, and he roars that he will never give up. He keeps stepping forward through blindness and blood while the remaining Jin clan cultivators are slaughtered around him. Mokli Wangshin finally shows real fear when Seo still comes on after losing flesh from his waist and skin from his sword hand. With one brighter burst of sword gang, Seo punches a gap into the whirlwind and gets close enough to force a real opening. At that edge of death, Seo finally understands the seventh color he had never grasped before: desire. He realizes his deepest desire was always life itself, and that life's color is transparent because it contains every color at once. That insight also breaks his pride, because he finally admits he had been clinging to his disciples instead of respecting their own desperate wishes. The seven hues merge, his soul opens to heaven and earth, and Seo's awareness suddenly expands far beyond ordinary martial intent. Mokli Wangshin is horrified that a mere martial artist has stepped into something that feels like the realm of chi refining. Even then the screaming souls still hurt Seo, but now he can finally hear what they were saying. They wanted him to live. Seo answers both the dead and the living with one command, shouting for them to survive. He burns the last of his chi into one final charge, driving Radiant Sword Gang through Mokli Wangshin's defenses until only 5 steps remain. Mokli Wangshin retreats into the sky to regain space, but that only gives Seo the narrow chance he needed. With no internal energy left, Seo unleashes the ultimate skill from the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts: Endless Middle Path. The strike bypasses every defense and carves straight into Mokli Wangshin's consciousness, making him scream and crash down. Seo presses after him anyway, even though his sword breaks when it meets the next wind blade. He keeps coming on foot, throws a hidden weapon into Mokli Wangshin's leg to stop him retreating, and reaches forward with his bare hand. For the first time in 298 years, Mokli Wangshin feels fear of a martial artist who simply will not stop. His damaged spirit leaves him unable to fire off the high-level spells he once used so casually, and panic starts replacing confidence. He notices Seo has no chi left and thinks victory is finally his, blasting him back with raw spiritual power. Then heaven and earth answer Seo instead, as the 5 elemental strands begin to gather around him in a circle. Mokli Wangshin recognizes the impossible sign from ancient records: a mortal reaching something like 5 elements' spiritual roots. The 5 energies collapse into multicolored power and pour into Seo's nose and mouth, giving him real spiritual energy for one last surge. Seo crashes through the wind, seizes both of Mokli Wangshin's arms, and says the same thing he lived by: once he grabs something, he never lets go. White light gathers for a killing finish, and Mokli Wangshin is sure he is about to die. But when the light disperses, Mokli Wangshin is still alive and Seo is dead on his feet, still holding him in place. Mokli Wangshin shakily laughs that Seo must have died from the backlash of forcing that impossible technique too long. Before he can celebrate, the dust settles and Seo's disciples step out in numbers, furious and grieving. Mokli Wangshin mocks them as trash, but a horrible detail hits him at once. Seo's corpse is still gripping his arms so tightly he cannot use his hands. His legs are ruined too, and with his spirit wounded by Endless Middle Path, his best spells are gone right when he needs them most. Desperate, he tries to trigger the resentful spirits in the disciples one more time, but instead clear soul lights begin rising around Seo and his students. Mokli Wangshin realizes Seo's final burst was never meant to kill him first. It was used to break the spells binding the disciples' family souls. Manhwa breaks down first, realizing his master spent the last of his life freeing them instead of finishing his own enemy. The disciples understand the message inside that last strike too. Seo trusted them to live on and take the final blow themselves. With tears still falling, they choose to honor that trust and step in as one to finish Mokli Wangshin. Mokli Wangshin throws up one last low-level barrier and screams that he is the founding emperor and a peak-chi-building cultivator, but nobody stops. The barrier cracks under the assault of roughly 300 peak masters carrying Seo's will forward. At the end, all Mokli Wangshin can say is that he wants to live. Manhwa answers with a single decisive swing and decapitates Mokli Wangshin, ending both the founder and the possessed emperor Mokli Young at once. Breathing hard, Manhwa lays the severed head before Seo's standing corpse and sees that his master died with a faint, satisfied smile. One by one, the disciples follow Manhwa's lead, kneeling around Seo for a final farewell. Together, Seo Eunhyeon's disciples bow and beg their master to finally rest in peace. Seo jerks awake in the forest, gasping, and realizes he has returned alive once again. The moment John Myung-hoon tries to speak, Seo cuts him off and drops him with a sleep acupoint strike. Seo rushes through the rest of the team too, dropping Kim Young-hoon, Oh Hyun-suk, Kang Min-hee, Oh Hye-seo, and Kim Yun until all 6 companions are down. To make sure nobody wakes up early, Seo gathers sleeping grass, squeezes out the juice, and feeds it to the unconscious team. His limbs still feel stiff from forcing internal energy through an empty body, so Seo finds a yellow bamboo root and uses it to rebuild his foundation first. Warm energy spreads through him, and Seo sits down to anchor the dragon vein chi method back into his meridians. Once his body settles, Seo decides to recreate the insight he touched in his last battle against Mokli Wangshin. He recalls the 7 basic emotions one by one and lets each intent bloom around him as a different color. Then he forces those countless colors back into one source until they turn colorless and vanish into the void. Seo's intent crosses into divine consciousness, and with his eyes shut he suddenly feels the whole clearing at once, right down to his sleeping teammates and the tiniest movements around him. What he is reading now is bigger than human intent, because Seo finally grasps the natural spiritual energy flowing through every living and non-living thing. That revelation also solves an old mystery for him. The so-called intent he sensed from Jianshi was really just their natural energy flow. But the breakthrough turns dangerous fast when the flood of information overloads his brain and his head starts swelling in real time. Seo recognizes the problem from his last life too. His upper dantian is growing too fast, and if he leaves it alone, his head will literally burst. So instead of waiting for the energy to fix him, Seo makes a hard decision and resolves to rebuild his own body by hand. The 5 elemental spiritual energies answer his imbalance and gather above him in 5 converging streams. When those 5 energies collapse into one and pour into him, Seo finally understands that rejuvenation is not automatic, it is deliberate self-remodeling. Using intent, spiritual energy, and his old medical knowledge, Seo starts rearranging his bones, muscles, and meridians into a stronger form. His body sheds weakness piece by piece until every channel opens wider and even his skin begins drinking in heaven and earth's energy. When Seo opens his eyes again, light seems to spill from him, and his reflection in the dew shows a noticeably younger, cleaner face. He immediately tests the new body with severing mountain swordsmanship, cutting a dewdrop in midair with bare-handed intent alone. Then Seo pushes further and shapes Gangchi directly in open space by riding the flow between heaven and earth. After running through the sword forms, he tries something he has always wanted to prove and launches up to the tallest nearby tree. From the treetop, Seo reads the wind itself and spots the hidden footholds in the flow of spiritual energy. He steps onto empty air for the first time, forcing his foot against the void and feeling the move answer back. The technique burns a lot of internal energy, but Seo keeps stepping higher and higher anyway, drunk on the breakthrough. Then he breaks through the clouds and reaches open sky above a white sea of cloud tops. Standing over the clouds, Seo finally laughs because he has reached the realm he chased through repeated lives. The victory turns bittersweet when tears rise, and Seo thanks the disciples from his past life for carrying him to this point. He also apologizes, because the disciples in this return timeline will never truly be the same people he lost. Only after carrying that grief does Seo name the realm clearly for himself, 5 energies converging to the origin. Then Seo lets himself fall back into the wind, holding his past memories close and accepting that this is the true starting line. After waking his companions and hiding them in a cave with food and fire, Seo slips back out alone to test himself against the giant 3-tailed fox again. He runs through the air until he senses the fox's vast field of consciousness again and drops down within reach of it. Seo mixes his old martial records together and starts slicing through the fox's perception itself, advancing more cleanly than he ever could in his past life. He pushes past the old 10-step limit, takes the last difficult step, and finally enters the consciousness domain of a core formation demon. Inside that domain, Seo realizes this alone is a huge gain because it means he can at least move and escape in front of a core formation opponent now. As the fox's consciousness thickens, Seo recalls Kim Young-hoon's warning that the next martial system could only truly begin at 5 energies converging to the origin. Seo claims that inheritance for himself and unfolds the record of surpassing cultivation and martial arts, the new system born from the earlier records. Instead of moving his own body deeper, he sends autonomous sword gang into the fox's domain and makes it burrow through consciousness for him. That experiment reaches 6 more zhang before the pressure becomes too dense, proving the technique works and hinting at the realm beyond 5 energies. He finally understands how Kim Young-hoon could intercept enemies with compressed Gangchi spheres and returns to the cave carrying that new hope. The next morning the fox calmly returns for its payment, and Seo lets it eat his arm again while it promises to come back in 5 days. A few days later the familiar cultivators arrive, and Azure Tiger Saint casually restores Seo's missing arm with a single stomp. This time the cultivators sense 4 people with spiritual roots, and Seo is suddenly counted among the ones worth examining. After the others are taken one by one, the golden-robed cultivator turns to Seo and starts a brutal direct examination of his body and spirit. Heaven and earth's spiritual energy crushes into Seo's meridians, and Seo endures the drilling agony without screaming. When the test ends, 5 elemental streams split out of Seo's body and expose him as someone with 5 elements' spiritual roots. The others immediately lose interest, because in cultivation the more attributes a person has, the worse their talent is considered. Azure Tiger Saint laughs off Seo's bad talent and tells him endurance and willpower still matter, praising him for surviving the Golden Robe's nasty test. Then Azure Tiger Saint flicks a recommendation mark onto Seo's hand and points him toward the Chongmun clan in the mortal country of Biokra. The cultivators streak away into the sky, and Seo hides what he learned when John Myung-hoon asks what they said. Another storm hits, and while tending the groaning Ohyaseo in the cave, Seo finally notices heaven and earth's spiritual energy swirling around her awakening body. Seo Huil arrives and carries the suffering Ohyaseo away, and almost immediately Kim Yun starts awakening her own power right in front of Seo's newly sharpened consciousness. What Seo sees around Kim Yun shocks him, because her consciousness spreads into countless threads vast enough to rival cultivators while her upper dantian dangerously swells. Seo helps stabilize Kim Yun with acupoints, and she realizes even his touch makes the pain in her head ease. Before the moment can settle, a hunchback old being flies in, casually sends a white light into Kim Yun's upper dantian, and eases the twisting damage at once. The old man immediately turns his attention to Seo, and this time the scrutiny feels personal instead of routine. After poking through Seo's body and consciousness, the old man suddenly identifies him as the same rare kind of martial artist cultivator he once met 1600 years ago. Seo is shaken because none of the earlier cultivators noticed, but this old monster sees straight through to the truth that he reached 5 energies through martial arts first. The old man explains the clues one by one. Seo's reinforced body, widened meridians, transformed teeth, enlarged consciousness, and evenly distributed 5-element energy all give him away. He even mocks Azure Tiger Singh for wasting such a rare body refinement candidate on a weak Lower Realm clan recommendation. Then the old man makes his real offer. If Seo swears to never wield the sword again, he will personally take him as a disciple. Seo refuses without hesitation, because giving up the sword would mean throwing away everything he has carried across his lives. Even promises of higher realms and centuries of life cannot move him, and Seo insists he would rather die young than let go of the sword placed in his hand. The old man finally laughs in regret, and admits the martial genius he met 1600 years ago answered him the exact same way. Since Seo will not become his disciple, the old man tears open a dark spatial rift and throws Seo and the still unconscious Kim Young-hoon out. Still, the old man gives Seo one last gift out of grudging respect, firing a white light into his head as he falls into the rift. When Seo comes to, he is not on the ground at all but plummeting through an utterly blue sky with Kim Young-hoon falling nearby. Seo panics for one beat, then catches Kim Young-hoon with void stepping and slows their fall before they smash into the earth. He lands safely at last, shaken by how close they came to dying without even understanding what happened. After checking the terrain from the air, Seo realizes they have been dropped west of Lianshan City, the same place tied to his earliest fall. With the immediate danger over, Seo closes his eyes and starts reading the strange law the hunchback old man imprinted into his mind. Seo studies a volume of floating runes and realizes the old hunchback left him a cultivation art called Hidden Consciousness Technique. The technique teaches him to compress divine consciousness into the upper dantian, letting him hide his realm while making his mind denser and sharper for cultivation. Seo notices the method overlaps with his martial records because all of them deal with intent and consciousness instead of ordinary spiritual power alone. At the end, the old man leaves a warning. Seo's 5 energies realm gives him unusually large consciousness, so he should hide that advantage and train quietly instead of drawing jealous attention. Seo quietly thanks the old man for the gift, then his thoughts turn to a nearby bandit group that once destroyed his village in his first life. He races straight to the Toho Gang's cave near Lianshan City, following terrain he knows better than anywhere else. At the entrance, the cave's stench drags old memories back, and Seo recognizes the same poverty, filth, and violence that haunted his first life. He calmly calls into the darkness for everyone to come out. A drunk Toho gangster staggers toward him with a flexible sword, too pathetic to even feel like a real threat. Instead of drawing a weapon, Seo pities the man for a heartbeat and tells him he hopes his next life gives him better chances. With a simple flick to the forehead, Seo sends a shock through the bandit's brain and drops him instantly without paying. As he walks deeper inside, Seo remembers that many of these bandits were desperate peasants who simply became another ugly version of what his own life could have been. Even so, he does not spare them, quietly killing each gangster he passes with a touch to the head. Deeper in, he finds kidnapped victims sprawled in miserable condition, and his face hardens as he keeps clearing the cave. At the innermost chamber, Seo finally faces the Toho leader, a giant bearded bandit drinking in front of the loot, the same man who once led the raid that burned his village. Seo asks why he ran a bandit gang, and the giant only shrugs that life was painful, so he tried stealing happiness from others. When Seo presses him on whether that worked, the leader gives a hollow laugh and says life is painful simply because it is. Those words hit Seo because he can see his own old weakness in this broken man, even if their lives took opposite paths. Seo answers that life really is painful, but from his own experience, pain is not the end. Then he gently pushes the man's head with a finger and kills him as peacefully as the others. Seo takes a small amount of silver from the gang's hideout and steps back into daylight, feeling like he has finally walked out of one of his oldest nightmares. In Lianshan City, he uses the money to make identity plaques for himself and Kim Young-hoon, buy clothes, and start settling into this timeline properly. He also wipes out the city's unorthodox factions, sells off what they owned, and turns that blood-stained profit into a decent manner for training. A month later, Kim Young-hoon breaks through to 3 flowers gather at the summit under Seo's guidance. After the 3 flowers sink back into him, Kim Young-hoon tests his sharpened senses and suddenly notices just how monstrous Seo's consciousness really is. Rather than explain with words, Seo draws a saber and takes a basic stance in the yard. He demonstrates the full severing vein saber method, unfolding one move after another until the training ground is filled with layered saber intent. What Seo really shows him is not just technique, but the deeper 5 energies insight hidden inside every motion. When the demonstration ends, Seo hands over the saber and asks if Kim Young-hoon saw it. Kim Young-hoon stares at him in awe and blurts out that Seo is a genius for mastering martial arts at this level. Seo gives a bitter correction and says he is not a genius, only someone with an unusual ability that let him reach 5 energies but not go beyond it. Even after saying that, the word genius lingers with Seo because it neatly sums up the strange privilege of all his past lives. So he keeps teaching instead, correcting Kim Young-hoon's flaws and drilling him in literacy, speech, and martial arts for months. 3 months later, Kim Young-hoon has become literate, can speak properly, and has settled into martial training with real confidence. Seo leaves the record of surpassing cultivation and martial arts in the manor, and tells Kim Young-hoon to read it only after reaching 5 energies. Believing their connection may not run deep in this life, Seo leaves the manor and heads alone for Seokyeong City. After infiltrating Seokyeong, he slips straight into the imperial palace by combining his 2 martial records like a silent assassin. He reaches the emperor before the shadow guards even exist and silently beheads Mok Lee-young with a strike that cuts through consciousness itself. Carrying Mok Lee-young's severed head, Seo slices through hidden spells and barriers with his awakened perception and escapes the palace alive. After walking for days, he arrives at the familiar lands of the Jin clan and now clearly sees the barrier energy spread over their territory. Because the area is mostly held by low-level chi refining cultivators, he finds a weakness, cuts a gap in the formation, and slips inside without trouble. Concealing his presence again, he heads back to the training ground and the lodging where the orphan children are sleeping. Seeing the sleeping children hits him hard, because these are the same bodies as his old disciples but not the same people who once knew him. He reads the dark intent around them and realizes they are already having nightmares about their families being slaughtered by the Mok Lee clan. Seo knows they are not truly his disciples anymore, but he still cannot walk away from children whose whole lives are being shaped by pain. So he places Mok Lee-young's head in the middle of the training ground as a grim answer to their suffering. Before leaving, he looks back toward the sleeping children and quietly begs them to live, because he has learned that pain is not all life has to offer. Then he goes to the sinister warehouse in the back of the territory, the place where the Jin clan keeps resentful spirits sealed in crystal beads. Inside, he finds hundreds of crystal beads filled with the dead and draws his sword to release them. With a prayer for the dead, Seo sends Sword Gang into every bead at once and shatters the whole prison of souls. The released spirits lose their hatred, turn into lights, and rise into the sky in a scene Seo finds beautiful and heartbreaking at the same time. The formation reacts to what he has done, but Seo cuts through the activated spells and escapes the Jin clan's encirclement before they can trap him. Once clear of the territory, he bids his lost disciples a silent farewell and hopes this version of their lives will be kinder. Then he turns toward the border and heads for Byaokra country, determined to find the Chongmun clan and finally learn the path of cultivation. Seo reaches the rich desert nation of Byaokra and takes one look at its crowded Silk Road markets before deciding he needs to relearn the local language first. He spends 7 months working in a pharmacy near the border, using the job to sharpen his speech until he can move deeper into the country. Once his tongue is ready, Seo starts hunting for signs of a cultivator clan by following strange terrain and rumors instead of obvious roads. At last he spots a whole valley sealed inside a spiritual barrier, and his 5 energies perception tells him he has finally found cultivator territory. Seo still does not know which clan owns the valley, so he hides outside the barrier and waits for someone to come out. 10 days later, a blue-robed cultivator finally steps through the barrier, and Seo approaches him carefully despite the bad memories that color brings back. The man greets Seo warmly, assumes he is another cultivator, and even jokes that a mortal who found this place would have been killed on the spot. When Byaok-mun mentions the Spirit Path Conference, Seo plays dumb on purpose so the talkative cultivator will explain everything for him. Byaok-mun proudly reveals that he belongs to the Byaok clan, one of Byaokra's 3 great immortal clans, even if he is only a poorly supported distant relative. As Byaok-mun complains about stingy elders and his stalled cultivation, Seo quietly feeds his ego and keeps drawing out useful information. From that one-sided conversation, Seo learns how cultivator society is layered, from clan main lines and branches down to subcontracted loose cultivators and royals treated almost like mortals. Seo also confirms that cultivators like the hidden agents he saw in Yanhua fit the category of loose cultivators living under stronger powers. Then Byaok-mun casually drops a bigger truth. The old cultivation sects once ruled the continent, but they stopped taking disciples and vanished decades ago. Seo immediately links that disappearance to the ascension path, and realizes most of those sects must have left this world entirely. To keep the lesson going, Seo asks about higher cultivation realms, and Byaok-mun lights up at the chance to sound impressive again. Byaok-mun explains the 3 boundaries of cultivation and lists the long ladder from chi gathering up through heavenly being, then even higher into the middle boundary and beyond. The mention of chi gathering catches Seo off guard, but he hides it and keeps his cover as an ignorant loose cultivator. When Byakumun says people who reach the middle boundary supposedly ascend to a higher world, Seo takes it seriously because the cultivators who stole his colleagues had to be aiming for exactly that. By the time they near Lingshu Mountain, Byakumun is talking about spending spirit stones at the conference, and Seo carefully avoids revealing that he still does not know the basics of cultivator currency. At the foot of Lingshu Mountain, Seo feels a powerful formation covering the whole place, but even his enhanced sight cannot clearly see it. Byakumun explains that major clan strongholds and events use formations tied into the dragon vein itself, which is why they blend perfectly into the surrounding aura. That answer finally explains why Seo never found the true main houses of the Jin and Mokli clans no matter how hard he searched. Seo almost walks in with Byakumun, but the moment invitations come up, he lies smoothly and says he needs to meet a friend nearby first. Seo watches Byakumun present his invitation charm, get marked by the formation, and vanish into the conference in a flash of distorted space. Seo gives up on sneaking in behind him because the hidden gatekeeper's consciousness feels as dangerous as late Chi building, roughly on Mokli Wangshin's level. He decides to wait outside for someone from the Chongmun clan instead, since a conference this famous should draw them here eventually. Before he can settle in, space twists again and 7 blue-robed cultivators walk out laughing about how well their Mokli clan elixirs sold inside. Their smug talk turns sickening when they brag that their blessing pills are popular and complain that capturing live mortals for ingredients has gotten harder lately. Seo follows them under stealth for a safe distance, but once they are away from Lingshu Mountain, he drops the concealment and closes in. He cuts down the first Mokli cultivator mid-sentence, silencing the filth before the others even understand they are under attack. Seo finally says what he has been holding back, spitting out that listening to them any longer is worse than listening to beasts. When one of them tries to cast a spell, Seo answers with a burst of gang chi that blows the cultivator apart on the spot. Another cultivator starts shouting about the greatness of the Mokli clan, and Seo crushes his head before the threat can finish. The leader fires a ring of rotting energy at Seo, but Seo slices the spell in half and the split rings melt trees behind him instead. Seo answers with severing mountain swordsmanship, carving through the road in every direction until the last 3 attackers are torn to pieces. Only one Mokli cultivator survives, collapsing into a desperate plea for mercy and offering up elixirs and valuables to save himself. Seo forces him to explain the ingredients, and the answer is revolting. The Mokli elixirs are literally made from human bodies. Seo keeps the man alive just long enough to ask about chi gathering, and learns it is the stage where a cultivator forms the law-transforming dantian before true chi refining begins. He also learns why the stage matters now. Talented spiritual roots can finish it quickly, but most cultivators struggle through it for years. After filling in the rest of his missing basics, Seo asks a final personal question, whether this man ever felt anything while making those elixirs. The last Mokli cultivator says he only felt proud as his elixir skills improved, and Seo's face turns cold at how completely twisted that answer is. Seo ends it with a clean blast of gang chi, sickened that these people can destroy other humans without even understanding the weight of it. He gathers the human-made elixirs, carries them to a sunny patch of earth, and buries them one by one like the dead they came from. With no bodies left to honor, Seo offers a brief prayer anyway and asks the unseen victims to rest in peace. Then he goes back to the corpses, takes the Mokli cultivator's spirit stones without apology, and suddenly ends up holding about 1,600 of them. Realizing he no longer needs to wait outside, Seo turns straight back toward Lingshu Mountain and decides to enter the conference himself. At Lingshu Mountain's hidden entrance, Seo pays 10 spirit stones for a ticket, then immediately buys another when the formation voice says the conference still has 20 days left. With the 20-day pass secured, Seo steps through the formation at last and enters the hidden Spirit Path Conference. Seo steps into the Spirit Path Conference and is stunned by how different a true cultivator market feels from the mortal world. With his 5 energies converging vision, he sees the place properly. Heaven and earth energy flooding the land, barriers woven from tiny runes, and even weeds and buildings soaked in spiritual power. What really surprises Seo is the atmosphere, because every cultivator here keeps their consciousness tightly controlled, making the whole market feel far cleaner than any mortal crowd. Once the shock passes, he starts browsing and finds the market familiar in shape if not in price, with talismans, spiritual herbs, and strange beasts replacing ordinary goods. Seo stops cold at a magic artifact stall when he sees a vendor reach shoulder deep into a tiny pouch and realizes storage artifacts are real. When Seo asks how much the smallest storage artifact can hold, the vendor answers with open disdain and quotes a price that still makes the item incredibly tempting. Thinking like a hidden weapon fighter, Seo immediately skips the cheap pouch and asks for the better rosary-shaped storage bracelet instead. The moment Seo lays out 300 spirit stones, the vendor's attitude flips, and Seo buys the bracelet on the spot. After binding the bracelet to himself, Seo tests it and watches his chosen belongings vanish inside, then reappear at a touch. The shopkeeper tries to upsell him more artifacts, but Seo realizes most spirit-powered tools are useless for someone with his current lack of spiritual power. Instead of more tools, Seo asks where to buy books on cultivation methods and the basic knowledge he desperately lacks. Following that tip, Seo reaches Chongnan Bookstore, a plain dusty place that looks oddly forgotten in the middle of such a polished conference. Inside, he meets the owner, Eom Chongnan, an old bookseller whose long beard and chest full of writing brushes make him look harmless until Seo notices his cultivation is strangely hard to read. Chongnan casually explains that the brushes are artifacts that blur cultivation level, then cheerfully predicts Seo will leave with one. Seo asks for everything he needs at once: basic knowledge of the cultivation world, guidance on chi gathering, and chi refining methods he can actually use. The old man hands Seo one brush as a gift before the sale is even done, then disappears into the storeroom to gather an armful of books. He returns with 19 books and spreads them into groups, giving Seo a crash course in cultivator basics, chi gathering, and chi refining methods. Chongnan explains that these common chi refining manuals are valued because they are simple, pure, and foundational rather than specialized like clan techniques. When Seo reveals he has 5 elements spiritual roots, the bookseller immediately picks a manual that suits him far better than the rest. The recommended manual, 5 Surpassing Paths to Cultivation, offers 5 elemental methods, quick spiritual recovery if he masters more than one, and a small set of basic spells. Not wanting to miss anything important, Seo buys the whole stack for 49 spirit stones and stores every book inside his new bracelet. Before leaving, Seo asks where the Chongmun clan is staying, and the old man points him toward the lodgings across the street. As Seo walks away, something about the recommendation nags at him, because the sleepy old bookseller did not act like a man famous for serving crowds of customers. He heads into the lodging area still wondering how to find the Chongmun clan, but the answer appears fast when everyone nearby starts avoiding a brewing mess. Seo spots the likely source right away, a black-robed man and woman from the Chongmun clan walking in with enough anger in their intent to make people clear the road. Then a red-robed Jin clan cultivator bumps into the giant by accident, and the giant immediately grabs his shoulder and demands a proper apology. The Jin cultivator insists he already apologized, but the giant tightens his grip until the man drops to his knees and starts threatening him back with fire element power. The Chongmun woman coolly lays out the loophole they plan to abuse. As long as they do not injure him, or use a spell above the allowed level, the conference rules will not stop them. With that, the giant slams a blue glowing healing fist into the Jin cultivator's face, using a bizarre technique that hurts him without leaving a real injury. Seo realizes what he is seeing when the barrier does nothing. The giant is using the same healing art Azure Tiger Saint once used on him, but twisted into a legal beating. The giant keeps pummeling the trapped Jin cultivator while bystanders only watch, some quietly amused that a proud Jin clan man finally got cornered. Seo does not like the Jin clan, but seeing a former ally from his past life humiliated like this is enough to make him step in. He politely asks the giant to stop, but the giant only sneers and challenges this apparent chi refining third star nobody to take the victim away himself. Seo answers without even touching him, firing a reduced mental strike that makes the giant scream and clutch his head. With the giant stunned, Seo helps the battered Jin cultivator by pressing a point to ease his pain. The grateful Jin cultivator gives Seo a contact token for Cheongbuk City and flees before the giant can recover enough to hit him again. That leaves Seo facing the Chongmun woman, who accuses him of harming their side and moves to answer with the same blue healing technique. Seo cuts her glowing technique apart with a casual hand strike, proving he can sweat away their tricks as easily as their target could not. Before she can recover, Seo breaks through her defensive spell, stops short of serious harm, and drives pain into a vital point instead. Seo calmly warns her that if they can use healing arts to cause pain, then he knows the body well enough to do the same. Just as she starts to lash out again, the giant stops her and abruptly bows, convinced Seo must be a much stronger senior hiding his realm. The giant points to the brush at Seo's waist and explains their mistake. That artifact makes him look like a hidden expert, and his attacks felt strong enough to pass for at least chi refining 7th star. Seo feels the irony hard, because the truth is the exact opposite. He is not a hidden high-level cultivator, just a martial artist with almost no spiritual power. To cut through the misunderstanding, Seo shows the recommendation Mark Azure Tiger Saint gave him and asks how to join the Chongmun clan as an external member. The giant recognizes it immediately as a serious outside family recommendation, and the siblings become even more respectful for nearly offending someone with that backing. They tell Seo the process is simple. Once he reaches Chongmun territory, a single elder's confirmation will make him an external member. Since the issue is settled, the siblings offer to escort him themselves once the Spirit Path conference ends, and Seo accepts. Seo spends the rest of the conference quietly nearby, waiting out the last 20 days with his new books, new bracelet, and a clear path into the Chongmun clan. When the Spirit Path conference finally ends, Seo follows the Chongmun siblings out of the market, and arrives at the Chongmun clan's territory in Biokra. After entering Chongmun clan territory with a recommendation plaque, Seo is brought before the Chi-building elder Chongmun Mak to be accepted as an external member. The elder notes that Seo's recommendation came from someone high in the main clan, possibly a recently ascended senior, then shuts down any further questions. When Seo says he has never learned a cultivation method, the elder grows suspicious and probes his consciousness to judge him for himself. Seo's hidden consciousness technique fools the elder into reading him as only around first start chi refining, impressive but not suspicious enough to expose him. When Seo reveals he has 5 elements spiritual roots, the elder's interest cools at once, reading it as the likely reason the main clan sent him here. The elder still accepts Seo as an external member, hands him an identity token, and starts guiding him farther into the clan's mountain compound. Seo sees that Chongmun clan lives in cave dwellings carved into rough mountains instead of the flat-walled compounds used by the clans he knew before. At his assigned cave, Seo hears the rules for life here: cultivate, perform duties, earn contributions, and live on basic support until he advances. Seo's starter support turns out to be only a tiny box of cultivated ginseng roots, a meager reward compared with what he has seen before. Seo also receives a basic chi gathering manual and the clan rulebook, along with a warning that external members still owe 4 missions every month. Left alone in the empty cave, Seo is perfectly satisfied with having even this much shelter after the lives he has already endured. He compares the Chongmun chi gathering book with the myriad chi gathering methods he bought earlier, and quickly decides the clan manual is too crude to trust with his roots. As Seo studies the better manual, he learns why 5 elements roots are infamous. Balancing all 5 qualities inside a law-transforming dantian normally takes years and breaks most people. Seo calmly realizes that this so-called impossible hurdle does not matter to him, because his breakthrough to 5 energies converging already left those 5 qualities perfectly balanced. To Seo, holding that balance through the transformation sounds easier than the brutal control he once needed to maintain sword energy all day. The only real issue is energy supply, and Seo answers that by dumping out the huge stash of spirit stones he looted from the Mokli cultivators. With training resources secured, Seo decides to clear his clan obligations first so he can cultivate in peace afterward. Seo goes back for work and receives a simple first assignment: travel to a small village in Jurungsung, Biokra, and verify a rumor about a child with spiritual qualities. Traveling with a low-level clan escort, Seo finally sees how cultivator families keep renewing themselves by searching mortal villages for children with spiritual signs. Seo learns the pattern quickly. Village children rumored to see ghosts, hallucinate, or behave strangely often turn out to have spiritual roots or open channels. Seo notes that these children are easy to spot once you know the sign, because their consciousness swells outward around the brow instead of leaking out like ordinary human intent. In Mayo village, the clan member points out a bruised boy named Gyuzin lying under a bridge, staring blankly at the flow of heaven and earth energy. Seo confirms at a glance that Gyuzin's spiritual channel is open, which means the mission just became a purchase instead of an investigation. When the cultivators approach, Gyuzin panics and screams that they are monsters because his spiritual sight shows their consciousness as round instead of thread-like. His father only gets angry and reaches for a beating, but the Chongmun member cuts him with a money pouch and asks to buy the boy instead. The father barely hesitates before grabbing Gyuzin, taking the money, and shoving the terrified boy toward the cultivators while Gyuzin begs not to be sold to monsters. Annoyed by the screaming, the Chongmun member dumps the dirty work on Seo and makes him take charge of the crying boy. When the other cultivator tries to silence Gyuzin with a spell, Seo stops him and quietly lets the boy cry out the shock of being sold. After Gyuzin's sobs finally weaken, Seo gently tells him they are not monsters but people like him, trying to ease the terror without lying about his future. Gyuzin asks if he will ever see his parents again, and Seo offers the only comfort he can: if the boy survives cultivation and becomes useful enough, he may one day return. That small hope is enough to lift some of the boy's crushing sadness, and he finally starts walking with Seo instead of fighting him. Seo asks what the clan will do with children like this, and the answer lays bare the whole system. Better roots rise through education and marriage ties, while mixed roots sink into the lower ranks. Back at the clan, Gyuzin is tested and judged to have mixed spiritual roots, so he is handed off to a lower echelon family, and his old life ends for good. Seo keeps taking the same recruitment work until he has quietly finished about 3 months of missions in advance. With his duty buffer secured, Seo returns to his cave at last and decides it is finally time to learn chi gathering for real. He seals the cave entrance with a wooden plank, spreads 1,000 spirit stones around himself, and sits down for closed-door cultivation. Using the 5 elements secret from the myriad chi gathering methods, Seo draws in 5 kinds of spiritual energy and starts filling his dantian exactly as the technique demands. What would trap normal 5-root cultivators for years goes smoothly for Seo, because his body already holds those 5 elements in perfect harmony. After 5 days of uninterrupted work, he finishes optimizing the dantian for all 5 elements, and knows the hardest half is already behind him. For the next stage, Seo brute forces the energy problem by crushing through piles of spirit stones and absorbing their power directly. He separates that power into yin and yang, mixes it into primordial chaos energy, and drives the transformation of his dantian forward without letting the 5 elements slip out of balance. At last the change locks into place, and Seo's dantian begins refining spiritual energy on its own into true spiritual power. Seo tests the result and feels 5-element spiritual power answer his will while heaven and earth energy now flows into him naturally. He leaves the cave, learns that only a month has passed, and realizes his advanced mission work bought him 2 extra months of freedom. Seeing the opening in front of him, Seo goes straight back inside, pulls out the 5 surpassing paths to cultivation, and decides to push immediately toward first star chi refining. Back in his mountain cave, Seo studies the 5 surpassing paths to cultivation and learns just how brutal chi refining really is. 14 stars, each packed with its own spiritual laws and breakthroughs. The deeper he reads, the heavier it gets, because even 1 star of chi refining can create a huge gap in power and most cultivators never make it far. Seo chooses the earth surpassing path, deciding that an earth-based method fits best because it matches the dragon vein chi method he already knows from the martial world. He starts the first real step of chi refining by chanting the 72 earthly fiends' true words and forcing himself to form the matching hand seals. His target is simple but punishing. Activate just 1 meridian, the earth leader star, and that alone will count as stepping into first star chi refining. 2 months later, Seo finally succeeds and comes out of the chamber, but the breakthrough cost him 100 spirit stones for just 1 spiritual meridian. That terrible efficiency convinces him he made the right call joining Chongmun, because as a mixed spiritual root cultivator, he needs help if he wants to keep advancing. Seo goes straight to Elder Chongmun Mok and declares that he has entered chi refining. Chongmun Mok only believes him after personally checking Seo's meridians, and then he openly marvels that someone with mixed spiritual roots did this in just 3 months. When Seo says he used the earth surpassing path from the 5 surpassing paths to cultivation, the elder immediately recognizes it as a common but very basic method. Chongmun Mok warns that the method covers fundamentals well but will never give Seo any special elemental tricks on its own. Then the elder pulls out the earth-dwelling method and offers Seo a Chongmun Earth Attribute manual built for solid defense. He tells Seo he can switch to it or cultivate it alongside the earth-surpassing path without much slowdown, since both methods share the same attribute. Seo's real problem, though, is speed, and Chongmun Mok bluntly says that part is inevitable with mixed spiritual roots. Still, the elder gives him a crucial answer. Talented cultivators gain understanding after they break through, but weaker roots have to reverse that order and understand first. His advice is to engrave the true words into the soul so completely that the meridians open from full understanding, not raw talent. That hits Seo immediately, because it sounds exactly like the martial path he already knows. Geniuses leap ahead, but ordinary people must reach the same truth through repeated effort. So instead of feeling discouraged, Seo quietly decides this is nothing new and that he will just keep walking the same hard road he always has. Before sending him away, Chongmun Mok also points Seo toward the clan's discussion meetings, where low-level cultivators share bottlenecks and insights every 10 days. Several days later, Seo joins one of those meetings and sits with the first star chi refining group among clan members, external members, and a few merit-rich low ranks. The meeting runs like a serious study circle, with each cultivator taking a turn to talk about recent insights and the walls blocking their progress. Seo shares his own experience with the Earth Leader Meridian, and over the next month of meetings and missions, he slowly gets used to life around Chongmun cultivators. During one of those conversations, Seo learns a genuinely shocking fact. Ordinary cultivators cannot see the color of intent at all. They can sense consciousness and intent in shape, but not in the vivid color Seo sees, which means his martial-born perception is far stranger than he realized. Seo pieces together the implication. A martial artist at 5 energies converging to the origin may have a consciousness domain that surpasses cultivators in this one narrow sense. At the same time, he learns more about Chongmun itself. The clan worships combat, and every direct and collateral member is forced into the yearly immortal combat meeting. That finally explains the clan's rough reputation to Seo, and he even regrets that external members like him are barred from the resource-rich tournament. Then the whole meeting is jolted by urgent news. The Jin clan has overthrown the Mokli dynasty and taken control of Yanhua as the new Jin dynasty. The main house will send a congratulatory envoy, and this time even external members can compete for a seat because the trip includes a chance to meet a chi building level contributor from the Jin side. When someone asks who that important figure is, the answer hits Seo instantly. The name is Younghoon. Seo instantly realizes Kim Younghoon has succeeded in this life too, and his interest in the envoy stops being political and becomes personal. He asks how to join, and the answer is pure Chongmun. All applicants will fight, and only the last 20 standing will go. The others tell Seo not to bother because a first star chi refining cultivator has no business in that kind of contest. Seo ignores the warning and heads for Chongmun Mok to sign up, because for him this is about meeting an old friend, not gambling on a lucky promotion. Under that calm reason sits another hunger too. Seo wants to know how far Kim Younghoon has advanced and whether he has reached a martial height worth crossing blades with. The envoy selection turns out absurdly easy for him, because Seo hides his presence through most of the brawl and only strikes at the end to knock out one of the last exhausted contenders. Some people sneer at him for winning that way, but Seo knows the truth. If he wanted to, he could have crushed every 5th and 6th star cultivator there without much trouble. With his spot secured, Seo boards the envoy's ship-shaped flying artifact and leaves Chongmun alongside a chi building elder. Once the ship rises into the sky and tears through the clouds, Seo can't help staring, because this kind of flight still fascinates him even after everything he has seen. The quiet flight turns Seo inward, and he starts thinking again about the ceiling of 5 energies converging to the origin and the one man who may have pushed martial arts past it. He reminds himself that cultivators may have a higher path mapped out, but martial artists have no ladder above them and must carve their own next realm from nothing. Even now, as a cultivator, Seo refuses to abandon the sword, because he believes Kim Young-hoon can show him the scenery beyond the current limit of martial arts. That thought hardens into a vow. As both martial artist and cultivator, Seo will keep climbing until he finally escapes this repeating life for real. A day later, the envoy reaches the Jin clan, and Seo is stunned by the sight below. Their main house sits inside a living volcano with lava boiling around it. When he learns this place should be near a region he already knows, Seo realizes the only explanation is a gigantic illusion barrier that kept the volcano hidden all this time. After landing, the Chongmun envoy is led inside to deliver its formal letter, and Seo finally stands closer than ever to a true core formation cultivator. The Jin clan leader sits in red robes at the center of a huge field of spiritual pressure, and the force of it nearly crushes the visiting chi refining cultivators on the spot. Seo feels the pressure too, but for someone at 5 energies converging to the origin it is manageable, and he quietly deflects it without drawing attention. Once the formal greetings end, the Jin side brings out the man Seo came for and introduces him as the greatest external contributor to the recent coup, Young-hoon. Seo sees at once that Kim Young-hoon has reached 5 energies converging to the origin again, his consciousness sharpened and his body visibly younger than before. The other envoys react with open disbelief, because the Jin clan is presenting a martial artist, not a cultivator, as the figure they are supposed to learn from. A Jin elder makes the real purpose plain by proposing a friendly contest, using Kim Young-hoon to test the visiting clans and show off the Jin clan's strength. Nobody dares object once the Jin clan leader says he personally vouches for Young-hoon and offers anyone unwilling to fight the choice to withdraw to their quarters. So the banquet begins with a forced exhibition match, and the first challenger, a chi refining cultivator from the Gongmyo clan, steps up full of confidence. That confidence lasts 1 instant, because Kim Young-hoon closes the gap before the spell can finish and blows him away in a single clean exchange. The hall erupts in stunned noise, with envoys demanding to know if anyone even saw what just happened. The next clan sends a much stronger late-stage cultivator, but Young-hoon still slips through the attack, breaks the defense, and throws him aside just as easily. After that, disbelief turns into bruised pride, and clan after clan keeps sending challengers as if beating one martial artist has become a matter of face. Even Chongmun's late-stage chi refining cultivators get crushed within seconds, and the mood around the visiting clans turns darker with every loss. By the time it becomes Chongmun's turn again, no one wants to move, because everybody knows stepping up now only means public humiliation. That is when Seo stands up and volunteers, and the Chongmun elder can only sigh that at least the first star cultivator losing will seem natural. Seo walks onto the contest stage for the reason he came, and the moment Kim Young-hoon recognizes him, he jolts in genuine surprise. Seo draws his sword and openly asks for a real fight, no longer hiding the excitement he has carried all this way. Kim Young-hoon answers with a grin of his own, draws his saber for the first time, and their intents crash together in the air as the real clash finally begins. Seo and Kim Young-hoon open the duel at full peak level, sword and saber crashing together so fast that the match immediately feels serious. They trade whole strings of advanced forms in one breath, each move being read and countered almost before it fully appears. Seo unleashes 49 lights emerging peak, but Kim Young-hoon tears through the storm of sword energy with an even fiercer saber whirlwind. After that opening storm, the two lock eyes and silently agree to raise the duel into the purple realm of 3 flowers gather at the summit. Now every step becomes a mind game, with both men shifting stances again and again until a single committed exchange finally breaks out. Their intent starts carrying words, and in the middle of the duel Kim Young-hoon quietly asks if Seo has been well. Seo answers through the clash that he has been well too, and their deadly exchange briefly turns into an oddly warm reunion. Kim Young-hoon says he has been untroubled and that seeing Seo safe eases his heart, making his movements suddenly livelier. Then Kim Young-hoon vanishes from Seo's sight for an instant, reappears with Mountain Bird, and bluntly asks if they should stop holding back. Seo agrees, and both of them step together into 5 energies converging to the origin as their consciousness domains slam into each other. Seo scatters sword gang to block the incoming strike, then compresses it into a killing point, while Kim Young-hoon finally asks what has been on his mind. Kim Young-hoon presses the question harder, asking if Seo truly found this martial art by chance or actually created it himself. Seo disperses the attack, but the duel has already changed because Kim Young-hoon's question forces him to remember the truth behind the severing vein saber method. Seo recalls that Kim Young-hoon created the severing vein saber method in an earlier regression by refining Seo's sword art into something sharper and more personal. What Kim Young-hoon poured into that saber art was his homesickness, the grief of a man longing for companions and a homeland he could not return to. Realizing that is the real meaning inside the technique, Seo understands Kim Young-hoon is really asking whether he misses home too. Seo answers directly in intent, asking back if that is what Kim Young-hoon means and admitting that he too deeply misses home. Seo goes further and confesses that sometimes the longing is so strong he ends up weeping with a sword in his hand. Their fight keeps escalating until the blue stone floor is smashed apart, and the entire sparring ground starts turning into a dust-choked ruin. Even the formation built to stop high-level cultivators trembles under their gang chi as the two keep cutting across the field faster than most people can follow. In the middle of that chaos, Kim Young-hoon tells Seo that if Seo truly taught him this art, then Seo should already know the heart hidden inside it. Seo counters by bringing up the final technique Sabertune, forcing Kim Young-hoon to face the darker meaning at the end of his own longing. Kim Young-hoon gives a sad little smile, and both men knowingly settle into their final stances. As they launch into a blinding exchange of every refined move they have, Kim Young-hoon reveals the vow that drives him now. Kim Young-hoon declares that he will keep raising his realm, surpass cultivators and martial arts alike, and somehow find a way back home. Seo is shaken by that resolve because he can feel Kim Young-hoon has already moved beyond the version of himself who once accepted dying under his saber. Their signature ultimates finally collide, Seo's severing mountain against Kim Young-hoon's Sabertune, and the whole arena erupts in light and shockwaves. The original barrier breaks under the impact, and nearby chi-building cultivators rush to throw up a new one before the clash spills out. Seo realizes the duels should have ended evenly, but Kim Young-hoon has layered something more on top of Sabertune. What Kim Young-hoon unfolds next is the record of surpassing cultivation and martial arts, showing Seo the road above 5 energies converging to the origin. Seo understands that Kim Young-hoon's hope is built on reaching the Ascension Gate someday, even though Seo knows the brutal truth that it will not open again for 1,000 years. Instead of crushing that hope, Seo only asks why Kim Young-hoon is telling him all this in the middle of their duel. Kim Young-hoon answers simply that he wants Seo to have hope too. Then Kim Young-hoon's new power takes shape as a gang chi compression sphere, and Seo studies it desperately even while realizing he is about to lose this exchange. Seo's sword and sword gang are shredded apart, and the recoil hurls him backward into the barrier hard enough to make him cough blood. Wounded but still grinning, Seo asks Kim Young-hoon what this new realm should be called because the first person to reach it deserves to name it. Kim Young-hoon calmly names the realm Ultimate Pinnacle, and even Seo has to laugh because it suits him too well. Still turning over that new enlightenment in his head, Seo finally loses consciousness at the end of the duel. Seo wakes in a sharp cloud of medicinal herbs and immediately realizes he is recovering inside the Jin clan's medicinal hall. As Seo checks his body and starts to rise, the red jade beside him turns blue and sends a spell signal outside the room. The blue jade alert immediately brings Chongmun Byak and a Jin clan physician to Seo's room, showing the clan has been monitoring his recovery the whole time. Chongmun Byak cheerfully tells Seo that even the Jin clan head was excited by his duel, so the clan ordered the best treatment for him. The Jin clan physician gives Seo a quick meridian exam and clears him to leave, confirming he is basically fully recovered. Back in the Chongmun quarters, Chongmun Byak calls Seo into his own room before they part, making it clear he has more than praise to discuss. Once the door shuts, Chongmun Byak seats Seo with elder-level authority and starts by praising him for protecting the Chongmun clan's dignity. Then Byak gets to the real question and says Seo's strength reminds him of the legendary 5 energies converging to the origin, a state only born from extreme hardship and deathly resolve. Byak explains that warriors at that level have unusually refined consciousness, and can even imitate the pure force that ordinary chi refiners cannot match. When Seo asks what that force is, Byak casually shows him a white glow from his hand and reveals that cultivators call gang chi by another name, pure spiritual force. Seo immediately grasps the gap. His own sword gang cuts well for a moment, but Byak's pure spiritual force is far denser, cleaner, and able to keep pouring out without strain. Byak drives the point home by saying that in chi building, pure spiritual force becomes the standard energy running through the meridians, almost like permanent protective gang chi. That explanation leaves Seo reeling because it means every chi-building cultivator is basically a walking monster armored from the inside out. After laying out the gap, Byak admits that 5 energies masters are so rare he cannot guess Seo's needs, so he tells him to ask directly for a reward. Seo asks for understanding before breakthrough because his 5-element spiritual root slows his cultivation, and he wants to deepen his grasp of spells and mantras first. Byak approves at once and promises to recommend Seo to Chongmun Ryong, an elder who gave up on core formation but devoted himself to researching spells, mantras, and formations. Byak adds one more surprise. The Jin clan head also wants to reward Seo, as long as his request stays reasonable. That night, Seo quietly turns over a more personal possibility in his mind instead of asking for resources or status. A few days later, Seo is brought before Jin Yeoun, who invites him to make one reasonable request within a chi refining cultivator's level. Seo finally uses his reward on something deeply personal and asks to visit the descendants of the Enro mortals massacred by the Mokli clan and now living under the Jin clan's care. Jin Yeoun checks the matter and learns those survivors were once trained as assassins, but after Mokli Yung died they were reassigned to ordinary work instead. The clan head grants the visit with one condition: Seo may only enter the mortals area and must be escorted by Jin clan supervisors. When the escorts are introduced, Seo finds Kim Young-hoon waiting in a red robe as one of the Jin clan representatives. Kim Young-hoon quickly notices from Seo's consciousness alone that Seo has stepped onto the path of cultivation. Seo asks about the strange words Kim sent through consciousness during their duel, and Kim decides to finally explain what he meant. Kim says that when he first arrived in this world, learning Seo's brutally named martial arts only made him feel more certain he would die far from home. But after reaching the ultimate pinnacle and studying the record of surpassing cultivation and martial arts, Kim became convinced that martial arts still had another horizon beyond what anyone knew. To prove it, Kim gathers energy into one sphere, splits it into 3, and then 9, showing controls so precise it borders on the impossible. Kim says his current limit is only enough to face Chi building and maybe lose his life taking an arm from a core formation cultivator, but even that has convinced him the path is not over. He points to the final technique names in Seo's martial arts and treats them as a promise that there are still mountains beyond mountains. Seo gently calls him out and says the Ascension Gate sounds more like an excuse now, because Kim's real obsession is the limit of martial arts itself. Kim admits Seo is right, though he also confesses that homesickness still gnaws at him and martial arts may be the only thing that lets him bear it. When Seo looks at Kim through the colors of consciousness, he sees that talk of martial arts fills Kim with genuine joy despite all the sadness mixed into it. That realization eases Seo's old worry, because Kim's true drive is not a doomed dream of ascension but the honest thrill of pushing martial arts farther. Kim invites Seo to visit and train with him whenever he wants, calling Seo the only martial artist of their generation who truly stands on the same road. Naturally, the friendly talk turns into a light spar the moment both of them are done speaking. Kim sends a gang sphere forward, showing off the martial principle he built from the record of surpassing cultivation and martial arts. Seo answers by splitting his consciousness, packing gang chi into his sword, and forcing the blade to rise from his own hand. For the first time, Seo uses chi to control sword, turning his blade into a flying weapon directed from a distance through repeated consciousness inputs. The flying sword and Kim's gang sphere both cut through perception itself, turning the spar into a chase through the void that only their consciousness can track. Seo keeps trying to feed new commands into the sword, but Kim's consciousness presses back and disrupts him in mid-control. Then Kim lands the decisive trick by striking the consciousness inside Seo's sword gang and stealing control of the flying sword outright. Kim calmly says the gang sphere is alive, and when Seo doubts him, he only tells him to keep walking the record until the ultimate pinnacle answers for itself. With the spar over, Kim finally leads Seo to the outlying territory where the rescued descendants now live under the Jin clan. Seo finds a place of weary but stable ordinary life, where carpenters, blacksmiths, weavers, herb gatherers, and farmers work without obvious abuse. Even under supervision and light restrictions, Seo feels relief as he realizes these children were allowed to grow into adults with useful lives instead of becoming killers. Seo spots one familiar face after another, and quietly realizes how naturally his old disciples fit peaceful trades instead of killing. Kim and the supervisor find it strange that Seo only watches from a distance, so Seo decides the next person will be someone he actually speaks to. That next stop is Nakhayan's small workshop, where the smell of wood spills out before Seo even sees him inside carving. Inside, Seo discovers that Nakhayan keeps carving scenes of his dead family together, a grief he still cannot fully let go of. When Nakhayan notices the shadow at his door, Seo sends the escorts back and speaks to him alone like a stranger. Seo quietly asks whether carving his family brings him peace, and Nakhayan answers that it does, even if the ache never really disappears. When Seo asks about resentment, Nakhayan says seeing Mokli Young's severed head in the training ground took some of the poison out of his grief. That answer gives Seo a little comfort, and he leaves without revealing who he really is. Even as he tells himself they are living well, Seo feels a sharp pain because these are not the disciples who shared his past life with him. At the last house, that pain turns tender when Seo sees pregnant Keiwa step out while Manhwa rushes over with persimmons like an overexcited husband. Keiwa scolds him for tearing his clothes and making a fuss, but the whole scene is so normal and happy that it hits Seo like a blade. When the baby kicks and Manhwa presses his ear to Keiwa's belly in delight, Seo finally breaks and starts crying where he stands. Seeing the life they could have had fills Seo with joy and grief at once, because in another timeline he taught children like them only blood, death, and revenge. Seo forces himself to face the cruel truth of regression. Even people with the same names and faces are different lives once time resets, and the relationships he built do not come back with him. He silently apologizes to the disciples of his past life for never letting them dream of this kind of future, and thanks the children of this life for reaching it anyway. As his emotions surge, the concealment of the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts slips, and Keiwa finally notices the crying stranger outside her home. Seo wipes his face, tells them they reminded him of precious people he can never see again, and refuses their kind offer of tea with a blessing instead. Then Seo vanishes with the record like a ghost, leaving the couple startled but unharmed in their peaceful little world. Back with Kim Young-hoon, Seo says he has seen everyone he needed to, but he cannot quite meet Kim's eyes after what the visit stirred up. Under that open sky, Seo hardens his resolve to escape the cycle of regression by climbing to an even higher realm than before. A few days later, Seo parts from Kim Young-hoon and returns with the Chongmun delegation to the main house of the clan. Because of his rising value, Seo is received by the Chongmun leadership and allowed to remain at the main house with a significant role. Chongmun Bayok then fulfills his promise and places Seo under the elder Chongmun Raong to pursue understanding before breakthrough. Kneeling before his new teacher, Seo vows that even if his body shatters, he will keep pushing toward higher realms. When Seo first meets Chongmun Raong, the elder openly sneers at him as just another ignorant martial artist and makes it clear he accepted this disciple only because the clan leader ordered it. Raong throws Seo a book called 72 Earthly Fiends Commandments Explained and tells him to teach himself, since he has no intention of properly guiding someone this clueless. Before shutting him out, Raong warns Seo never to enter his room while he is inside and to speak only from outside the door because he cannot stand seeing his face. Even at only Chi refining first star, Seo's abnormal combat power earns him much better treatment, including spirit stones, access to the clan's main spiritual vein, library entry, and fewer required missions. Seo throws himself into a punishing routine, locking himself away to read Raong's book, recite true words, practice hand seals, and sharpen his spells day after day. When the pressure gets too heavy, Seo occasionally contacts Kim Young-hoon and Yenhua so they can spar and trade martial insight before he dives back into training. 5 years pass, and Seo has only decoded 38 of the 72 true words, enough to activate 38 spiritual meridians, but still only halfway through the first major hurdle. Seo keeps kneeling outside Raong's door with questions, and the elder's furious yelling from inside makes it obvious how much he hates teaching such a slow disciple. After a full year of stubbornly sitting there from morning to night, Seo finally gets what he wanted as Raong starts teaching through the closed door, still insulting him every step of the way. While other disciples enjoy life outside, Seo spends every waking hour reciting, studying, and drilling hand seals until his whole world narrows to practice. One day a teacup slips from Seo's grasp, and when he catches it he realizes the skin and fingerprints on his fingers have been worn away by endless hand seals. Seo also keeps training his dual energy sword control, making his sword fly through the room under pure consciousness and gang chi until it moves almost like a living thing. After 10 straight nights of stacking sword control, true words, and hand seals, Seo's palms finally split and bleed from the strain. He calmly uses his flying sword to clean the blood from the room, seals the wounds with internal energy, and keeps practicing even as the scabs crack open again. Another 5 years grind by, and Seo finally recites the last earthly fiend's true word, opens the final spiritual meridian, and breaks through to Chi refining second star. Overjoyed after finally breaking through, Seo runs to Raong's door, kneels outside, and pours out a sincere thanks for the teaching that got him there. Raong answers with the same brutal insults as ever, raging that a fool who needed 10 years for second star should be expelled, but nothing actually comes of the threat. Since the expulsion never comes, Seo moves on to the next stage and starts studying 5 surpassing paths to cultivation and the earth-dwelling method for his new realm. Testing the first heavenly spirit's law decree outside, Seo raises an earth sphere from the soil and learns firsthand that the technique collapses quickly without a properly condensed spiritual nature behind it. Seo realizes the heavenly spirit stage is different because it mixes his own spiritual power with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth instead of relying only on the body's meridians. When Seo asks for help again, Raong throws him a second book, 36 Heavenly Spirits Commandments Explained, still pretending he wants this hopeless disciple gone. Before Seo leaves, Raong abruptly warns him that horrifying massacres have broken out near the eastern border and beyond the heaven-treading desert, drawing the clan leader and many core formation elders away. Seo takes the warning seriously and decides to stay quiet in his room and keep training until the clan leader returns. 6 months later the clan leader finally comes back and calls an emergency meeting that packs the grand hall with enough chi refining and chi building pressure to crush a nation. At the front of the hall, the clan leader grimly warns that a great war could come within 200 years, so Chongmun will now value merit over bloodline and train for battle far more often. That night Seo asks Raong what this prediction is based on, but the old man just snaps that neither of them will live long enough to matter and tells him to focus on training. When Raong hears Seo has condensed only 3 spiritual natures so far, he gets fed up and throws him an even more advanced book called Gangmyeong Record. 12 more years of grinding effort finally pay off, as Seo masters the 36 Heavenly Spirits Law Decrees, condenses all 36 spiritual natures, and rises to Chi refining third star. After 22 years of cultivation, Seo studies his bearded reflection in a bronze mirror, and quietly panics over how much of his lifespan is already gone. By now even Raong's patience has shifted, and after years of frustration he has stopped hiding behind the door and started giving Seo face-to-face guidance. When Seo reports that he has reached Chi refining third star, Raong insults him as usual but finally opens the door and tells him to come inside for the first time. Inside the cramped room stacked with books, Raong tests Seo's understanding and scolds him for still refusing to give up martial arts while cultivating. After confirming Seo really does understand the law decrees, Raong finally gives him proper next stage teaching and hands over the 12 earthly melodies scripture. Fed up with Seo reading alone and returning later with questions, Raong orders him to stay here, read in front of him, and basically live in the room so the teaching can go faster. At the third star stage, Seo learns the 12 earthly melodies as 12 kinds of spiritual energy, and uses his talent for formations to make sense of the system faster than before. 6 years later, Seo treats his whole body like a formation diagram, imprints the 12 earthly melodies into his meridians, and finally completes Chi refining third star. Instead of letting Seo rest, Raoing immediately drags him onward and starts explaining the 10 heavenly stems diagram as the key to mastering formations and reaching the next realm. Raoing demonstrates the 10 heavenly stems in person, surrounding himself with floating ancient characters and a living formation of plants and changing energies that shows the realm Seo now has to imitate. From then on, Seo studies the 10 heavenly stems diagram, the earth surpassing path, and the earth dwelling method under Raoing's direct guidance. As Seo applies the 10 heavenly stems and 12 earthly melodies to the earth dwelling method, he manifests the earth dwelling formation and brings up 6 rotating hexagonal earth shields that lock down the space around him. That new power puts Seo in the same broad realm as figures like Mokli Young and Mokli Hyun, where fights are decided by controlling the surrounding environment itself. 5 more years of harsh guidance let Seo fully absorb the 60 variations born from the 12 earthly melodies and 10 heavenly stems into his spiritual meridians. At last the long barrier breaks, and Seo finishes the 4th star process by stepping into Chi refining 5th star. For the first time, Raoing drops the act completely and bursts into loud, delighted laughter, celebrating that he really managed to drag this painfully slow disciple all the way to Chi refining 5th star. Master and disciple finally share the same victory, embracing in genuine joy after decades of insults, obsession, and impossible persistence. After decades of brutal training, Seo finally reaches the point where even his master has to admit he kept him far longer than he expected. Seo reflects that it took him 33 years just to climb from the 1st to the 4th star of Chi refining, and even with his rejuvenated body, the fear of dying from old age is starting to press on him. Because of that urgency, Seo politely asks Chongmun Raoing to teach him the next stage right away. Chongmun Raoing explains that the 5th star uses the 9 palaces, making Seo compress his 108 meridians and 60 spiritual energy variations into 9 integrated paths. To show what that means in practice, the elder unfolds a wood attribute formation and twists it freely, proving that the 9 palaces turn rigid spells into something flexible and alive. Seo throws himself into the 9 palaces for 7 more years, grinding through pain until his hands bleed and his throat goes raw from endless mantras. At last the flows inside Seo's body lock into order, and the 9 paths settle cleanly into place. The breakthrough pushes Seo into Chi refining 6th star, and he blurts it out in pure relief and excitement. Now that he can reshape a formation mid-use, Seo turns his earth-dwelling shields into earth spears with a single motion. He immediately tests that control by calling back his flying sword, coating it in sword gang, and setting up a head-on clash with an earth spear. When the earth spear smashes into the gang-coated sword, Seo realizes the converted spell hits with the force of a 3 flowers martial artist's gang chi. Chongmun Raoing strolls through the dust, insults Seo's talent as usual, and congratulates him anyway with obvious pride. The elder tells him the 6th star, 8 trigrams completed path, should be easier, but only if Seo truly understands the trigrams instead of treating them like martial arts shortcuts. He hands Seo a stack of personally annotated books, grumbling that he had to make them simple enough for a dullard. Seo dives into the 8 trigrams and finally solves a question that had bothered him for years: how cultivation can branch beyond the basic 5 elements. He realizes the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams interlock, which explains how people with ordinary roots can still specialize into paths like wind through trigram alignment. Once he grasps the meaning behind the trigrams, integrating them into his meridians becomes the easiest part of his cultivation so far. 3 years later, every meridian in Seo's body links into one complete circuit, and the surge launches him into Chi refining 7th star. In the middle of that clean spiritual flow, Seo notices one ugly leftover stain, the impure internal energy from the dragon vein Chi method still clinging to his meridians. When Seo reports the breakthrough, Chongmun Raoing is overjoyed and proudly calls him his disciple even while mocking how long it took. Then the elder reveals a reward he worked hard to obtain for Seo: 3 precious blessing pills that can extend a cultivator's life. Instead of thanking him, Seo apologizes and says he cannot take the pills, leaving his master staring at him in disbelief. Seo asks whether his master even knows what the blessing pill is made from, and Chongmun Raoing admits he never studied alchemy deeply enough to know. Seo almost reveals the truth, but in the end he only begs his master to trust that he has a reason he cannot say. Annoyed and wounded, Chongmun Raoing thrusts the silk box at Seo and storms off, telling him to do whatever he wants with it. Left alone, Seo remembers Mokli Hyun's warning that such elixirs are made from humans, and the choice suddenly feels revolting no matter how badly he needs more years. Seo makes his decision. Even if it costs him precious lifespan, he refuses to preserve this life by abandoning his humanity. He goes to a mountain near the Chongmun main house, buries the 3 pills like human remains, and offers a prayer for the dead who were sacrificed to make them. Even after burying them, Seo knows the practical choice would have been to swallow the pills, because his path is still long and 1 lifetime may not be enough. Still, he settles on one hard rule for himself: he will never consume any elixir made through wrongful means. When Seo returns to study, Chongmun Raong is clearly hurt by the earlier refusal, but he still opens the book and starts teaching the 7th star. The elder explains that the 7th star, 7 stars ritual, turns the cultivator's own body, formation, and spells into an altar that formally reaches toward the heavens. For Seo, the stage sounds manageable, because most of it comes down to ritual timing, star patterns, and calculations rather than some impossible new insight. Chongmun Raong uses his authority to prepare a proper altar near the clan's main house once they identify the best night for Seo's ritual. At sunset, Seo transforms his own body into the ritual altar and begins the 7 stars ceremony with his master assisting from the side. Just as the ritual reaches upward, dark clouds roll in over a sky that was supposed to stay perfectly clear. The clouds cut Seo's connection to the stars, and his master can only tell him not to panic because direct interference would ruin the ritual for good. Seo waits through the entire night, but the clouds only leave after dawn, as if they came for the sole purpose of blocking him. Shaken, Chongmun Raong insists it must be some mistake in his calculations and promises to find another auspicious time. They try again later, but the same impossible cloud wall appears the moment the second ritual begins. Now fully panicked, Chongmun Raong still refuses to give up and prepares a third attempt months later in a desert plain where clouds should never form at all. The third ritual nearly reaches the finish line, then the same dark clouds boil over the empty desert just before Seo can receive the star's power. Watching Seo get blocked again, Chongmun Raong finally snaps and blasts spiritual power into the sky to tear the clouds apart himself. The clouds split open, but the moment his master meddles with the heavens, the stars stop answering and Seo's ritual dies where it stands. Defeated and desperate for answers, Chongmun Raong brings Seo back and starts tearing through ancient books in the clan library. About a month later, the elder returns with bloodshot eyes and says he finally found the reason. Chongmun Raong reveals the crushing truth. The world itself is forbidding Seo from immortal cultivation because he was never born with the fate of a cultivator. Seo reels when Chongmun Raong tells him the heavens have forbidden him from cultivating at all. Still trying to make sense of it, Seo asks the blunt question that terrifies him most: does fate really exist? Chongmun Raong confirms that fate is real, and Seo's fear sharpens into panic over whether free will means anything at all. Chongmun Raong explains that from Chi refining 7th star onward, cultivators can faintly read the heavenly mechanism and glimpse the basics of fate. He says the first thing a Chi refining cultivator can read is their own lifespan, because even that is assigned by heaven. Seo pushes back immediately, asking why anyone cultivates if lifespan is fixed from the start. Chongmun Raong tells him lifespan is fixed but not absolute, because each higher realm earns a new span of life from heaven. That hope makes Seo ask if he can win a new fate too, but Chongmun Raong darkens and says heaven usually decides that possibility at birth. Chongmun Raong says talent, meridians, and spiritual roots are part of that birth-given fate, and Seo realizes he may have been born unable to escape his limit at all. When Seo asks if there is any way around it, Chongmun Raong quietly admits he has found none and apologizes. Seo tries to grasp what this heaven even is, and Chongmun Raong tells him it is not just the sky but the vast law flowing through the world. Chongmun Raong says even cultivators who defy heaven still act inside grace first given by heaven, so the right to surpass lifespan is itself part of fate. Then the elder makes it personal, admitting he knows this pain too because he spent his whole life clawing his way only to stall at early Chi building. He says all his obsession with mantras and spells was for disciples like Seo, and Seo's rise from mortal to Chi refining 7th star had once proven that dream right. Now that hope has turned painful, and master and disciple can only sit there apologizing to each other through clenched teeth. Even so, Chongmun Raong refuses to stop and promises he will keep searching ancient texts and rituals for any way to force heaven to permit Seo. He tells Seo that heaven may set fate but not how they struggle inside it, and the two silently understand they will fight this together. After that, Seo's life changes completely as he and his master bury themselves in the Chongmun library instead of normal cultivation training. As he searches, Seo turns the problem over from every angle, wondering whether his martial roots, forced spiritual roots, otherworldly origin, regression, or simple fate are to blame. The records on people rejected by heaven are almost non-existent, so every clue comes buried inside broader books about fate and the heavenly mechanism. From those books, Seo learns that Chi-refining cultivators can only roughly read lifespan, while higher realms sense good and bad fortune with increasing precision. Another set of texts gives Seo the missing piece. Heaven grants a path called fate, but beings can still fail to walk it through pressure or choice. That idea suddenly fits his own repeated deaths, because in life after life he died on the exact same day no matter how different his body and circumstances were. He remembers killing Crown Prince Mokli Hyun and dying early that time, which now makes sense as a fate interrupted before its full length. Seo concludes that free will exists inside the life heaven gives, but nothing can step beyond the final page of that allotted story. For a moment that thought almost sounds like the end of him too, and Seo stares into the possibility that his story may already be closed. Then he bites back hard, reminding himself that his life keeps returning to the beginning and that he has already broken through impossible limits again and again. With that stubborn conviction, Seo throws himself into the archives like a madman, certain there has to be some answer left. One day Chongmun Raung arrives with bloodshot eyes and an untitled ancient book he dug out of the upper archives. The book is full of unofficial miracle stories, from impossible acts of devotion to a dying old man who earned more life through endless rituals. Chongmun Raung points out the common thread with trembling hope. Impossible miracles happened when people poured in absolute sincerity. The implication is bitter for both of them, because it means all their efforts so far might still not have been enough to move heaven. Instead of giving in, Chongmun Raung hardens his jaw and says they will keep performing rituals again and again until heaven answers. Seo meets that resolve head-on and agrees, turning their research into a direct challenge thrown at the heavens. From then on, the two travel everywhere, choosing star configurations and repeating rituals at famous mountains and rivers without rest. Every single time, unnatural clouds gather as soon as they begin, cutting off celestial energy like heaven itself is blocking Seo out. Chongmun Raung even tries Mount Gugwal high above the normal clouds, only for ghostly clouds to rise there too and crush that hope as well. While they keep testing heaven, Chongmun Raung also teaches Seo the theory of the Qi refining 8th star, the 6 harmonies path. Seo learns that the 8th star, the 6 harmonies path, would enlarge his formations and flood his spiritual meridians with stronger power, but none of it can be practiced until his 7th star is truly complete. So Seo keeps absorbing the theory anyway, refusing to waste even knowledge he cannot yet use. He also meets Kim Young-hoon from time to time, still sharpening his martial path and embodying the meaning of 5 energies converging to the origin. Time keeps passing, and the day Seo has always died and every life starts drawing dangerously close. By now Seo has accepted that even reaching 5 energies converging to the origin did not actually extend his lifespan the way he once hoped. Even with that shadow over him, his understanding surges ahead until he fully grasps the paths of the 8th star and even the 9th star in theory. He even starts previewing the 10th star and realizes its focus on integrating meridians would suit him especially well if only he had time. At sunset, Seo and Chongmun Raung begin yet another ritual, still chasing a door heaven refuses to open. Like always, the clouds gather again and the ritual collapses into another failure. Chongmun Raung tries to keep moving by suggesting they head for the heaven-treading desert next, where the clouds might gather more slowly. Seo stops him and asks for one day without rituals, saying he has something he must do first. Chongmun Raung warns that if they skip tomorrow, the next optimal ritual day is a month later, then asks whether Seo can return to the clan by then. Seo gives a bitter smile and promises he will come back, even though he knows the real deadline is only 20 days away on the exact day he always dies. Seo feeds spiritual energy into a palm-sized paper boat, and it swells into a wooden flying artifact for his trip to the border. He rides the flying boat for 3 days and reaches the border of Baokra and Yenhua, quietly noting that Qi refining artifacts are still frustratingly slow. The moment Seo spots his contact, a brilliant white saber gang slashes at him from below like a greeting and a test. Seo answers with sword gang of his own, and the 2 streams of blade force twist through the air until his side cancels the attack. Seo descends with light fall and lands to meet Kim Young-hoon, who immediately tells him his sword control has improved since last time. Seo says he never stopped training, because true dual energy sword control is not just moving a blade but mastering the sword, its force, and even sword gang with consciousness alone. Kim Young-hoon praises the progress but bluntly tells Seo he still has a long way to go. When Seo senses spiritual power from him, he realizes Kim Young-hoon really did start cultivating, and Kim awkwardly admits he only learned enough to make martial arts more convenient. Seo is quietly struck by it, because Kim reached Qi refining 2nd star despite starting late and caring more about martial arts than cultivation. After some casual talk about the misery of learning true words, Kim Young-hoon checks one last time whether Seo is really willing to help with such a dangerous plan. Seo says yes without hesitation, and Kim Young-hoon thanks him with open hatred for the Mokli side, saying the target is scum that should disappear from the world. Kim explains the loophole he found. Inside Yenhua, captured Qi building elders must be ransomed, but if one invades another country's territory, that protection disappears and killing them becomes legitimate. His plan is simple and ruthless. He will drive a Mokli Qi building cultivator to the Baokra border, wear him down, and leave Seo to deliver the final killing blow. Before they part, Seo asks to read Kim Young-hoon's annotated copy of the record of surpassing cultivation and martial arts. Kim Young-hoon pulls a thick manuscript from a tiny storage pouch at his waist, revealing how much he has added to the manual. Seo notices the title still has not changed, and Kim Young-hoon says he never felt worthy of renaming a martial record he still has not truly surpassed. Pressed for even a slight distinction, Kim only changes a single character and calls it the record of surpassing path and martial arts instead. Seo reads the entire manuscript and memorizes it in one pass, realizing his expanded consciousness has sharpened his memory far beyond his old limits. Kim Young-hoon tells Seo to wait a few days while he drives the target to the border, then flies off toward Yenhua on his own artifact. Alone under clear weather, Seo settles in to write a calm farewell for his master and prepare for the deadly fight he expects will end this life. He sets a simple barrier around the rock, brings out a desk, brush, inkstone, and paper from storage, and starts writing a will disguised as an ordinary letter to his master. Seo is not here to survive at all, because he has already decided that dying in battle is better than letting heaven reject him at the end of his lifespan and crush his master's heart. He keeps rewriting the letter until it sounds harmless enough that his master will think he is only patrolling the border and asking after him. Seo debates when to send it and decides the cruelest kindness is to launch it only after the battle begins, so his master will not receive it in time to witness his death. He attaches the talisman, folds the letter carefully, and keeps it ready to fire toward his master with a single burst of spiritual energy. When the promised day arrives, Seo sees artificial dark clouds packed with energy rolling in from the distance, and knows the target is finally coming. Flashes of light behind the clouds reveal Kim Young-hoon in pursuit, driving the Mokli Elder exactly where he promised. Seo sends the letter at the last possible moment, and it turns into a blue hawk that shoots toward the Chongmun clan while he thinks of this battle as the final chapter of his life. With the message gone, Seo erases his presence with the hidden consciousness technique and buries himself underground using the earth-dwelling method. Rain starts falling as the dark clouds settle overhead, and from beneath the earth Seo watches the trapped battlefield from hiding. From underground, Seo spots the Mokli Elder's face in the storm and realizes he is one of the 50 Chi building elders who destroyed the palace of heavenly demons long ago. The mighty terror from that memory now looks very different, because he is bleeding, furious, and cornered like prey. Bleeding and trapped in the storm, the Mokli Elder screams that the treaty forbids the Jin clan from killing him and demands to be treated as a prisoner of war. Kim Young-hoon orders the formation to close, and Jin clan Chi refining cultivators answer by raising a fiery barrier that traps the Mokli Elder inside. Kim Young-hoon charges the trapped elder and finally says it aloud. After turning innocent towns into bloodbaths, the man deserves to die the same way. Kim Young-hoon fires several saber gangs, and the Mokli Elder snarls back that killing a Chi-building elder over harvested mortals is insanity. The elder whips his cloud flag and shapes the storm into a cloud dragon, proving he is even stronger than Mokli Wangshin as it collides with Kim Young-hoon's saber gangs. The clash turns ugly when a burst of wind tears off Kim Young-hoon's arm and part of his waist, even as one of his saber gangs rips a chunk from the elder's side. Seo is alarmed because that kind of injury should have dropped a mortal body, but the Jin clan had planned for it. The Jin clan had planned for this, and support cultivators immediately bury Kim Young-hoon in healing talismans and remote spells until his body is repaired mid-battle. Restored by the Jin clan's support, Kim Young-hoon attacks again with a grim face while the trapped Mokli Elder keeps shouting that killing him will violate the treaty. Still hidden, Seo finally sees a narrow opening and knows this is the one chance he came here to take. He focuses all his consciousness and launches the essence move lurking in the shadows, endless attack straight into the elder's mind. Seo's hidden strike makes the Mokli Elder scream and grab his head, and Kim Young-hoon instantly piles on with the same essence technique from the front. With the elder's mind staggered, Seo bursts out of the ground and rockets upward under Deep Mountain, pouring every last bit of gathered chi into one suicidal rush. Seo throws himself straight into the elder's embrace at point-blank range, betting everything on the fact that Kim Young-hoon has already emptied most of the man's spiritual power. His sword gang slices through the elder's thin protective force and severs the man's neck in a single clean strike. But at the exact instant Seo thinks it is over, a blue light erupts from inside the elder's robes and reveals a hidden life-saving artifact. Seo's killing strike is spoiled at the last instant when Mokli Yunryan's hidden life-saving artifact flares blue and jerks him upward. Even with the miss, Seo carves through Yunryan's ribs, liver, and lung, and the elder stays alive through sheer monstrous vitality. Recognizing Seo's Chongmun uniform, Yunryan accuses Chongmun and Jin of colluding and still keeps his failing body moving with spiritual power. Yunryan suddenly drops his pride and begs for his life, warning that cultivators are already on edge after the heaven-treading desert massacre and a great war could come in 200 years. Seo refuses to answer, and Yunryan realizes mercy is not coming. Forced into desperation, Yunryan pours his own life force into the artifact and turns blue as he rockets toward the barrier's edge with a core formation-style escape technique. Yunryan blows through the Jin clan barrier in one violent burst, and the unnamed cultivators maintaining the array spit blood from the backlash. When Yunryan keeps flashing farther away, Seo, Kim Young-hoon, and the Jin clan side realize he is heading straight for the Mokli outpost on the MANHWA border. Seo and Kim immediately give chase across the borderlands, knowing they cannot let him reach fresh Chi building support. During the chase, Seo fires sword gang and casts earth imprisonment, raising stone bars to trap the fleeing elder. Yunryan answers with a burst of wind that tears the earth prison apart and hurls debris back at Seo. Seo leaps through the chaos and sends a wide white transcending peak slash after him. Yunryan wraps himself in dark clouds, deflects Seo's strike, and sends a cloud dragon roaring back at him. Seo charges straight through anyway, trusting Kim Young-hoon's support to break the dragon open. Kim's compressed gang sphere blows apart the cloud dragon, but Yunryan burns more life force and slips away again in another blue flash. Bursting through the storm of light, Seo extends his sword gang with Chi Mountain, Heart Heaven and smashes Yunryan down out of the sky. Seo feels the hit land wrong and realizes Yunryan barely saved himself again by raising protective gang Chi at the last second. Seo drops another earth imprisonment over the fallen elder, buying time even though he knows his own techniques still cannot finish a true chi-building cultivator cleanly. Yunryan shatters the prison with brute force, but that pause lets Kim Young-hoon arrive and rain down 9 gang spheres. The barrage nearly ends him, but Yunryan escapes one more time with the artifact even after losing an arm and tearing open his abdomen. Seo is shaken by how a chi-building cultivator can keep fighting through wounds that should kill anyone else, even forcing a new arm into shape with spiritual power. The pursuit drags on into fading daylight as Seo slows Yunryan down. Kim hammers him with killing blows, and the elder survives by spamming artifacts and pills. Seo realizes the fight is getting worse because Yunryan knows how to counter perception erasing tricks now and has far more artifacts than Mokli Wangshin ever did. Since controlling his flying sword precisely in mid-chaos is too hard, Seo changes tactics and looks for stable footing. Seo casts Swift as the sky and rides a circular earth platform across the ground so he can keep pace and attack with control. With Seo attacking from the ground and Kim pressing from the sky, the two finally box the elder in from both directions. As the sun finally sets, Seo quietly accepts that this is probably his last night alive and prepares one more finishing move. Seo launches Cliff Edge from the scabbard without fully drawing, firing a blinding upward sword gang while Kim's 9 light spheres crash down from above. At last Yunryan understands he has lost, and the crossing attacks carve through him as his protective aura finally scatters away. Yunryan crashes to the ground barely alive, with only scraps of spiritual power left, and Kim leaves the last breath to Seo. Looking down at the dying elder, Seo remembers the terror Yunryan once inspired and says that even chi-building cultivators end up no different from the mortals they despise. Seo's words hit the elder's last pride, and Yunryan screams his own name as his ruined body swells with foul blue light. Seo jumps back from the blinding burst, then realizes the elder's self-destruction was really a distress flare, not a killing blast. The real danger arrives a heartbeat later when corpse-stinking green water floods in like a river and zombies leap out of it at Seo. From the center of the poisonous vortex, a new middle-aged Mokli cultivator rises with a whisk, and Seo instantly feels an even heavier late-stage chi-building pressure. Mokli Goon retrieves Yunryan's bloodstained belongings from the water and coldly confirms the dead man was a treasured alchemist worth tens of thousands of high-grade elixirs. Reading the battlefield in an instant, Mokli Goon identifies Seo as Chongmun and Kim as the Jin clan's decisive weapon, then promises neither of them will die easily. Kim Young-hoon answers with a hard sneer, insisting that if even 4th stage Yunryan could not stop him, he has no reason to fear Mokli Goon's 3rd stage. Mokli Goon calmly points out that Kim is exhausted, the Jin clan helpers are nearly dry, and Seo is still only just below chi building, so together they still are not enough. Then Mokli Goon reveals the trap is worse than it looked, because another Mokli cultivator is already nearby and closing in. A young blue-robed Mokli direct descendant named Mokli Jun arrives from the storm clouds, already at mid-chi building and nearing late stage. Mokli Goon orders Jun to clean up Seo and the remaining Jin cultivators while he handles Kim Young-hoon himself. When Jun asks who sent the flare, he learns Yunryan is dead and turns viciously resentful over the loss of such an important clan alchemist. Jun rants that they have no idea what they destroyed, but Seo only sees one thing clearly: killing this man now would save countless future victims. Thinking this is still his final day, Seo tells Kim Young-hoon to run and decides to stay behind to buy him whatever time he can. Seo throws himself at the weaker-looking Jun with endless mountains beyond mountains, trying to stall him before he can join the other fight. Jun meets him with rings of energy, and Seo desperately cuts through spell after spell looking for even a sliver of an opening. Seo finally commits everything to Severing Mountain, releasing all 21 forms at once in one last all-or-nothing strike. The attack fails instantly when Seo's sword and sword gang both shatter against Jun's casual protective force, and Jun has not even moved. In that humiliating instant, Seo finally understands the true gap between someone who barely entered chi building and a fresh, full-strength mid-stage chi building cultivator. Jun calls Seo an insect and crushes him with a dragonclaw strike of energy that slams him into the forest below. Seo survives only because he reflexively loosens his strength and casts a defense, but the impact leaves him coughing blood and unable to move his legs. Trying to rise, Seo spits up even pieces of his own intestines and realizes his body is ruined while the night battle continues overhead. Helpless on the ground, Seo sees Mokli Goon already pressing Kim Young-hoon and feels crushing shame that he could not buy even a little time. As Jun mocks his pathetic cultivation and martial skill, Seo bitterly thinks back over a life that never broke heaven's rejection no matter how hard he tried. Jun decides to use the border excuse against Seo too, lifting his broken body with a spell and dragging him across into Yanhua so he can kill him under that pretext. Convinced this is the end, Seo closes his eyes and accepts that his long stubborn life is about to die like an insect after all. Then an explosion tears Jun's binding power apart, and Seo opens his eyes to see the back he knows best standing in front of him. Seo can only stare and whisper Master, because Chongmun Raong should not have been able to reach him for days. Chongmun Raong dryly reveals that Seo's letter arrived so fast because he had secretly replaced the transmission talisman with a far better one before Seo left. He says Seo was a fool to think he could hide this from him, because he could read the truth straight out of his disciple's handwriting. Chong Mun-raung angrily confronts him for trying to die in silence after all the rituals and celestial readings they had done together about Sio's shortening life. Sio breaks down under that scolding, because he can feel that his master's intent is not anger alone but deep blue sorrow. When Chong Mun-raung says he failed his disciple and at least wants Sio to say goodbye properly, Sio can only apologize and agree. Mok Lee-jun interrupts with smug legal talk, claiming he has every right to kill Sio because the disciple crossed into Yenhua. Chong Mun-raung cuts that down immediately, explaining that the border rule binds Chi building main forces, not a Chi refining disciple like Sio. Jun tries to flip the same logic back on him, saying that if this is Yenhua land then Chong Mun-raung is trespassing too. That is when Chong Mun-raung reveals the real cultivator rule. Clan territory follows dragon veins and spiritual flow, not mortal map lines. His formation spreads, pushes out the land's original spiritual energy, and begins rewriting the battlefield itself into Chong Mun allied territory. Chong Mun-raung declares that as long as he maintains the dragon veins, this ground is now the land of Chong Mun, Bayak, and Gongmyo, which means the invader is Mok Lee-jun. When Chong Mun-raung warns that he will forgive nothing that threatens his disciple's last moments, Mok Lee-jun hurriedly tries to drive the dragon veins back and fails. With skill and fury that Jun cannot match, Chong Mun-raung makes his stand clear. He will not allow anyone to harm his disciple. At the border, Mok Lee-jun mocks Chong Mun-raung as a failed Chi-building master and sneers that a disciple taught by him must be just as worthless. Sio, already badly hurt, stares at the heaven-blocking clouds and quietly calls out to his master. Instead of lamenting himself, Sio tells Chong Mun-raung that this battle proved his master's whole life of effort was never meaningless. Kneeling behind him, Sio begs his master to crush Mok Lee-jun and make him regret every insult. Chong Mun-raung finally turns, embraces Sio once, and promises he was always going to do exactly that. Mok Lee-jun cuts the moment short by sending a cloud dragon crashing down at them. With one raised hand, Chong Mun-raung blows the cloud dragon apart and faces Mok Lee-jun head-on. Chong Mun-raung fires back point by point, saying that if anyone is dull, stupid, and lazy, it is the gifted fools who coast on talent, not Sio. He keeps going, declaring that Sio is not stupid either, because a fool could never learn martial arts and break through a cultivation wall. Chong Mun-raung says Sio is not lazy either, because he practiced incantations until his throat was raw, seals until his hands bled, and swordplay through all of it. And when he calls Sio trash, Chong Mun-raung flatly rejects it, saying a disciple who worked this hard and respected his master this deeply could never be worthless. Mok Lee-jun only laughs and keeps treating both master and disciple like insects. Chong Mun-raung answers with clan pride, saying Chong Mun ranks people by combat and achievement, and he spent nearly 150 years developing techniques inside the main house. Mok Lee-jun snaps back that none of that matters, because he is a higher stage Chi-building cultivator and another stronger Mok Lee elder is already winning elsewhere. Chong Mun-raung ignores the threat and declares that his whole path of understanding before breakthrough was never wrong. The spiritual forest merges into one colossal giant tree that towers over the battlefield behind Chong Mun-raung. As cloud dragons rush the giant tree, Chong Mun-raung tells Sio this is the only proof he can still give him, that both of them truly walk the right path. Then the giant tree starts moving, and thorn branches whip upward to trap the cloud dragons in midair. Watching closely, Sio realizes the tree is not a simple construct at all but a body made from endless layers of incantations and spells. The giant tree fires thousands of spells at once, tearing holes through the dark cloud cover and exposing the stars above. Mok Lee-jun frantically answers with spells and rain, but Chong Mun-raung lectures him in the middle of battle that true understanding before breakthrough means mastering spells through relentless practice, not cheap instinct. He says that once he reaches a realm through understanding, he can overpower anyone else in that same realm. As the clashes continue, the giant tree reshapes itself into a towering wooden giant in Chong Mun-raung's own image. The wooden giant tears Mok Lee-jun's cloud dragon apart in one crushing swing, and Sio can only stare up in breathless awe as his master's spell takes on a near-divine form. But while he watches, Sio suddenly feels his heart fail and realizes heaven is killing him exactly when fate promised. Sio rages inwardly at the idea of dying before he can fully understand what his master is showing him. Refusing to die quietly, Sio jams pure spiritual force straight into his own heart and forces it to start beating again. Heaven answers immediately with more accidents, starting with a falling tree that nearly crushes him. The moment he lands, a venomous snake shoots from a hole and bites his fingertips, as if fate is trying every method at once. Sio expels the poison with internal energy and snarls that he still will not die. Even when heaven stops his heart again and again, Sio keeps restarting it with spiritual force and clings to the one truth he can still claim: he is alive right now. Half dead and in terrible pain, Sio keeps his eyes on the battle anyway because this moment with his master matters more than his suffering. At last the wooden giant finishes taking Chong Mun-raung's shape, and his completed formation answers him as both the master and the giant mirror the same impossible hand seals. Mok Lee-jun stares in panic as even larger waves of spells gather, and the battlefield starts to look like the territory of a core formation cultivator. On Chongmun Ryong's command, trees surge upward again, and the giant tree tears Mokli Jun's storm apart in a vast circular sweep. Then buds, flowers, and starbright fruits bloom across the giant tree, and Seo instantly realizes each fruit is a dense knot of countless spells. The fruits rain down on Mokli Jun, and he can do nothing but gape as the storm of spells erases him completely. Chongmun Ryong does not stop there, and sends the remaining fruits toward Mokli Gun, the stronger Mokli cultivator fighting in the distance. Mokli Gun throws up a huge wall of green water to stop them, but the distraction opens him to Kim Young-hoon's charge. Kim Young-hoon slips a strand of gang chi through Mokli Gun's heart and drops him on the spot, and the last few spell fruits crash down after him to finish the battlefield cleanly. With both enemies dead, the giant wooden body begins to crumble, and Seo feels his own spiritual power running out at the same time. Seo burns every last scrap of inner and spiritual power to force his failing heart to keep beating long enough to say goodbye. Chongmun Ryong lands looking deathly pale, and Seo immediately notices his master burned away vital energy to end the battle quickly for his sake. Chongmun Ryong admits he could have won more safely, but he chose to finish fast because Seo clearly did not have much time left. Then the hard old master finally says what matters most. Among all the clan's disciples, Seo was the one who stayed and endured until the very end, and he is his pride. Because there is no time left to teach normally, Chongmun Ryong presses a hand to Seo's forehead and directly pours his remaining knowledge into him. Seo receives the spells from the battle and Chongmun Ryong's chi building methods as his master's final gift. Dawn spreads over the mountains, and Seo realizes he already survived one full day past the lifespan heaven gave him. But this is finally the limit. Even now, Seo refuses to die passively, because he cannot leave after only receiving from his master without properly showing gratitude. With no energy left at all, Seo starts punching his own chest to force his stopped heart to beat long enough to complete one last rite. Chongmun Ryong understands and silently sits in formal posture, accepting the farewell his disciple is painfully forcing himself to complete. Seo performs prostration after prostration, restarting his heart between bows as his body reaches the edge of death. Only after several bows does Seo realize the lingering wet gloom is not rain at all, but his master's tears falling over him. Seo completes the full set of 9 prostrations and, because even that feels too small for what he owes, adds a 10th from his own heart. With a ruined voice, Seo thanks his master for immeasurable grace and says farewell. Chongmun Ryong answers him simply, then calls him his beloved disciple and tells him to rest. At dawn, Seo closes his eyes and dies in front of the master he fought so hard to honor. Afterward, Chongmun Ryong mourns that the disciple who once felt like a nuisance had grown into the giant tree supporting his own heart. He gently arranges Seo's body, wishing him peace after a life of struggle. Then Chongmun Ryong takes out a seed, places it on Seo's chest, and pours with spiritual energy into it. The seed instantly sprouts and grows over Seo's body into an enormous quince tree that rises higher than the surrounding forest. Chongmun Ryong strokes the new tree and promises he will never forget his disciple. A strong wind rises from the foot of the quince tree and rushes upward through the branches, like Seo Eunhyun's soul ascending to the sky in his 7th return. Seo wakes at the start of a new life with his chest aching, and his first clear thought is a quiet vow never to forget the master he can no longer meet in this timeline. With almost no spiritual power left, Seo still forms a precise hand seal and pushes his half-waking companions back into sleep before they can notice anything. The moment the spell ends, a brutal headache hits, and Seo realizes his upper dantian is being crushed by consciousness far too large for his current body. He understands the problem with a jolt. His consciousness came back from the previous life at the level of at least G refining 7th star, far beyond what this unrejuvenated body should be able to hold. To stop the damage, Seo digs up yellow bamboo roots outside and forces himself through rejuvenation, rebuilding a body that can finally handle that impossible pressure. As the transformation settles, the headache vanishes, his 5 elements spiritual roots return, and his massive consciousness unfolds properly for the first time in this life. That familiar presence makes him nostalgic, but it also teaches him a hard rule of regression. Only his soul and consciousness carry over, while the body starts from zero. After moving everyone deeper into a cave and keeping them asleep, Seo finally faces the real problem of this life. Heaven still refuses to let him advance as a cultivator. He remembers why cultivation matters so much to him. The Ascension Gate only opens once every 1,000 years, and surviving it or waiting for it again demands a cultivator's power and lifespan. Martial arts alone cannot solve that, and even with his master's teachings, he knows he still slams into the same wall at Chi refining 7th star. With no better option, Seo decides he will beg the heavenly beings seniors arriving soon, even if he has to grovel for a way past heaven's rejection. He throws himself into cultivation for 2 sleepless nights and rapidly rebuilds his law transformation dantian, reaching the point where he could enter Chi refining 1st star at any moment. When the day arrives, 3 heavenly being cultivators descend again, and their pressure pulls the 4 people with spiritual roots, including Seo, out in front of everyone else. The immortals marvel at the other rare talents first, but then Seo grabs their attention when they sense he has already finished Chi gathering and carries absurdly oversized consciousness for a beginner. One of the Thunder Sect immortals forcefully tests Seo's aptitude by driving spiritual energy through his body, tearing him apart from the inside while Seo grits his teeth and endures it. The test exposes only ordinary 5-element spiritual roots, and the immortal's excitement cools immediately even though Seo's consciousness was impressive. Refusing to let the chance vanish, Seo drops to his knees and begs to be accepted, revealing that he forced open divine consciousness through martial arts and can already fight far above normal chi refining cultivators. To prove it, Seo swings an arm wrapped in gang chi and shows he can even use pure spiritual force, offering himself as ready-made combat strength instead of a long-term project. Azure Tiger Saint grows interested and even speaks to Seo in the language of Biokra, but interest is still not the same as taking responsibility for him. When Seo demands to know why they still refuse him, Azure Tiger Saint gives the blunt answer. With the Ascension Gate opening, every extra person becomes a burden unless their talent is legendary enough to justify it. Seo swallows the rejection and asks for just one answer instead, hoping knowledge might save him where mercy will not. Jin Byako takes that as insolence and blasts Seo with a bolt of lightning so vicious it nearly burns him to death on the spot. Azure Tiger Saint casually heals the damage and calls out the others for being absurdly short-tempered, giving Seo one narrow opening to speak. Seo uses that chance to ask the question that actually matters to him. How can he break through if heaven itself blocks every 7 stars ritual with dark clouds? White Bone Ghost Devil reacts with pure contempt, popping both of Seo's arms apart for daring to address heavenly cultivators so boldly. Azure Tiger Saint repairs Seo's shattered arms and openly mocks the others for lashing out because they do not actually know how to help him. Jin Byok-ho finally gives the only answer he knows about heavenly rejection. Seo has to drive off the anomaly himself, because outside help would break the ritual. Azure Tiger Saint laughs at how useless that answer is, and the embarrassed Jin Byok-ho blasts Seo with one more petty bolt of lightning before storming off. Barely saved again by Azure Tiger Saint's healing, Seo thanks him and learns his only real parting gift will be a recommendation letter to the Chongmun clan. Seo says he still plans to keep appealing to every senior passing through the Ascension Gate, because a recommendation is not the same as an answer. When Seo mentions the lone hunchback old man who uses puppets, the atmosphere instantly turns ugly because all 3 immortals know that name too well. Their warning is unanimous and serious. The Mad Lord is not just eccentric but violently insane, and speaking to him is enough to risk becoming one of his living puppets. Azure Tiger Saint adds the most personal warning of all. The Mad Lord is obsessed with 5 energies martial artists, and has a history of turning them into puppet-like things after his lover died. Left holding the recommendation letter, Seo is shaken less by the warning itself than by how completely it clashes with the seemingly sane old man he remembers. His thoughts jump to Kim Yun, because if the Mad Lord truly hunts rare consciousness, then leaving her unprotected would be a disaster waiting to happen. Seo knows how hopeless the gap is now that he understands heavenly being cultivators better, but fear for Kim Yun still keeps gnawing at him. Then the next turn arrives as Seo awakens her wind and rain power again, drawing Sea Dragon King Seo Huil to the cave just like before. Seo immediately kneels before the Sea Dragon King and asks not for himself, but whether this dignified elder knows the Mad Lord. That single name cracks Seo Huil's composure, and his twisted expression confirms that even he hates and fears the Mad Lord. Seo Huil bluntly explains why. The Mad Lord's mind is rotten, his desires are grotesque, and people who even converse with him often end up transformed into living puppets. Hearing that, Seo finally understands how close he and Kim Young-hoon must have come to death in earlier cycles whenever Manager Kim was not there to stop that monster. He drops to his knees again and begs Seo Huil to take Kim Yun away as a disciple or kin, because leaving her in the Mad Lord's path feels unforgivable. Seo explains everything he can risk saying, including that they came from another world and that Kim Yun will soon awaken consciousness so vast the Mad Lord will covet her. Seo Huil is skeptical and presses him on how he could know the future so clearly, refusing to be moved by prophecy alone. Seo answers by staking his own life on it, saying Kim Yun's ability will awaken within the day and offering himself as food if he lied. That finally moves Seo Huil enough to agree to watch Kim Yun, though he warns that if her power awakens too loudly even he may struggle to keep the Mad Lord away. Seo thanks him at once, and Seo Huil steps toward Kim Yun to take direct custody before things can spiral any further. When Kim Yun startles and resists, Seo Huil simply releases a gentle wave of consciousness and puts her, Kim Young-hoon, and Seo to sleep at once. Since fate brought them together, Seo Huil offers Seo one last kindness instead of discipleship, a way out of the ascension path through a spatial rift. Seo studies the open rift, then looks back at the sleeping Kim Yun and realizes that if she leaves with the Sea Dragon King, the Mad Lord may never come here at all. Before deciding, Seo goes to the sleeping Kim Young-hoon and reaches out with a hand seal, determined to leave him everything useful from the life that was lost. Their minds connect, and Seo pours languages, martial arts, cultivation records, and everything Kim Young-hoon once built with him into his friend's upper dantian. He even leaves behind crucial knowledge about the Mokli clan and their emperor, hoping this life's Kim Young-hoon can cut off future bloodshed before it begins. When the transfer is done, Seo gently sends the sleeping Kim Young-hoon through the rift, and says goodbye like someone already sure they will not meet again. Asked if he is going to, Seo gives the answer his whole struggle has been building toward: no, because leaving would not solve heaven's refusal anyway. Instead, he chooses the ascension path itself, deciding to cultivate inside its denser spiritual energy, and spend this life forcing heaven to acknowledge him through endless rituals. Seo Huio warns that this place will leave him in decades of brutal solitude, because stronger life has already been harvested and few below nascent soul can even enter here. Seo accepts that price without hesitation, and with nothing more to say, Seo Huio closes the rift and prepares to leave with the sleeping women. A flash of blue fills Seo's vision as Seo Huio departs, and outside the cave a blue dragon shape rises into the sky carrying away the others. Now truly alone, Seo steps out beneath the heavens and renews his vow. If heaven keeps refusing him, he will keep asking for 50 years if he has to. Thinking of his master one more time, Seo fixes his eyes on the sky and swears this life will not end until he proves those teachings were not wasted. Alone in Ascension Path, Seo first roams the area and finds the demon fox's cave reduced to bloodstains and white fur, confirming the stronger creatures were really wiped out or captured. After taking in the cave's energy, Seo decides the whole Ascension Path is rich enough to train anywhere and heads back to his original shelter to focus on cultivation. A month later, Seo opens the Earth Leader Star Meridian and reaches Chi Refining First Star far faster than before, relieved that his most uncertain hurdle is finally behind him. With basic spell use now possible, Seo turns toward the distant Ascension Gate and decides to investigate its outskirts in case it hides a clue he missed before. He races across Ascension Path for days, stepping through the air over strange terrain filled with bizarre beasts and half-planted spiritual plants. Around the 10th night, Seo finally spots the Ascension Gate from afar, marked by a huge swirling thundercloud and a white radiance rising from the ground below it. When Seo studies the area more carefully, he sees lightning pouring down like rain and black spatial rifts writhing around the gate, making clear he is far too weak to approach. Even from that distance, Seo notices something floating above the gate and absorbing lightning, but he cannot make out what it is. Too curious to leave, Seo finds a safer nearby spot and resumes cultivation so he can use a stronger vision spell to inspect the mystery. 2 months pass, the gate visibly shrinks, and Seo opens a dozen more meridians by rebuilding the path he already understood from his past life. Using the Tenli Eye technique, Seo finally sees that the thing above the gate is a broken stone stele suspended in the lightning. The surviving inscription warns future generations to leave behind their desires and ascend, or face calamity, but the crucial top half is gone. Seo realizes the inscription is written in an ancient language from thousands of years ago, but the reveal still feels disappointing because it is only a warning, not the secret he hoped for. Since training beside lightning and spatial rifts is too distracting, Seo gives up on the gate for now and returns to his first cave to rebuild his old cultivation as fast as possible. Over the next 10 years, Seo reconstructs his whole Chi refining foundation, reopening meridians, spiritual natures, and transformations with relentless speed. When the final integration clicks into place, Seo reaches Chi refining 7th star and immediately tests his progress by raising a mud house with the Earth Quartz spell. Now only the 7 stars ritual stands between Seo and the next step, so he studies the sky, chooses an auspicious date, and prepares an altar with earth, stone, herbs, and fruit. On the chosen night, Seo begins the 7 stars ritual in full earnest, reciting the formal prayer and calling on the constellations for the right to cultivate higher. Just as Seo stretches his arms to the heavens and asks for power, dark clouds roll in without warning and cut off the starlight feeding the altar. The first ritual collapses exactly like his past failures, but Seo refuses to quit and glares at the sky while vowing he will still reach higher. After that, Seo throws himself into the ritual every half month, cycling through different constellations and begging each one in turn to accept him. Year after year, every single attempt ends the same way, with heaven blocking him again until the failures pile into the hundreds. By the 573rd failure, more than 10 years of isolation have worn Seo down into a bearded, ragged figure in grass-woven clothes, still asking the silent sky for strength. The repeated rejection finally curdles into loneliness, and Seo admits to himself that what is crushing him now is being completely alone. To fill that emptiness, Seo makes a carved stone sword dance through the air with dual energy sword control and starts treating it like Kim Young-hoon is really sparring beside him. Seo throws himself into those imaginary matches for days, talking to Kim Young-hoon, taking advice from the empty air, and sharpening his martial skill through the delusion. When he remembers Kim Young-hoon preferred a saber, Seo even refines a rock into a stone saber so the imagined sparring partner will feel more real. His broken routine settles into a loop of failed rituals, smashed altars, and constant sparring with the companion who is no longer there. During one wandering spar, Seo follows his imagined Kim Young-hoon farther than usual in the direction the great cultivators once came from and wonders where that path leads. 2 months later, that chase brings Seo to the very edge of Ascension Path, where he finally sees the truth that the entire landmass is floating high in the sky. Looking below, Seo recognizes the endless sands of the heaven-treading desert, and realizes that name came from the path to heaven hanging above it. The awe clears Seo's head for a moment, and when he turns to share the discovery with Kim Young-hoon, the figure beside him is suddenly blurry and wrong. In panic, Seo attacks the blurred companion, trades a few blows, and cuts it in half, only for the illusion to collapse instantly. The truth lands with the stone saber dropping to the ground, and Seo remembers that Kim Young-hoon left 23 years ago, and he has been half mad for years. Seo crumples where he stands, first laughing and then crying, because the next ritual night has arrived and he did not even prepare an altar this time. As the stars rise, Seo can only stare upward and beg the heavens to let him move on before the loneliness drives him even further out of his mind. At dawn, the stone saber Seo had split in half suddenly rose into the air, and the two ruined halves of his imagined Kim Young-hoon started growing new bodies. The two Kim Young-hoons fully reformed, each taking half of the saber and silently demanding another duel. Half crazed and grinning with bloodshot eyes, Seo stopped caring whether he was sane and charged them anyway. It took another 6 brutal months, but Seo finally pushed his severing mountain swordsmanship to the limit and cut both Kim Young-hoons down in the same strike. Even as split corpses, the two smiling Kim Young-hoons showed no resentment at all, as if they were only glad his martial arts had improved. Then the bodies wriggled again, and the two became 4, tightening the trap around Seo. More months passed in the same loop of failure, until Seo was performing 7 stars rituals besides 6 Kim Young-hoons and smashing the ruined altar with them every time heaven ignored him. Exhausted after another collapse, Seo admitted to the 6 Kim Young-hoons that he knew he had lost his mind and started guessing what they really were. He realized these were the Kim Young-hoons he remembered from his 6 regressions, the ones he had missed so badly that his loneliness gave them form. The 6 figures nodded, and Seo apologized for dragging the dead into his delusions before thanking them for staying with him. When Seo blinked, the companions flickered back into nothing but 6 floating stone sabers, then returned as Kim Young-hoons again. 7 years passed, and Seo was still kneeling before the heavens, begging for strength while the same dark clouds blocked every ritual. This wall felt worse than any martial bottleneck, because now Seo could not even sense the next realm, only an endless emptiness and heaven's indifference. Even so, he crushed the edge of his stone altar with Gang Chi and forced himself to keep trying until heaven finally accepted him. He raised another altar, shouted at the heavens that he would keep waiting, and smashed it apart again with the 6 Kim Young-hoons when no answer came. At some point Seo surpassed even those 6 remembered Kim Young-hoons, and the victory left him with a new emptiness because the real Kim Young-hoon would have crushed him instantly. As he wondered who he was supposed to fight next, the corpses of the 6 Kim Young-hoons started writhing again. This time the Shadow Guard leader and his men grew out of those bodies too, turning Seo's lonely training into a much deadlier swarm. Instead of shrinking back, Seo laughed, forged more stone weapons with hand seals, and armed every phantom attacker himself. Every clash with them blasted away the pain of another failed ritual, and Seo leaned into the madness because fighting was the only thing that still felt good. 2 more years passed, and during a battle in the sky against Shadow Guards, Peak Masters, and the Kim Young-hoon group, Seo suddenly spotted something strange below. He broke away from the fight and rushed down to investigate what looked like a real stone building, the first trace of civilization he had seen there. Inside, the place was deserted except for herbs, poisonous plants, and low-level spiritual beasts that fled the moment they saw the terrifying mass following Seo. That made Seo pause, because the beasts reacted as if the weapons and followers behind him were truly visible, not just private hallucinations. Looking closer, he decided the cramped structure was not a home at all but a shrine, and the square slot on its altar looked like it had once held a stele. Outside, the torn foundation and gouged terrain showed the whole shrine fragment had been ripped from somewhere else and hurled here by a terrifyingly strong cultivator. When Seo followed the gouge with his eyes, he realized it pointed straight toward the Ascension Gate, and the altar slot was the same size as the missing stele that once floated there. That made him suspect this shrine had originally stood at the gate before one of the heavenly being cultivators tore it free for some unknown reason. While searching the area, Seo found a broken stone shard inscribed in ancient oracle bone script that seemed to mean thunder. The thunder fragment made the whole place suddenly feel important, especially with the thunderclouds always hanging around the Ascension Gate. As his mind cleared from real curiosity, the swarm around him faded again until only the floating stone weapons remained. Seo searched the huge island for more buildings like this one, but the ascension path was so vast that even a thorough sweep found nothing else. With no more clues, he returned to the closed Ascension Gate and finally noticed matching stone remained scattered near it. The footprint near the gate was almost 10 times larger than the surviving fragment, proving the original shrine had once been much bigger. Seo concluded that only one torn piece had landed on the island, while the rest of the structure was probably flung farther north and buried outside the area. He marked the mystery for later and reminded himself that, no matter how interesting the clue was, he still had to face the ritual again. For a moment the weight of it all nearly crushed him, and he wondered how long he was supposed to keep wasting his life on a heaven that might never answer. Then he remembered his master, clenched his teeth, and stomped the ground to raise a new altar instead of giving up. As he swore to keep going for everyone who had carried him this far, more memory figures gathered around the new altar, spreading far beyond the 6 Kim Young-hoons. That was when Seo understood the truth. This was not pure madness. but longing so intense that his memories answered his will and took shape beside him. He looked at those remembered companions and vowed he would not give up, because quitting now would mean betraying all the help they had given him. So he rebuilt the ritual carefully, called to the heavens again, and failed again, but this time the silence did not break him. Instead of glaring only at the heavens, Seo started performing each ritual while looking at the people in his heart, drawing strength from the thought that he was not alone. From then on, he stopped smashing the altar after each failure and began stacking more stone onto it, determined to build it higher and stronger every time. As the altar tower rose, the companions around him became clearer too, and Seo spent years sparring against bigger and bigger armies of remembered fighters. The scale kept growing until nearly 2,000 people from Seo's memories seemed to fill the ascension path. From great masters to petty bandits, he had once crossed paths with. 35 years into regression, after uncountable failures, Seo finally understood that the heavens might ignore one man, but they could not ignore the weight of all those human bonds carried inside him. He accepted that these companions were illusions born from loneliness, but he also knew that if he could break fate and escape regression, he might truly find them again. Standing on the towering altar before thousands of remembered faces, Seo shouted at the heavens that he could not and would not give up. With that desperate vow, Seo began the ritual once again. After another failed ritual under dark clouds, Seo is shaken but not broken, and his master's quiet reassurance steadies him again. Seo decides that even if this looks like a madman's delusion, he will keep reaching for the heavens one more time. Years of retries grind on as Chongmun Ryong recalculates the celestial timing and Seo keeps performing the 7 stars ritual again and again. In Seo's delusional vision, countless Kim Young-hoons fly upward on sabers as if trying to open the sky for him, but they still fall short. Because the ritual would collapse if he left the altar, Seo can only send weapons upward from where he stands, and every attempt runs out of force before reaching heaven. He compresses the gang chi of thousands into one weapon, and for the first time it actually reaches the clouds, but it only shakes them and draws in even more darkness. Even repeated failure starts turning into progress, and Seo keeps smiling as his altar rises and the figures around him grow clearer. By the 36th year, Seo has learned to send sword control much farther, and his attacks now shake the clouds harder even if they still cannot open a path. In the 37th year, Seo notices a strange pressure and suction forming inside his dantian, and realizes his dragon vein chi method is pushing him to the peak of 5 energies converging to the origin. That breakthrough does not make him bitter about Kim Young-hoon anymore. Instead, for the first time, the sky itself starts feeling reachable. From a 15-story altar, Seo fires his newly compressed gang chi into the storm and openly taunts the heavens for noticing him now. Later, Seo stops being impressed by the figures around him and starts studying the real problem: why sword control always wastes too much power at long range. He asks the imagined Kim Young-hoon how to send gang chi farther, but the smiling vision gives him nothing, forcing Seo to solve it alone. Seo turns inward and realizes the figures are not separate beings affecting reality. They are the connections and memories that make up who he is. That insight sharpens into enlightenment when all those phantoms merge into another Seo before him, a complete self made from every bond in both lives. Seo understands that if the parts making up his life were guiding sword control before, then his complete self can finally control it properly now. When Seo releases gang chi into that other self, the power starts changing shape in its hands instead of staying a crude mass of force. As familiar faces ripple across that other self, all of Seo's bonds gather into one dazzling star and return to his hand. The moment Seo accepts that star and the other self disappears into it, he finally grasps Kim Young-hoon's meaning and steps into ultimate pinnacle. 3 years later, in the 40th year of regression, Seo climbs the 60-story altar at night carrying his perfected star for one final attempt. At the top, Seo begins the 7 stars ritual in full, formally calling on the constellations and begging heaven to give his small star a chance. The dark clouds answer again, but this time Seo sends up the self-infused star, and it climbs almost without losing power. When the star reaches the clouds, Seo screams at the heavens to release their power, refusing to bow after decades of struggle. The star detonates through the sky, tears a circular hole in the clouds, and finally opens a path for starlight to pour down. Inside that descending light, Seo sees the smiling bonds of his past lives looking down on him from above, and he reaches up to receive heaven and earth's spiritual essence. Seo seizes the moment perfectly and completes the ritual at last, advancing from chi refining 7th star to the 8th star. Blue lightning starts crackling in the clouds as if the sky is furious that Seo forced it open, but Seo coldly dares it to strike. Ready for a fight, he gathers dozens and then thousands of sword gangs into another star above his palm, but the sky only rumbles and holds back. Once the immediate danger passes, Seo studies the new gang sphere and realizes the record of surpassing cultivation and martial arts makes sense to him now. Then he tries something deeper and inhales the gang sphere into his own body instead of throwing it away. Inside his dantian, the sphere settles into the center of pressure and suction, and Seo realizes he is condensing part of himself into a new core. The mixed internal energy and spiritual power that used to interfere with each other are pulled apart, and Seo feels his capacity expand enormously. Seo names this new structure the inner core, because it is no longer just a gang sphere but the central axis of his martial power. With the inner core pulling martial power out of his spiritual meridians, Seo suddenly feels the 5 surpassing paths to cultivation run much faster and far more cleanly. He finally understands why Kim Young-hoon always cultivated faster. Kim kept his martial power stored cleanly instead of letting it churn through his meridians. Using the hidden consciousness technique on top of that cleaner circulation, Seo's cultivation speed jumps so hard that it starts feeling like a true spiritual root. The inner core also changes his martial arts immediately, letting him create a gang sphere straight from the core and summon it into his palm with ease. When he bursts forward and throws a punch, Seo sees just how absurd the efficiency boost is as his strike shatters a meter-wide boulder. Even after testing those gains, Seo judges that his inner core is still fundamentally different from a cultivator's golden core and nowhere near that level of destructive power. After completing the 7 stars ritual, Seo also gains a faint ability to read celestial energy, enough to sense lifespan and tomorrow's weather by looking at the sky. Because he had already studied the higher meanings for years, Seo feels sure he can push through the 8th and 9th stars much faster now. That confidence proves real, and after a little over a year in Ascension Path's dense spiritual energy, Seo reaches the 9th star of Chi refining. At the 5-element stage, Seo's earth aspect cultivation finally becomes truly mystical, and he raises a solid earthen wall with one spell. The new earth arts come with real versatility too, letting him attack, defend, ride moving ground, and shape the terrain much more freely than before. By now his hand seals are so streamlined that earth spells that once needed full chance can be cast almost instantly. Once he reaches the 5-element stage, Seo decides there is no reason to stay in Ascension Path any longer, and prepares to leave. He takes one final look at the home and ritual altar that held more than 40 years of struggle, then turns away without hesitation. Seo jumps off the edge of Ascension Path, and drops through roaring wind toward the desert far below. Mid-fall, he feels himself pass through something unseen and looks up in shock to find the entire Ascension Path has vanished from sight. To confirm it, Seo fires a gang sphere back upward, and it slams into empty space and crumbles before it can re-enter. Realizing the floating island is easy to leave but hard to enter, Seo stops worrying about it and focuses on landing safely. Using the inner core to power void stepping, Seo kicks through the air again and again to bleed off speed before touching down. He lands almost like he is walking downstairs, then sweeps away the rising sand with an earth spell and starts deciding where to go next. Seo quickly gives up on heading toward people first and decides to keep searching north, because the strange stone structure in the desert bothers him more. After reading the constellations to fix his position, Seo rides his earth platform across the sand and keeps probing underground with the earth listening technique. Days pass in a sandstorm, and even while bending earth energy around himself to block the grit, Seo still finds nothing. The search starts to feel pointless, so Seo sets a limit for himself, one more day north, and then he will turn toward Baokra. Right when he is ready to give up, Seo spots a small piece of familiar stone sticking out of the sand. Seo rushes over, confirms the buried object is made of the same strange material, and realizes it looks like a plaque. He excavates the plaque and sees ancient script on it, with the broken edge matching the fragment he once saw beside the stone structure on Ascension Path. Using his old learning, Seo slowly deciphers the inscription and pieces together the missing last character as Thunder. The full name hits him hard: Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder Sect, the same sect the shattered monument seemed to belong to. That discovery makes no sense, because every record says the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder Sect was based far away in the western mountains of Xingzi, not here in the desert. Seo can only conclude that some buried history from thousands of years ago may be involved, and the mystery leaves him deeply unsettled. Before he can think further, the storm thickens and Seo suddenly sees a dark castle looming inside the sand. The moment Seo focuses, he catches the smell of blood and a wave of sinister energy, and every instinct screams that the place is deadly. Seo drops the idea of investigating, sets the plaque down, and immediately turns his platform around to flee south. Once he finally escapes the storm, Seo is still shaken enough to suspect the castle may be tied to the massacre rumors around the heaven-treading desert. That night, Seo checks the stars and realizes something worse. Even though he ran south, the desert has thrown him far off course toward the west. He understands the truth at once. The castle sits inside a vast cultivator formation, and even brushing the edge of it twisted his direction. Not wanting to gamble with that place again, Seo abandons the northern search and heads west for Baokra as fast as he can. 20 nights later, the desert still has not ended, and Seo is down to the last scraps of food and water. By the next day, the food is gone, the water is gone, and thirst hits Seo so hard he starts thinking he might actually die here. Just as the situation turns desperate, Seo spots a lone figure in white far away on the sand. Seo rushes over and finds a black-haired woman in pure white robes, clearly a cultivator, standing calm in the desert. Before Seo can even finish asking, the woman sees how bad he looks and simply offers him water. Seo drinks like a man dragged back from the brink, and the lukewarm water feels almost holy to him. She points him toward nearby Cheonseek City, says it lies just southeast, and notes that he must be a fellow Taoist from the way he travels. When Seo asks for her name so he can repay her, she refuses any credit, saying helping travelers in the desert is only natural. She leaves as suddenly as she appeared, riding away over the sand while Seo watches her go with genuine respect. Following her directions, Seo reaches Cheonseek City and finally gets what he needs by beating local bandits, claiming the bounty, and buying clothes, food, and water. With only about 9 years of life left, Seo stops wasting time and heads west through Biokra to see the people tied to his past life, starting with his master. To reach a Chongmun elder without joining the clan, Seo enters the Chongmun training conference, where the winner earns one wish and a short audience with an elder. When Seo calmly registers as a 5 elements Chi refining 9th star cultivator, the registration officer is stunned because someone that strong normally would not need this event at all. The officer tries to redirect him straight into external membership, but Seo insists on competing anyway because the rules allow anyone below Chi building to enter. Once the officer reluctantly signs him up, Seo walks out hearing the other contestants grumble that a 9th star monster is about to crush them. Seo feels bad for them, but he only needs the winner's privilege to meet Chongmun Ryong, and has no plan to actually join the clan. A month later, the training conference goes exactly as expected and Seo wins without a real fight. Most weak cultivators surrender on sight, stronger ones fall to a single blow or get overwhelmed by his spiritual power, and Seo quietly regrets that they did not at least show more fighting spirit. As the winner, Seo is offered official Chongmun external membership and one wish, and the event overseer turns out to be Chongmun Buk. Seo uses his wish to request a meeting with Chongmun Ryong, then shocks Chongmun Buk by immediately giving up the recommendation for membership. Even when Chongmun Buk offers a longer meeting if he joins, Seo still refuses because he has people to visit and cannot be tied down by clan rules. A few days later, Chongmun Buk personally escorts Seo into Chongmun territory and brings him to the humble thatched house where Chongmun Ryong waits inside. Seeing the familiar house, Seo takes a breath, kneels outside, and bows deeply before his old master even calls him in. Chongmun Ryong notices the gesture through his consciousness, grumbles at the slick introduction, and tells Seo to come inside if he has questions. Seo enters and finds his master exactly as he remembers, already absorbed in annotating a book even during their first meeting. Instead of wasting the chance, Seo starts asking sharp questions about the higher steps of Qi refining, from 3 talents to yin-yang unity, and the One Origin. Chongmun Ryong immediately realizes this visitor is not shallow at all, puts his own work aside, and begins answering in earnest. One allotted hour turns into another, and then another, because the discussion gets so deep that Chongmun Ryong keeps extending it himself. By dawn, Chongmun Ryong has spent the entire night teaching Seo and finally asks again whether he wants to join the clan and learn formally. Seo gratefully refuses a second time, explaining that joining the Chongmun clan would stop him from meeting the people he still needs to see. When Seo calls him a father for a lifetime after even one day of teaching, Chongmun Ryong snorts that a real son would have joined the family, and tells him to go. After leaving the house, Seo bows once more toward his master's room and quietly vows that he will never forget him, no matter how many times he crosses the river of time. From there Seo heads into Jin clan territory, determined to check on Kim Young-hoon and the disciples tied to his earlier life. In the Jin lands, Kim Young-hoon's name is easy to find because he has become famous as the Heaven Cutter. Seo learns the full story. After hearing about the Mokli clan's atrocities, Kim Young-hoon stormed the palace, beheaded the last Mokli emperor, and kept killing the cultivators sent after him. Even building cultivators died to Kim Young-hoon, and the Jin clan decided a monster like that was worth protecting. The man telling him all this is a low-ranking Jin cultivator Seo once knew in the martial world, and now that same man nervously serves tea and calls him senior after sensing his level. Seo patiently answers the man's questions and starts explaining the 36 heavenly spirits' decrees, but the lesson quickly goes over the listener's head. Seeing that go nowhere, Seo cuts the lesson short and tells the man to inform the Jin clan that he is here and willing to answer cultivation questions while he waits for Heaven Cutter. A few days later, Kim Young-hoon finally arrives, and after 40 years apart the two men can only stand there awkwardly for a moment. Their first exchange is restrained but warm, with Kim Young-hoon noting that Seo has become a real cultivator and reached the middle-high levels of Qi refining. Instead of dragging the reunion out, Seo lifts his hand, forms a tiny star of spiritual power above his palm, and invites Kim Young-hoon to settle everything with a match. When Seo forms a gang sphere in his hand, Kim Young-hoon freezes in disbelief because he has finally found another martial artist who reached his level. The shock tips into wild joy, and Kim Young-hoon drops to the ground laughing and crying after 40 lonely years without a true equal. As Kim Young-hoon rants about how empty the martial world has been, his golden intent turns so fierce that Seo realizes this excitement is dangerous. Kim Young-hoon opens his palm, creates his own gang sphere, then splits it into 9 and cheerfully declares that they should play. The instant the spar starts, Kim Young-hoon moves so fast that Seo barely ducks a killing slash that trims his hair. Seo throws up his own gang sphere to block a strike to the head, and the clash explodes with enough force to carve sparks and blade scars through the space between them. Before Seo can escape to a safer place, Kim Young-hoon grabs his head and blasts him clear out of the manor grounds toward a valley outside the city. Seo crashes into the mountain valley coughing blood, and he realizes Kim Young-hoon's speed is so extreme that his movements look like missing slices of time. Kim Young-hoon appears in front of him again and casually explains that Seo is still new to this realm, so he will teach him while they fight. As another brutal exchange begins, Seo enters the world of intent and sees the real trick. One Kim Young-hoon in reality, but 10 of him in intent because the 9 gang spheres are fighting like extra selves. Kim Young-hoon tells him a gang sphere is not just a bomb but another self, and the lesson lands the hard way as Seo gets overwhelmed and punched through his guard. Seo tries to answer with thousands of energized branches and pebbles, but Kim Young-hoon's 9 gang spheres burst through them and reset the pressure all over again. Watching closely, Seo copies the method and finally creates a second self of his own inside a gang sphere. With 2 Seos now facing 10 Kim Young-hoons in the world of intent, the fight evens out enough for him to keep up. Kim Young-hoon immediately pushes the lesson further by merging one extra self back into himself, and his speed suddenly doubles into something even deadlier. The upgraded burst is vicious, and Kim Young-hoon batters Seo into the sky so hard that he punches through the clouds before he can even catch his breath. Above the clouds, Kim Young-hoon coolly reveals he only doubled his speed, then drives Seo back down toward the valley with another crushing saber blow. While blocking the next crushing blow in the shattered valley, Seo finally understands the real principle. The user and the gang sphere self are moving in perfect sync, not just reuniting. Seo merges with his own distant gang sphere, doubles his thoughts, and the world instantly seems to slow down around him. Now that he can read the fight, Seo suddenly turns the tables and lands his first clean hit by driving his sword through Kim Young-hoon's guard. Seo follows with a ruthless chain of sword forms and launches Kim Young-hoon into the air with ascending vein. Feeling the new realm properly for the first time, Seo wraps his whole body in sword gang for an instant, and uses himself as the blade. That body as sword ascending vein slams Kim Young-hoon into a distant mountain peak, cracking the rock and finally making him acknowledge what Seo really is. Laughing through the hit, Kim Young-hoon realizes Seo's Taoist cultivation gives him a much larger consciousness, which makes the same acceleration technique far stronger in his hands. Instead of backing down, Kim Young-hoon absorbs another gang sphere, triples his acceleration, and invites Seo to come at him with everything, even cultivation spells. Their duel becomes an all-day war of martial arts and spellcraft, and by evening the entire mountain valley has been smashed apart. Seo loses in the end, but this time Kim Young-hoon no longer feels like an impossible wall, just a higher peak he can finally see the top of. Still catching their breath, Kim Young-hoon offers to use his recommendation to make Seo an external elder of the Jin clan. Seo turns the offer down because he only came to check on some mortals he knows working for the Jin clan. When Kim Young-hoon asks again if he really will not join, Seo quietly decides to spend his short remaining life pushing his cultivation higher and heading for Xingzi's Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect to chase the truth of the Ascension Gate. With Kim Young-hoon's help, Seo secretly visits his old disciples in Jin clan territory, and finds this life stay mostly the same, except this time everyone he cares about is still alive. When Kim Young-hoon asks what those people are to him, Seo thinks it over and quietly says they are just a connection he will never forget. Kim Young-hoon senses the weight behind that answer and drops the subject, so the two men spend the road talking instead about Seo's 40 years away and how he learned so much. Seo claims the strange knowledge in his head came from the monsters of the Ascension Path too, letting Kim Young-hoon accept the mystery without learning Seo's real secret. At the western border of Yanhua, Kim Young-hoon hands Seo 3 books, including his own expanded record of surpassing path and martial arts filled with years of rough trial and error. Kim Young-hoon brushes off Seo's question about the title, calling the book little more than a stubborn diary of failures because he is not even sure a realm beyond Ultimate Pinnacle exists. That makes Seo laugh, because he has watched Kim Young-hoon shatter so many supposed limits that hearing him doubt the next one feels almost absurd. Seo tells him there are always more mountains beyond the last one, and if anyone can go farther, it is Kim Young-hoon. When Kim Young-hoon asks if Seo is really leaving for Xingzi, Seo confirms he is going there to dig up answers about something important. Kim Young-hoon admits he wanted more sparring, but once he hears Seo's mind is made up, the two exchange a short, respectful farewell and separate. Seo reaches Xingzi, the land of scriptures, and quickly learns the local language well enough to wander its streets and start hunting for records on the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect. As he investigates, Seo learns Xingzi is balanced between 7 cultivator clans, with the strong Jinla clan on one side and 6 smaller clans holding the other half together. After a full year of asking around among low-ranking cultivators and branch families, Seo finally hears the best lead. The Xingzi Imperial Archives should hold the oldest secrets on the Thunder sect. The lead comes with a catch, because the palace bans cultivators entirely so no clan can seize the mortal royal family from inside. Seo presses for details and learns a few chi refining cultivators still serve as royal guards, but only because the 7 clans give them special talismans to endure the barrier. That answer is enough for Seo to head to the capital and inspect the palace barrier for himself instead of giving up from rumor alone. After examining the formation, Seo realizes the barrier does not keep cultivators out at all. It only crushes their spiritual power once they are inside. That makes Seo smirk, because even stripped of spiritual power, he still has his consciousness, internal energy, inner core, and martial arts, which means this barrier is not built to stop him. Using the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts to cut off perception, Seo calmly slips through the palace's main gate without the guards noticing him. Inside the palace, Seo feels his spiritual power get pinned down exactly as expected, but his consciousness, internal energy, and inner core stay intact, so he judges he could still fight or escape if things go bad. With that problem solved, Seo sneaks into the royal library and begins tearing through every book he can find on the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect. The first shock nearly sounds fake. Multiple records say the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect was founded around 123,000 years ago. Seo checks other books in Yanhua and Bioker scripts too, and when they all repeat the same era, the absurd number stops looking like a joke. He finds the sect's founder named Yang Sujin, a man with no clear origin except one startling shared detail. He also suffered heavenly rejection during Qi Refining's 7 Stars ritual. Unlike Seo, Yang Sujin overcame that rejection with raw talent alone, which makes the old record feel even more unsettling. Then Seo learns Yang Sujin was not the only one, because 5 or 6 other people from that same era also faced heavenly rejection, though most of their stories are lost. The next record hits even harder. When Yang Sujin reached toward the sky, heaven opened and a gate of light appeared above the ancient capital. After cross-checking several books, Seo becomes certain that gate of light was the Ascension Gate itself. That realization ties the heaven-treading desert to a lost holy kingdom from 123,000 years ago, and even the old stone shrine in the Ascension Path suddenly gains a terrifying age. Seo's best conclusion is that Yang Sujin created the Ascension Gate, but the more he thinks about heavenly rejection repeating across eras, the more Yang Sujin looks like another victim of heaven's game, not its master. He also uncovers that the ancient capital stood where space was naturally unstable and full of rifts, which may explain why the Ascension Gate opened there in the first place. But when Seo tries to learn what divine artifact fell through that gate, every serious book shuts him out, saying only that the artifact was the sect's deepest secret and passed to each sect leader. A folklore book offers a wilder theory instead. Yang Sujin may have ascended first, obtained the divine artifact in the higher realm, and only created the gate when he came back down. That idea raises a new mystery for Seo, because if Yang Sujin returned after reaching the higher realm, he must have had a reason strong enough to come back. When Seo looks into Yang Sujin's final years, the records only get stranger, with every book giving a different ending and none of them explaining where he truly came from or how he vanished. With no clean answer, Seo stays hidden in the Imperial archives for years, reading endlessly while continuing to cultivate in secret. By steadily applying the 5 surpassing paths to cultivation, Seo finishes the 5 elements stage in a little over 3 years and reaches 10th star Qi refining, the 4 images stage. Because he already understood the theory and had years of controlled training, Seo tears through 4 images in only 18 months and steps into 11th star, 3 talents unity. Another 3.5 years later, he finally forces open 3 talents unity and climbs into 12th star Qi refining, yin-yang unification. That breakthrough also changes Seo's gang sphere, giving him the nagging sense that he is one tiny insight away from understanding why Kim Young-hoon splits one sphere into 3 and 3 into 9. Yin-yang unification moves far faster than his earlier stages, and in just 6 months Seo reaches 13th star Qi refining, unified origin. Even with that progress, Seo can feel his lifespan running out, and he knows this life may still end before he ever touches 14th star. The bigger wall is beyond that anyway, because Seo knows the road to 14th star but has no clean way to reach the Qi building stage after it. Years of searching only confirm the bad truth. People who reached Qi building without a Qi building pill either had extraordinary physiques or much better spiritual roots than his mixed one. And he refuses the obvious shortcut outright, because Qi building pills are made by grinding up human beings and he will not cross that line. Cornered by his mixed roots and his own morality, Seo can only stare at the shrinking time left in his life and ask what path is still open to him. Then, while leafing through an old folklore collection, Seo finds a strange theory that says heaven does not truly grant lifespan. It only records fate and updates that record when someone becomes strong enough to defy it. The theory argues that if someone breaks through the fate heaven assigned them, heaven is forced to rewrite that person's lifespan again, which gives Seo a dangerous new way to think about survival. Seo becomes fixated on the passage because it feels less like a random proverb and more like a hidden belief slipped into the front of an otherwise ordinary folklore book. He tests the book for hidden tricks with internal energy, spiritual power, heat, and water, but nothing new appears and he is left with only the theory itself. Even without proof, the idea lodges in his mind because he once forced himself to survive one day past his destined death by using gang qi to keep his own heart beating. Now, with only about a month and a half left, Seo fixates on one desperate possibility. Can an ultimate pinnacle martial artist like him force heaven to reset his lifespan without ever reaching Qi building? Facing the same doomed lifespan as his last life, Seo decides to gamble on one desperate idea: keep his dead heart moving with gang qi long enough for heaven to reset his fate. To prepare, Seo raids the royal secret vault for spiritual herbs and fruits and crams his inner core full of internal energy. He secretly lays a formation around Xingzi's celestial altar, the sacred place where the emperor alone performs rites to heaven. Then Xiao sits on top of the altar with the record of surpassing cultivation and martial arts open beside him, calming his body and sorting out his thoughts on the 13th star and unified origin. After many hours, palace eunuchs finally spot the stranger sitting on the sacred altar and demand to know who he is. Xiao ignores them, and when one eunuch draws a dagger, Xiao casually flicks him away without hurting him. The terrified eunuch calls the guards, and soldiers rush in to surround the altar with spears and swords aimed at Xiao. When they order him down, Xiao finally answers with cold confidence that he will leave only if they bring someone who can perform heavenly rites better than he can. The soldiers charge anyway, and Xiao seizes control of their weapons with sword control so effortlessly that the entire courtyard goes still. He sends every weapon back to land in front of its owner instead of killing them, making it painfully clear that he could have wiped them out in an instant. A senior official named Wook John steps forward, bows respectfully, and tries to figure out whether this terrifying intruder is a cultivator or a palace inspector from a great clan. Xiao refuses to explain himself and repeats the same demand, so the official orders the palace inspectors brought in at once. 9 chi refining cultivators from the branch families arrive, scoff at the unknown hermit, and remind him that the royal palace seals almost all spiritual power. They activate special breaking seal talismans, and transparent consciousness-sized barriers bloom around each of them so they can finally use spells inside the palace. The first cultivator barely starts his attack before Xiao blasts him away and tears the talisman straight out of his hand. Xiao activates the stolen talisman for himself, opening his own barrier and releasing the spiritual power he had been forced to keep sealed. Then Xiao drops the hidden consciousness technique and unleashes the pressure of a full 13th star chi refining cultivator, turning the inspector's arrogance into panic. Realizing he stands at unified origin, practically one step below chi building, the 9 cultivators instantly bow and beg forgiveness. Xiao strips the rest of the breaking seal talismans from them too, making sure he will still be able to cast spells inside the palace when his death day arrives. Back on the altar, Xiao counts on the 7 great clans to waste time arguing over him, and that delay gives him the opening he needs before his death day arrives. Before waiting out fate, Xiao reveals himself as a cultivator to the emperor and top officials and forces the palace to leave the altar completely untouched for days. With people, poison, falling debris, and even earthquakes effectively ruled out, Xiao narrows the heavens options down to one thing alone: another heart attack. He welcomes the coming moment anyway, ready to either survive long enough to join a great clan or die after proving he could shake the center of Xingzi by himself. As the stars rise, Xiao looks at the heavens and vows that this time too he will tear his fate away by force. Then his heart stops exactly as expected. Xiao instantly drives Gang Qi up from his inner core into his heart, and slams it back into motion, even though the pain is brutal. Each forced heartbeat crashes inside him like thunder, but Xiao refuses to let that pain decide his death. While the stars watch overhead, his fear strips down to something simple and raw. He does not want his few hard-won connections to vanish for nothing. He thinks of Kim Young-hoon, his master, and the fragile ties he made in this life, and that longing gives him one more reason to keep enduring. He survives all the way to dawn by sheer stubbornness, crushing the altar floor under his hand and shouting at heaven for just a little more time. As his heart grows stiffer, Xiao responds by feeding it even more Gang Qi and converting all the spiritual power in his meridians into raw internal energy. He roars that he will see what lies beyond the end, turning his struggle from survival into open defiance against the heavens themselves. When the pressure becomes too much, Xiao triggers the hidden formation around the altar to help pound his heart back into rhythm. The heavens sabotage even that, twisting the formation until the pressure spikes so hard it nearly bursts his heart on the spot. Xiao wraps himself in protective Gang Qi, throws off the crushing force, and shuts the broken formation down before it kills him. The cold before sunrise hits next, because he has diverted everything into his heart, and no longer has spiritual power left to keep his body warm. Even half-frozen, Xiao looks up at the stars and demands that heaven rewrite his lifespan with its own hands. For one hopeful moment, the sun starts to rise and Xiao believes he has finally made it past the hour when he died before. Then the light vanishes behind dark clouds crawling with blue flashes, and Xiao instantly feels that the heavens still mean to kill him today. Instead of yielding, Xiao fires a gang sphere from his heart straight into the storm and dares the heavens to try harder. The blast tears a circular hole through part of the cloud cover, but the sky above him is still far too vast and furious to clear. Xiao launches another attack and screams for his life to be rewritten, refusing to accept that struggling is pointless. Before that second sphere can reach the clouds, a single bolt of blue heavenly lightning drops at light speed and slams directly into him. Xiao's protective Gang Qi and prepared defenses shatter instantly, and the strike chars his skin and burns his bones to ash. As he is annihilated, Xiao's last thought is heartbreakingly small. He was only an ordinary fool who treasured his connections and wanted a little more time to live. As the thunder erases him, Xiao grasps the heavens as one unchanging unified principle, completes unified origin, and breaks through to the 14th star at the very end. But the breakthrough comes at the very edge of extinction, and Xiao vanishes from the world as his 8th return ends in darkness. Seo wakes in the same forest again and instantly realizes he has regressed into another brutal cycle. Before anyone else can fully wake up, Seo throws out a hand seal and forces his companions back to sleep. As the memories settle, Seo confirms he kept the enlightenment from his last life, including the realization that pushed him all the way to Chi Refining's 14th star. That carried over power backfires at once, and Seo's upper dantian starts tearing at him from the inside as blood runs from his nose. Realizing his massive return consciousness could kill him, Seo sprints to the yellow bamboo roots and tears into them to save his body. Using the Dragon Vein Chi method and 5 energies converging to the origin, Seo forces a full-body rejuvenation until his 3 dantians finally settle into harmony. Once the pain breaks, Seo goes even further and condenses Gangchi into a sphere, then seals it into his dantian to recreate his inner core. With a body close to his old one restored, Seo steadies himself but realizes the real danger is still ahead. One day his regressed consciousness may come back too large for any body to survive. Remembering the heavenly lightning that tried to kill him, Seo decides the heavens are not some blind force, and starts thinking of them as an enemy with intent. Before the usual disasters begin, Seo carries each sleeping companion into a cave so they will at least be out of the dew. Seo expects the usual next step of the cycle, but this time the fox appears and just stares at him like something is off. Instead of ripping into him, the fox says Seo has a strange scent and spares him because he honored the forest's master. The moment gets even stranger when the fox shoves Seo aside and turns toward the other humans in the cave instead. Seo begs the fox to take his arm instead, but the fox snaps back that Seo is a member of the forest and should not argue with its master. While Seo is still reeling from that line, the fox bites off Seo's arm right in front of the horrified group. Seo knocks Seo unconscious to spare her the pain and frantically treats the wound while the fox loses interest and hops away. Then a 2-headed red snake arrives, studies Seo, and says he looks human but somehow not human at all. When Seo asks what that means, the snake admits it cannot tell and turns toward the other humans for a taste instead. The snake only drinks a mouthful of John Myung-hoon's blood and leaves, but the weird treatment pushes Seo past confusion into action. After promising to gather herbs, Seo slips into the woods and chases the snake down with the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts. Seo fires a gang sphere at the chi-building snake and forces it to dodge, proving this cycle Seo can pressure monsters that used to dominate him. Seo links his mind with the gang sphere, doubles his mental processing, and moves with such compressed speed that he seems to cut straight through space. He batters the snake into the air, slices through its perception, and crushes one head underfoot until it finally panics. Under threat of death, the snake blurts out the answer Seo needed. Both it and the fox treated him lightly because he feels like one of their own kind. Seo takes a little venom as proof and lets the snake go, but the idea that monsters now read him as some kind of demon refuses to leave his mind. Back near the cave, Seo resumes his plan, forms a law-transforming dantian, and prepares for the heavenly being cultivators to arrive. 2 days later Seo has activated the Earth Leader Star and stepped into Chi Refining First Star just as the familiar immortals descend from the sky. Nothing important changes for the group. Azure Tiger regrows Seo's arm, and the visiting immortals draw away the talented companions they came for while Seo watches the familiar scene unfold. But when Jin Byuk-ho examines Seo, he too pauses in suspicion and asks if Seo is some kind of demon. Azure Tiger still refuses to take Seo as a disciple, but he does give him a recommendation to the Chongmun clan. Seo quickly pivots and Inshingzi flatters Jin Byuk-ho while asking for records tied to Yang Su-jin and the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder Sect. Jin Byuk-ho refuses to share any records, but he still tosses Seo a useful clue by pointing him to Shattered Heaven Peak. With that problem settled and no extra lightning falling this time, Seo moves on to the next fixed event in the cycle. By the next day, Seo has already reimplanted the knowledge he gave Kim Young-hoon in the previous life so it can bloom again in this one. Dark storm clouds spread across the sky, and Seo braces for the Sea Dragon King to come for Seo again. Seo Huil enters the cave to check Seo's pulse, but the moment he looks at Seo, his attention snaps away from everyone else. Seo Huil bluntly asks if Seo is a human-demon hybrid, and Seo can only stare back in confusion. Then Seo Huil drops the real shock. If Seo is not a hybrid, why is he carrying a demon core inside him? Seo realizes Seo Huil must be talking about his inner core, but he has no clean way to explain a martial arts achievement that only he and Kim Young-hoon ever reached. So instead of forcing a weak explanation, Seo asks the Sea Dragon King to explain what a demon core actually is. Seo Huil explains that demon beasts condense spiritual essence into demon cores, which grant intellect and become the foundation of their cultivation. As Seo follows the logic, he realizes his inner core and a demon core were born differently but arrived at a disturbingly similar result. That resemblance is enough for Seo Huil to stay convinced Seo is a rare human-demon hybrid, even if Seo himself still has no idea what he really counts as now. With the Ascension Gate calling, Seo Huil wraps up the visit by shoving Kim Young-hoon through a spatial rift and agreeing to take Kim Yun too after Seo asks. Before leaving, Seo Huil treats Seo's strange state as fate and hands him a genuine Sea Dragon Clan Demon Beast Cultivation Manual. The gift immediately hits a practical wall when Seo has to admit he cannot read a single character of the demon script inside. Seo Huil says a forceful knowledge transfer would probably shatter a weaker mind, so Seo will have to learn demon script the hard way. He does leave Seo one solid lead. A descendant named Seo Ran on the Black Wind Sea's utmost Chaos Island can read both human and demon script. Even when Seo worries he might be attacked if the hybrid assumption is wrong, Seo Huil waves it off and insists sentient demons will respect anyone carrying a demon core. Seo Huil departs into the storm with Kim Yun and Oh Hai Seo, leaving Seo behind with a demon manual and a completely new path opening in front of him. Left alone, Seo starts rethinking martial arts itself and sees a dangerous possibility. Techniques came from beasts just as internal methods came from cultivators. That insight makes the overlap obvious to him. His gang's sphere and inner core may have reached a point where martial arts and demon cultivation are brushing against the same truth. Seo immediately turns that revelation into a plan: recover his old power fast, learn demon script, decode the manual, and pass everything useful to Kim Young-hoon. Years pass an ascension path, and because he is rebuilding with deeper understanding, Seo regains the 7th star of Chi refining in only 7 years. When he performs the 7 stars ritual again, the same heavenly rejection tries to block him, and Seo answers it with a smile and punches a hole through the sky. The starlight pours in anyway, and Seo smoothly steps into the 8th star of Chi refining despite heaven's resistance. 3 more years carry him to the 11th star, and this time Seo finally starts to understand the strange changes the gang sphere undergoes at the 3 talents stage. By applying the principle of 3 talents, Seo splits one gang sphere into 2, placing himself between them as man while heaven and earth revolve around him. He can merge the 2 spheres back together at will, but without deeper enlightenment they still refuse to remain separate on their own. About a year later, Seo completes the 12th and 13th stars, reaching yin-yang unity and unified origin again and recovering the limit of Chi refining just short of the 14th star. After 11 years of return, Seo has fully recovered to Chi refining 13th star and can now cast simple formations instantly without gestures or chants. Even after reaching the limit of Chi refining for now, Seo knows Chi building may still be beyond his talent, so he settles on the plan Seo Huil accidentally opened for him: learn demon script and study the demon beast method first. In the 11th year of his return, Seo finally leaps down from ascension path, ready to chase demon script and the demon beast methods beyond it. After several dry days traveling from ascension path, Seo finally reaches Byaokra without running out of water, though he is still thirsty and worn down. As he heads into Cheonseek City, Seo thinks ahead and decides he should learn the water-surpassing path later, since his 5 elements spiritual roots should let him handle desert travel better next time. Before Seo can leave the city, a white-robed middle-aged cultivator covered in glass artifacts stops him and presses him with spiritual power. Seo carefully introduces himself as an unaffiliated loose cultivator, while Book Jung-ho checks his honesty with a lie-detecting glass ring. When Seo reveals he is in his 40s, at the 14th star of Chi refining, and has 5 elements spiritual roots, Book Jung-ho is openly shocked by his talent. Book Jung-ho immediately tries to recruit him into the Gongmyo clan, promising support for Chi building, elder status, and fine artifacts. Seo declines twice, saying he has things he cannot do if he belongs to a clan, and Book Jung-ho reluctantly lets him go after one last pitch. Seo leaves Cheonseek City and heads for the Chongmun clan, planning to join the training conference again so he can meet Chongmun Ryeong. The moment Seo enters the Chongmun training conference registration office, the giant elder Chongmun Ryakshin senses his power and explodes with excitement. Ryakshin grabs Seo's shoulder and bluntly demands he join the Chongmun clan, thrilled by a peak Chi refining talent whose consciousness already borders on Chi building. Seo refuses and bolts out of the office, realizing the Chongmun clan values a 14th star cultivator far more aggressively than he expected. Ryakshin blasts through the entrance after him and tries to lock Seo down with an even wilder offer to make him part of his family by marriage. Seo desperately says he only came to meet Chongmun Ryeong, and that makes Ryakshin stop long enough to switch from forcing him into the clan to shoving him toward his brother instead. Even after agreeing to arrange the meeting, Ryakshin still warns Seo he cannot go to any other clan and must end up either as a disciple or as family. Seo finally meets Chongmun Ryeong again near the clan's main house, and his master's cold, impatient attitude is exactly the same as before. When Seo reveals he has 5 elements spiritual roots, Chongmun Ryeong is briefly stunned and flatly refuses to believe a cultivator like that should have reached extreme Chi refining so young. Instead of arguing, Seo starts reciting his understanding of the 72 earthly Sha true words, and that immediately wins Chongmun Ryeong's full attention. Chongmun Ryeong realizes Seo follows the same understanding before breakthrough path, and the two fall into an intense discussion that runs through the whole day. By dawn, Chongmun Ryeong admits Seo's understanding up through the middle stars of Chi refining is not behind his own, and Seo eagerly pushes the talk into the 9th through 14th stars and the leap into Chi building. After hearing Seo out, Chongmun Ryeong directly asks if he wants to become his disciple for real. Seo answers gently that a teacher for even one day is a father for life, calling Chongmun Ryeong his master already, but he still refuses to join the clan because of duties he cannot abandon. Chongmun Raung falls quiet, then sighs and tells Seo to go, clearly disappointed but unwilling to force him himself. But just as Seo tries to leave the Chongmun grounds, Chongmun Reaction blocks his path and explodes when he hears Seo spent a full day learning from Raung before walking out. Reaction declares Seo too ungrateful to become Raung's disciple and lunges to seize him so he can force him into the family as a son-in-law instead. Seo dodges into the air, and Reaction instantly raises earth magic that turns the ground into grasping hands trying to drag him back down. Seo fires out his gang sphere, shattering the earth hands around him and using the link sphere to speed up his thoughts and escape. Reaction is left staring in shock that a mere chi refining cultivator not only broke his spell but escaped from a chi building elder's hands. That shock immediately twists into greed, and Reaction decides Seo is too valuable to lose, raving that he is already fighting at chi building level. He sends out messages to nearby chi building elders, then storms back to Chongmun Raung and angrily asks why such a talent was allowed to walk away. Reaction argues that catching Seo would both obey the clan head's order to gather talent, and finally give Chongmun Raung a disciple who could inherit his knowledge. After a long silence, Chongmun Raung finally admits his brother is right, rises with frightening intent, and decides he has to catch Seo now. At the edge of Chongmun territory, Seo reaches the protective barrier and tries to break through before more elders can close in. A chi building elder rushes in to reinforce the barrier, but Seo blasts a jagged hole through it with his gang sphere and forces his way out. The escape only gets worse when Seo feels two massive presences behind him and realizes both Reaction and Chongmun Raung are personally chasing him. As the two elders bicker in mid-chase over whose family gets to marry him off after he is caught, Seo realizes the whole situation has turned completely insane. Seo pushes east toward Yanhua, knowing chi-building cultivators cannot legally keep chasing once he crosses the border. Chongmun Raung unleashes a giant wooden figure and restraining spells, trying to lock Seo down before he can get away. Seo answers by externalizing his gang sphere into a human-shaped clone and flooding the air with sword gang, leaving both elders visibly stunned by the scale of the technique. Reaction answers with an even bigger earth technique, creating a giant version of himself and slamming up dozens of huge earthen hands to imprison Seo. Seo's attacks cannot break chi-building spells head-on, so he keeps regenerating gang spheres just to carve out tiny escape routes and stay alive. The pursuit drags on for days as more Chongmun elders join in, hammering Seo with spell after spell while he keeps fleeing east. On the fourth day, while leaning on the gang sphere over and over, Seo suddenly starts understanding why it always resonated with the principle of 3 talents. He realizes the gang sphere holds another self, and that a person is not just a lone being but something formed through human bonds and the grace of heaven and earth. Thinking of his master's grace, Seo finally sees a path deeper into ultimate pinnacle and splits one gang sphere into 2. With 2 gang spheres and faster thought acceleration, Seo tears through the barrage and slips through a tiny opening that should have trapped him. Now that Yanhua's border is right in front of him, Seo suddenly drops to the ground, kneels, and bows deeply toward Chongmun Raung. Still bowed at the border, Seo thanks his master, apologizes, and says he cannot marry or let any clan bind him because he still has places he must go. Then Seo crosses into Yanhua, and the pursuit finally stops because the Chongmun elders can no longer keep following him there. A few mountains later, Seo finally slows down and realizes the sick, heavy feeling in his stomach was not just exhaustion. He looks down, notices tears on his face, and understands the truth he was trying to avoid. Part of him actually wanted the Chongmun clan to catch him. Seo admits he wanted the life they offered, because he knows the Chongmun clan is good, his master is good, and he could have lived there happily as family and disciple. But he cannot accept those bonds, because every life resets, people become different, and he cannot bear to build a family only to lose it all to regression. The enlightenment he just gained only makes that hurt sharper, because if a person is made through connections with people, heaven, and earth, then losing every connection makes life itself feel hollow. Swallowing that grief, Seo bows one last time toward his master from afar, promises himself he will return someday when he can truly live, and then heads off to find Kim Young-hoon.